Okay.
Must I?
Yeah. Because you have to be the one to pick, I think. We all have to be sitting here.
Oh, God damn it! Oh God, son of a bitch. There's no audio in the game. I had to mute it.
Alright, I'm gonna hit go live. Or are you guys still like trying to fucking figure shit out?
Well, but you know, there is actually a magical time at the beginning of a stream that you can sit down and you can talk to your people.
That's true. We could do that, but also I don't have
No,
deafening
you can.
shit.
You can go. You don't have the deafening capabilities.
I have deafen everything. I don't have like a little toggle. We'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine.
We only have like one place to go to, and that's GeneralSam or
Click
Beatific Palace.
Click the GeneralSam. Is there like a thing called like penisville.com?
Palace Courtyard.
No, not that one. So click what happens if you click the low shit? To the left there should be like a meme or something.
You mean
after you click it?
Return to last checkpoint?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Do that one.
Okay.
See where that goes.
We should be fine. Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? Yeah, there's a lot of cum talk in the chat. These guys are obsessed with cum. This game's called oh, is this during Wubby's time slot? 9:46? Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry, dude. I won't interfere ever again. This is mine for now. Yeah, we're playing Remnant 2. Who basically begged me to get this game. He said, please, God, get Remnant 2. I need something to play with somebody. And everybody was like, it's like Dark Souls. Yeah! It's not at all, dude. Look at the goddamn setting on this game. I got a gun. I'm in like a medieval palace. There's bonfires just like Dark Souls. I don't know. This is a weird ass game. It's like post-apocalyptic, but also fantasy. There's aliens. It's all over the place, dude. It's hectic.
It was just straight up Bloodborne. It was little British people with bowler caps.
Do you guys remember Dark Souls 2? There was the bell tower that had the little British guys.
Okay.
And they had and they had like hatchets or something like that.
That you'll be pleasantly surprised about one area in this game where I started.
Because that's basically like the only thing I remember from Dark Souls 2.
Yo, you clean this shit out?
Yeah, dude. Brother. Watch out! Oh no, I did not. I take it back.
Disclaimer: I can't fucking aim save my life.
Aren't you the GPS guy too? Don't worry, I've got some experience fighting.
This game's loud as hell. I'm turning it down.
I'm not.
I was trying to explain to my chat just how all over the place the visuals are in this game, like the setting, you know. And I was like, guys, this is like post-apocalyptic, but also aliens, but also fantasy. And like, in case they didn't believe me, as soon as we go into a library, a bunch of angels descend from the heavens.
If you just look at our party, how different we all look, you can kind of pick up.
Wait, everybody stand here. Worlds. I got some Jesus shit to do. In case you were hurt, any.
I didn't need it.
If you got hurt in that room, you're a pussy.
Well, one of the angels attacked me.
What a bitch.
Well, also, okay, this game heavily rewards
being cool.
Well, ain't that the truth? Quips, yeah, one-liners, you know, like exploration.
Okay, so we gotta look around. Are there illusory walls?
I don't know, actually.
Bash everything. You asked that of a guy with a flail? All right.
Well, okay, you'll like that. Bashing stuff there's scrap in it, like the money.
Oh, there's everything? You gotta break everything.
You don't have to. It's just not completely pointless.
Dude, what is this guy hiding about
Are you fighting something?
I've done something bad. I've pissed the guy off. I'm sad.
what
I'm pissed
guy?
off a
Wait,
bad
you're
guy.
in my story mode and you pissed off a merchant or something? What'd you do?
Angels behind you.
More angels.
I leveled up.
Be friend of both. Get stone skin.
I am getting friendly fired up a
Yeah, if you guys don't aim right, I'm gonna be pissed. Let me try my concussive blast.
Oh my god, the healer. Alright. Oh shit, okay.
It's gonna be so much easier. Damn, this guy's actually like a.
I am shooting the fuck out of Brian. I don't think he's caught on that it's me. He knows he's getting shot. But.
Oh,
Mini
the
boss
loot-
down.
Wait, okay, I thought the loot was like
24
shared.
hours stream. Kill yourself. I'm not. Oh, I can't say that. No, I'm not. I can't. No, I'm not. No, that's not happening.
24-hour stream,
Oh wait,
friend?
the
Are you
gargoyles
kidding me?
on the
Yeah.
ceiling are actually they're little angels in disguise. Meat has been live for 30 days. What's your
That, he's a
No.
fucking animal. That's
I know.
why.
You know what's weird is
He's fucking
like
insane.
sometimes in a private setting, he just sometimes gets quiet and stuff, and I'm like, I sympathize with that because I also do that where I'm just like I'm kind of overloaded. I'll just calm down. But 30 days
Stream
straight of
ideas.
streaming, yeah,
Stream,
like
yeah.
how does he keep going?
Oh, look at this guy's item.
He does get
Or
to
a
sleep.
trick.
I gotta break everything.
Oh, quest item over here. Is that shared? Did everyone get that or no?
Yeah,
I think
got
so,
it.
yeah.
Got
Oh,
that.
that's nice.
What's up?
I definitely
place has
didn't
got,
do my
like, a
fair share of
break-in.
exploring.
Yeah, we Oh wait, that quest item. If there's a door where it
Oh,
gives you
I
a
don't
bunch
give
of
a
slots,
shit.
let me know.
A door that breaks slings?
I don't know how to explain it. I shouldn't have played already because I actually it's
now
gonna
you're
probably
speaking
help
riddles.
us.
Actually, no, there's a door with slots down beneath us.
Okay, that's probably the item we just got.
Yeah.
That was a sweet side roll you just did off that railing.
The guy like fell down on top of me, which was kind of cool
There's
too.
a book over here.
All right, I found the door that you were
words.
talking about with slots. Wait, no, not this one.
Dude, I have
A lot
is
of
it?
words.
get shit on.
I'm not reading all
Hey,
that.
shit on that guy. Yeah, dude, breeding.
Oh, new room over here.
Eh.
Oh, there's a. Never mind.
Is this the door you're talking about? Yeah, put the mask on
Let me
it,
see.
maybe?
Oh shit.
I'm gonna. Oh wait,
No.
I'm in a different area. I'm separated from the pack. It's like I'm gonna use my potions.
Oh, let me turn down the music, man.
Oh,
Actually, I think the sound
put a
design's pretty
rock.
good in this game.
Actually, I found I think
Can
where
you
we're
hear you
supposed to
guys
go on
then?
accident.
Hey,
I
you
found.
want to
it
hear
in-
something funny?
Yeah.
Or like a hypothetical? What if I fell down and don't know where the stairs are to get back up? How do you... Yeah, where
you
you
can
guys
see through
at?
the walls. They left for dead.
Oh, here we go. I found the hallway again. You know
I
what?
up those stairs and up your button around the corner. I found a secret area. I think if we want to check it out.
Hold on.
I won't go without you guys. This is the kind of guy I am.
Oh, it's
I like
back up.
set everything up without actually properly getting comfortable.
It's
and now I-
overwhelming, yeah, if you're not fully prepared. 'Cause you don't want to do any of that shit while you're streaming.
Yeah. I didn't have my little fan on, so like I was starting to sweat. But then I turned on my fan, and now I'm starting to get cold again. And now I want to put my jacket back on. I just
Keep
didn't.
a fan and a heater on either side of me.
Yeah.
yeah.
Down here.
And I'm in the Goldilocks zone, right in the middle. Perfect distance from either.
down here, and then
Mm-hmm.
further down, and then look
Okay,
at this,
looks
and
fine
then
for me.
further,
Okay.
and then there's this thing. If you're hurt, Brian, drink out of this.
Oh, watch her drink.
Drink
Oh,
this.
watch her too.
Trust me. He drank it.
It tastes like piss.
Oh, but it did heal you. Okay, so now I don't know what's down here.
Sam, you're actually irrelevant now because you're. I can
Uh,
drink from
water.
the water of piss.
Yeah, you can drink from the urinal, the alien urinal, the angel urinal.
Oh, I just blasted you in the back.
Whoa. Way
What?
cooler to beat them with the flail. I think I might go for
Yeah,
that
man.
every time.
Flail them.
Look at this guy.
Oh, it's like a big
Oh,
boss.
he
Yeah,
actually,
that's a real man.
yeah, that guy is beyond flail technology.
Oh shit!
Guys, help me!
I'm
Oh,
shooting.
get away from me!
He's here.
Brian, stone skin. Oh, you're
Oh,
down.
nice.
Wait, no, you're not. That's him.
Yeah, I thought the flail would do a little bit more damage.
All right, Brian, bash them together.
Okay. Oh, he's actually a pussy. Oh, he's gonna kill us. All right, we're good.
Actually, a pussy. That's what I said.
Who wants to
That's
use
what I
their-
told him.
I'll
I'm on
use my
2. I'm on
shard.
2.
Oh, got it! Watch my back.
What? Why? Where are they coming from?
That hole. I keep blasting you in the back with my shotgun. It's a horrible gun.
Oh fuck.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you.
I got a new relic.
Kinda wanna go
you
drink
got
from
like a
that
heal?
water.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink from the
Yeah, let's
fountain
go
of
get some of that
youth.
piss.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm all pissed out. Believe it or not, getting knocked on my ass. I
Little
have all my
backtrack,
health back.
Yeah, because I gave you one of my hearts.
Nah,
He
dude.
gave you a piece of his soul. You're all on the piss.
Wrong
You
way.
said this game rewards exploration, right? Oh wait, I can't.
Yeah,
climb
we
up
might
there.
be on a side thing now. I have no idea.
Are we on a side quest? Side hustle? I actually did do this place. I
You
did
did
never
this
mind
already?
where to go.
You
What?
piece of
Only,
shit, dude.
only this area. I've killed this guy,
Why?
and then there's
That
like
flail is gonna be great for breaking barrels.
In books and
Books.
shit. Yeah.
everything, right?
Remember, I'm from Florida, dude. We don't care for these things a whole lot. Yeah.
Don't confuse me.
And I'm from some sort of gnome town.
Shit. Oh shit! Guy behind me. Nice. Ow. Has anyone got more piss?
Yeah, you need piss?
Yeah. Oh, you're a babe. Is that infinite? Can you just keep doing piss?
I can keep pissing whenever you need me to.
Oh fuck. That's good to know.
There's another. This is hard to keep track of, but there was
Don't shoot
another.
him, he's nice.
There's a turn back there. Oh wait, he is nice. Stop shooting him. Some sort of. Oh, he's a jester.
He's doing a little dance.
Wait, this guy's from my world. Stand back.
Oh, his...
Oh, wait, stop shooting him. He's doing a little trick. He's doing this for us. It's a little.
He's juggling human skulls. This
Yeah,
guy's a
he's
fucking
kind of a
psycho.
menace.
Learn about
He's throwing it
context
back.
clues, man.
Well, what if when he finishes, he gives
3
you an
skulls,
item?
1 for each of us.
Oh! Whoa! Oh!
Oh, that was kind of cool.
We had to
I'll
pretend to
admit.
be interested in that.
What is that?
For
It's
our
a knife.
super
He's
reward.
now gonna stab us.
Whoa!
A magic quill.
A magical
quest
quill.
item, you see?
Wow, look at that.
Now, just so you know, all right,
Writing.
that is as far as I got, and you can use
Okay.
that thing to open. You know, like those fucking walls with all the gold lettering on it. You
Oh,
can
there's
like,
one right here.
yeah, you can use the quill on it, and it like writes on it.
Okay.
Do you
should
guys
we
want
do
me to
that
read
now,
the
or should we-
deposition of Venus the
Oh.
Butcher unabridged? I found in-game lore books.
Please read
I'm not
aloud.
gonna read about Lord
Yeah.
Okay. Should we open
I
up
don't
that
even know
door
what
over
the
there?
story is. I skipped all that shit.
I have skipped every cutscene that
this
this
way.
game has provided me
Guys,
with.
the root is infecting
rocked.
the multiverse, and we need to find the ward.
I did just see Spider-Man, so I kind
that
of have
what
an
this
idea
is?
what's going on.
There's some shit going on.
Wait, no,
Okay,
don't
I'm
do
right.
it. There's an elevator.
Do
I
it.
know, but let's see what's in here.
He's doing the Disney rating.
magic.
He's trying
Can you
to.
can you use that quill as many times as you want?
I
Oh,
don't
that-
know.
Don't worry, I got this.
Wait, oh, this is like a travel area?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what's going on.
Tip: press shift to switch shoulder view while aiming. All right, cool.
That is kind of useful at times.
This guy was asking, is that a Modelo? Yeah. I bought it to see what the straight guys are drinking. Turns out it doesn't taste too good. It's not a good beer. Kind of just working my way through the 6-pack, gritting my teeth while doing it.
Hey,
Hey, what?
Hey,
Sorry.
Rick, come over here.
I was just telling my audience why I switched to Modelo Especial.
Oh, okay, there's a
is that like
lever.
a brand of alcohol?
I
you
hardly
fucking
know her.
use?
There's, okay,
Yeah.
so this is getting overwhelming. There's 2 elevators, different paths, and then there's something probably down here. Stinky.
I don't like the looks of this.
The Great Hall.
Okay, and then now there's a door here also. Let's see if this matches. It doesn't.
Wait,
Hey,
I'm gonna
move.
get this guy. No, I got this guy. I got my flail.
All right, I got this box. Never mind.
You just let the guy run right past you.
I was. He seemed like he was actually a nice dude. Yeah. I thought he was gonna go knife Brian or something.
I was handling a box. So we're good. By the way, spaces to roll, in case you didn't know.
I like how we have no context about who these people are.
I feel even the little British people are like, leave me alone.
Yeah,
Okay,
these
I
guys.
feel
This
like
could be a
you're killing.
goddamn like monastery or something for a different species of
Oh,
people.
man, you fucked
weapons.
that guy up.
They do have weapons, but they're like sticks.
Oh, ribbon.
Ooh, a ribbon. Yeah.
Are they not entitled to self-defense?
I need better weapons.
What, you're trying to defend yourself in your own house?
Who are these people? Nice dealing, dude.
Stop shooting me, Jesus! Blasting me with that LMG. Woo! Okay, keep in mind we have a massive backtrack if we want to figure out what is in that other area, but
A massive.
we'll get there when we get there.
Okay, can't shoot through that. Fun fact.
Yeah, this place is clear.
Oh my God, there's another one.
I actually think I've been to this area in my
Wait,
game
really?
through a different way.
Ooh.
Really? Are you fighting the same people?
Yeah, but I only fought these people when I came through like a portal here, and I was only in there for a little bit.
Oh, I'm doing that thing where you tie their hands
They're
together.
married.
and- Oh, is that
Wait,
what that is?
Is that like
Isn't that a marriage thing? Oh shit!
Hold on, wait. Let me activate boss attack.
Hey, there's angels above you guys.
Oh, he's got my angels above me.
Guys, I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to shoot my fist down into the ground real quick.
What is he doing? Ow, what? I dodged that. On my screen, I dodged that.
Must be Sam's bad server hosting.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I have that host connection over here.
Alright, that
Oh,
was
yeah, I shoulda
pretty-
went at
Dude,
him with
this is
the
way easier
flail.
with people, by the way. I was
Yeah,
having a
much.
struggle playing this.
Well, we'll see when we get to a boss.
I was getting fucking pounded.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
lead
anus.
us to that boss that you said was giving you a hard time.
I
Yeah,
don't
the
want
big
to
bro.
see her for a long while.
Was it Fainland or whatever?
His
Was that
name's
the-
the Nightweaver. She's
Oh, okay, I saw
scary.
somebody fighting Fainland and they were shooting like ice things, and you said there were
Yeah,
snowballs in yours.
there
so-
was ice in mine too.
Okay. This looked more like the dancer of the Boreal Valley or whatever from Dark Souls 3.
My
That was the vibe that I
my
was
lady
getting.
is in
Oh, piss.
Little England, not here.
Oh, Little England, of course.
Little England.
Wait, you guys need some piss? You should have asked, dude. I had.
This pisses on
Wait,
the house. Don't worry
okay,
about
I'm
it.
actually slightly concerned that I do know what is up here.
Is it
I had
something awesome?
visions. I had visions.
Oh wait, no, this is a good. No, it's not. This is a trick. No, Sam.
He went down the
I
trick.
made it.
A trick?
See ya, Brian.
Hold on, there's a lever, right?
Yeah, very
Yeah,
reminiscent of another game that I know of.
leave her.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't just say it's Dark Souls because there's a lever and an elevator.
I don't know. The
Skulls
bonfire, the levers with the
It's also a
elevators,
The
little-
bonfire's a
I
little
mean, that's how
the
I.
guns.
It's got
low and arrow.
You guys ever play that PS5 exclusive? It came to PC. What the fuck is it called? The Alien. Someone in chat help me out here. It's like a. It's kind of like that
Returnal?
game. Yeah, Returnal. It's got some
That-
Returnal vibes too.
My problem with that one is the story is poo poo pee pee.
Well,
Also
you're
reminds me a
gonna
lot
love
of
this one.
Remnant.
It's
Remnant
fun.
1.
I gotta
Wait,
get
trade
3
point.
points in
What? Why did I get that? How do I use it? Trade point.
because one of us picked it up.
Okay,
This character's weaker than my other.
what is all this stupid shit? I don't even know what any of this shit is. I'm saving it.
Guys.
I'm saving it for later. Hey, what's up?
Nothing.
Hey, good killing.
Thanks.
Oh,
Okay,
hard ass.
probably don't mace that guy.
Yeah, he one hit me.
I'm out of
Ow.
ammo.
Ow.
My mace isn't as cool against the bosses.
Dude, this arrow.
Yeah, you
bow
like
and
one
arrow
hit
is
him.
Slow as shit. Oh, there you go. Okay, but it hits like a truck though. Oh god.
You got me, man. Pick me up.
Yeah, hold
Oh, and I gotta eat
Pick
a
me
coin.
up, man.
I got him distracted. Oh my god, I'm scared.
Come on, man. Pick me
I'm
up.
gonna get you in just a second,
Oh.
man.
The Holy Ghost.
I mean, you're making me use one of my crystals, but
Don't worry,Ll give you a fist piss in a second. Do you need
How the
it?
hell am I? There you go.
I'm
no, it's
cursed.
okay. I
What
think Brian
He
killed him.
keeps dodging my shit. All right, we're good.
Yeah, Brian will get him.
Hey, I'm cursed. Is that
Yeah.
what does
I
that
wouldn't
mean?
let that meter fill. Unless
Okay.
you're already cursed. Then.
I'm 100% cursed.
Oh my god, this guy likes. Oh my god. He summons ghosts and shit. I'm going up the other way. Fuck you guys. Bye.
Don't. Pussy.
That's fine.
Go
I'm coming back.
instead.
I'm coming back. I'm going back.
Did you go off it?
No, no, I came back. I came back. I came back. Oh my god.
Go.
All right, that guy was a little spooky. I'm one-time cursed. By the
Yeah,
way.
it's every time I try
Right.
to go like, hey, let's see how good this flail is. That's when we come across a guy that's
Hardest hitting
unflailable.
guy.
Yeah.
They look
It does
that
kind of look
cool.
like
They're
Anaconda.
probably
Everything looks pretty cool in this game.
fair.
That's not an
But he- but
indicator
he
of
looked
what
different.
different, but also
They
cool.
look different. Don't
Bro,
trust them. What
It's
is
a
that?
statue.
Oh. It's a good call.
A
Also, I
jar.
feel like when we did those ribbons, we maybe like something should have happened.
No,
Yeah,
he
we
knows it.
married them.
We we killed the big fat guy that was trying to stop the marriage.
Yeah.
I object.
It was the high school sweetheart.
Yeah, and we killed him.
That's my bitch.
Abby,
the gay
no. Don't marry him.
It's funny. It's like the only other guy that Abby dated like has like a 6-pack and shit now. So
Oh shit.
he's
a
like
cool guy.
handsome.
Torment him or something.
No, he was
Was
that
that
guy
the
that
one?
shit his pants with me
Yeah,
while I was
okay.
shitting my pants.
Yeah. Oh, ring.
Do you
We
get
all get that
wrestled
ring?
for her?
Yeah, I had to
Wait,
wrestle.
did you get a
Yeah,
ring?
You won her in a bout.
yeah. Whoever wins this wrestling match and
Whoever
shits their
doesn't
pants
shit
the
their
best.
pants, yeah. Whoever fills their diaper the most.
Abby, measure it.
Wait, okay, you're going too willy nilly. Like we have to keep in mind these subtunnels because they've got.
Shut
like-
up, nerd.
What are you talking about?
This guy's a nerd.
Tunnels.
He's an adventurer nerd. You're
all-
taking the
I'm gonna
fun
rip
out of
that hat
this.
Off of your head, dude.
I'm in the
That's
goddamn
no fun. It's
kitchens.
just sometimes you gotta.
Do you guys want to hear the roast of bull shelk?
Oh, I'm the nerd.
Yeah,
It's a
read it.
Second book
recipe.
you've read.
I didn't read the other one.
Hey,
I hear a big guy. Wait, I
Wait,
hear him. but I don't
toothbrush.
see
I'm
him.
live, by the way. You retard. Get out of here.
Hey, I'm live, by the way.
You're looking on the webcam while you with your fucking titties hanging out. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, okay. Mia came barging in. Yeah. You haven't streamed in weeks.
Hey, we
It's
don't talk
goddamn
about
Sunday
that.
stream, dude. She
Yeah,
knows.
every
She
Sunday.
knows. Sundays
Every
for the
Sunday.
boys.
Yeah.
Put those puppies away.
I
Sundays
got a
for the
coin.
boys.
Yeah. What are you
Okay.
What are you trying to
Try
do
to
here?
put that coin in the. I might have to go upstairs in a second. There could be an intruder. Intruder
Jesus.
alert.
Yeah, there's somebody on the other side of this door. And they're
Well, maybe-
screaming.
Let's check out
Open
the
this fucking
subtunnel.
door. Well, I can't open it.
Check out the subtunnel.
I think Spoop was on to something about remembering the places we went past or something. I don't remember.
Nah, don't
It's
give
gonna
me
get
any.
very overwhelming if you just don't pay attention at all.
I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah. The mini map in this game, top right hand corner, is awesome. It might be the best
just
mini
found
map
a-
I've seen in a game.
I just found a shortcut, I think, back
It
to
looks
where we
exactly
were.
like the fucking Returnal map, honestly.
Uh-oh.
What? You just went through a dumbwaiter?
Yeah, I went through a dumbwaiter. Sorry.
Oh, it made a little ding.
Wait, yeah, I heard that. What the hell?
How do you crouch?
Alt.
Naturally.
Why do you need a
Oh,
crouch?
this is okay. So, huh? I think we just
Oh,
got a
this is where
quest
we
item
came
we
from.
needed by going down there. That whatever we got.
Oh, Sam went up an elevator though, right?
There's
what's
definitely
up
a
there?
guy dying on the other side of this wall. I can hear him
How did you
screaming.
get there?
This is just the kitchen.
Okay, wait. Okay, I see another path at the top of this elevator.
I don't think there's any other way in. It's just these two doors. Do you get keys or something like that for doors?
You get items that open doors. I don't know how to get in there though.
He went through. I think he went through
Might
this
just be
little
nothing.
tiny hole.
No,
and
I know
we can't
Sam
get
got up there, but
now.
he's still not. Come
Yeah.
back
Hey.
down, Sam, and let's go up this elevator. We've explored all we could down there.
I'm like hella cursed right now.
Yeah, I'm actually really cursed too. Do you need a little? You need ground punch? You need me to do a little ground punch
What? Yeah, I don't.
to heal up?
Oh no. I don't know if that does that remove.
No, it just heals you
Save
up
it.
if you're cursed.
You guys aren't that hurt.
I'm
Yeah, I'm
50% health. Oh wait, no, that's a green bar. I don't even know what that one is. What's the top one? What's the green bar?
I don't have a green bar.
Yeah, that's a med.
Is that
be
my
a med
heal
pack.
bar?
Maybe you have like extra health or something.
Yeah, because you need it.
Have you guys played the 2v2s on League?
I was watching my friends play it earlier. It does look fun.
It's so fucking
Okay,
good.
wait. Let's try using the
Is it?
medallion on this door.
Yeah, I actually was having a lot of fun. It's like team fight tactics, but
Yeah,
you actually have a
mix.
little bit more input into what's going on.
Oh, it worked.
Oh,
It's like team fight tactics with skill.
little puzzle solver here.
Hey, dude,
Mine
there's
were
guys
all
coming towards us.
Still on a separate. Oh, look at this guy having a Pan's Labyrinth feast.
Shoot him!
Don't stop shooting these
No,
guys.
he's a good guy. He's got green. You put arrows in his
Don't eat the
eyes.
food, probably.
It's a fat guy. He's
Total
threatening.
Pan's Labyrinth.
Eat
thing.
the
Don't
food?
Food. Well, and I want. that
I
looks
want
like-
the roast beast.
This is a horrible idea.
I want.
Ooh, I'm eating a lot of it, dude. My guy's hungry.
Dude, I was talking to him.
I'll eat this.
There's different ice with
Meatballs.
NPCs. There's like different routes to take, and you don't get stuff
Ow.
if you do certain ones. Okay.
But we're not
guy.
supposed to eat it. It's all green now.
You could have at least talked to him first.
He said eat food.
Yeah, he said eat.
So
dude.
I know, but
Hey.
I was telling him that his food looked disgusting, complimenting him.
I've died.
You. That's
He
why
Tell
he
him that. I
attacked.
He
didn't
attacked
tell
us.
him that. I
Yeah.
was joking. You're a bitch, and we're dead because of you.
That's why we died. You
I
said this
didn't
food is
click
bad.
it. I was joking.
Okay.
God, it was just one dialogue option. Thank God we're right here.
But
So
now
these are
I'm
really
going
far
back,
away.
and I'm gonna tell him his food tastes like shit because that really was.
He really
Not if I
killed
get
me.
to him first.
Whoa.
And say this food looks sublime. Harry Potter fire. I'm gonna tell him I don't know you guys.
Delicious, is it not? He says, and I say,
More guests will arrive. The
"Oh, he
present's
does
creepy.
look like he's the Pan's Labyrinth guy. You're right. Look,
he?
but he's like Ben Franklin meets the Pan's
I didn't
Labyrinth
even
guy.
know that.
I'm
I
gonna
just saw the
switch guns, I'm
feast
gonna
and
be
like it's classic fairy tale shit, dude. You do
Yeah,
not
look
eat
at his
that
face.
Food. You king?
I'm gonna switch to this gun because it shoots more than one bullet an hour. So. Oh, it just lets you do it. That's pretty cool.
That's succulent. That sounds good.
Is he getting mad? Are we not supposed to eat his?
No, he
his
just
chunky cheese?
No, I
he
just wanna talk
speaks
to
with
him
his
for a second.
hands.
That's how I talk sometimes. That's why I knock over beers.
I hate people.
Or
we're not allowed
soju's,
to eat
and then
his
blame it
food?
on me.
Okay, well, that was a one-time thing. Okay, so
It happened like 3 times.
okay, look though, when we didn't eat, the creatures have not come to kill us.
But what if?
Is it not?
Look
Okay,
at these.
so maybe
This is
you're-
like the one piece of food that looks good.
Listen, I just think we should weigh all options. Maybe though you're
Must.
right. Oh, wait, there's a dumbwaiter here. But maybe if we eat the food, those creatures drop like a special.
We also
they did
get cursed.
absolutely
if we eat.
destroy us. Like they
Yeah.
killed us really quickly.
He's saying now. He's telling us to eat it. He's literally
He
saying
was telling
eat
us.
it.
Oh my God! If he told you
How
to
about-
jump off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge? Look at his.
What if
Yeah,
I'm
me.
the only person that eats, and then you guys kill?
glutton?
I'm gonna eat
Or
it.
what if we go through here? Look, secret
Harry Potter
passage.
fire.
Oh,
Oh, it is.
Wait, how do you crouch?
I'd probably
Oh.
just roll through that.
are you on
Okay.
fire, brother?
Yeah, I was just like standing in it. Look what we found.
secret ring.
Oh,
Feastmaster
nice job.
Signet. Signet. Signet.
Now, if we put that on, can we eat?
I bet you
food?
we can eat.
Active concoction limit. What the hell is a concoction?
I don't know. That sounds like your shit, dude.
Yeah. I mean, wait. What does it tell?
Increases-
What does it do for you guys? Is it the same thing or no?
Let's sit in this guy's fireplace and heal up.
Wait, why?
Yeah, we're like the feast now. This is a dope fireplace for just that little fire.
It is. I think we should
What
eat.
the hell? Are you like? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Let's try to kill these things, I guess. Unless, do you see any other secrets?
It makes you ravenous if you eat it, though.
What does ravenous mean in the
Hellboy
context
2.
of this game?
It's kind of Hellboy 2 vibes.
I'm gonna go for the roast beast again.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna get over here, Brian. I'm gonna give us stone skin before they come.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Eat that pig, boy. Eat it quicker. Oh, I'm ravenous too.
Oh.
All right, get ready. Oh, these guys are suckers now.
God, I am so bad at shooting. I wish I had a machine gun like Sam. That sounds awesome. You know.
But my machine gun?
You're like the sharpshooter class.
Yeah, and I do not sharpshoot.
Whoa.
You need to be playing.
Guys, there's a lot of them.
Use that goddamn LMG.
I got this.
I'm like the Jesse Ventura from the other Predator movie.
What is that?
Wait, who's the naked guy? Get the naked guy.
He's glowing red. Why is he glowing red?
I tried beating him with the flail, but
What?
pick me up.
How did I die
Ow!
there?
I'm on
I
fire.
totally rolled that.
I'm fine. I'm completely fine.
Ew.
How do I get you?
I'm on fire now.
Oh,
Wait,
I said
do we
eat
have
me.
to? I think we. Do we have to keep eating while we're ravenous? Or is that not a thing?
Oh.
We might have to keep eating food.
What the fuck?
If it's true,
Okay.
someone just said too hungry in my chat, which makes you think like, oh, that makes sense with ravenous. Maybe
Yeah.
we have to be like. Also
Papa
explain why
Sam,
there's
how
so
are
much
you?
food you can eat. All right, everyone pick a dish. I'm gonna try. Ham.
It reminds me more of
Eat. Okay, now after we kill a couple of them, maybe eat again.
I wish
yeah.
I could lay down traps or something. That'd be cool.
Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on with this ravenous bar.
I hope there's a
So
gunman
after,
in
like,
my
10
house
seconds,
who's
I have to
making
eat
me
more?
watch
Is that what
the stream
happens?
help.
Maybe. I mean, this is just a game theory.
It's taking 100% of my concentration just
yeah,
to be
I
able
gotta
to. I haven't played like a game that needs good aiming in a while.
Popping Adderall.
I think I was straight
Oh,
up
I do have
screwed.
Celsius. It's a little bit late for that though. That's some
You'll be up
adult
all
shit.
night. Oh
You
yeah,
gotta eat
eating
all the
food heals
food?
us.
Oh, eating food heals. Okay.
Just with a ravenous.
Who's that naked guy?
Eat him. Wait, I need more food. I'm hungry.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Wait, all the food.
Wait, they're trying to kill him, is what it is. They picked him up. The angel did.
Save him. No, I'm
The
too
little
hungry.
golem guy? Do we eat
this-
the people? What's
No,
happening?
don't eat the people. Save the people. I'm too hungry. There's no food left.
I'm too fucking ravenously hungry. I'm gonna eat them. I'm eating them. Eat them. Eat the naked people. Eat them.
Oh wait, you can eat the naked people?
You have to eat them, bite them on the neck and shit.
Are you,
I think
I'm
we're
fucking
gonna
dead
come out
serious.
of this room different people.
Yeah.
This is so early in our adventure to become cannibals, but
You're gonna start eating
I
these like
will
little
eat it
naked
because I
men.
can't help it because I'm ravenous.
Yeah, I mean, it's the game's fucking telling me to.
by the way, the tone of this game is all over the place. I have no idea. Like, are we the good guys? Are we the
I
bad
don't-
guys?
I think when I exterminated all those little British bastards and they were like, "Get out of my home," I crossed
Yeah,
that
I think
line.
we're the bad guys. Pretty
Okay.
sure.
It wants to be
Just
the first
busting in
eater.
on this guy's. I'll fucking do it.
Okay,
Alright.
stay here for a second in the circle. I'll give a stun skin.
All right.
Like how I take one bite, I puke, and then I have to eat more.
It's that good.
Yeah.
You immediately. Okay. It gets good.
Oh, nice.
I'm definitely gonna save my Q for
Oh, and I like
future.
it like full heals you too when you're like hungry.
Yeah, I would save them though
I'm
until
I'm
you're like more
camp for
hurt.
food.
Because the food doesn't regrow on trees. Do you think this meal was made on trees, dude?
Oh man, it's made by little naked people. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
here.
Also, I wonder if we save them, like we might, maybe they reward us or something. A boomstick. No!
Hey, there's a naked guy over here. Do I eat him?
Yeah, eat him. Bite his
Oh,
neck.
fuck it. Yeah, eat him.
Yeah!
Need
Oh,
food.
you just do one bite and then it's
Yeah.
gone. Look, there's another one. Brian,
Yeah,
you want
there's
this
a-
one or should I do the
I
honors?
already ate. I ate.
Oh, you ate already?
Let me eat him.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
good.
I got one over
I got
here.
him. I got him. I got him.
There's a
You
big
just need a little
hard-hitting
neck
guy
meat.
right here.
Yeah, just a little.
What the hell?
Just the nape of the neck.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, there's
I need
another
to
one
eat
at the
him.
dumbwaiter.
Yeah, get
Jimmy,
him.
you look so delicious.
Yeah, get him. Chase that guy down.
I
Another
like
one
that,
of
dude.
the other dumbwaiter.
Dude, by the way, the fucking
The
table is
dumbwaiter.
full of food. We're just eating people.
Hey, there's a boss here now.
Gremlin.
Yeah.
All right, let me eat a little first. Oh, he came right to me. I'll take this meal to go.
Nice.
Ooh. Don't worry, I'll
These
heal
are the
up.
little British people. They
Oh,
can't
are they?
escape me in any
Oh,
world.
yeah. They're just, yeah.
Oh, they
fuck.
picked up my meal.
Yeah, I gotta go
After
find
I
the
already
guy.
ate them, they picked them up.
I'm
Dude,
so
I got
hungry.
peppered by so many arrows.
Oh, wait,
I didn't realize they
I
were
need
all
more
above
food.
me.
Give me that little bastard. He's on the
Oh,
other side.
no.
What, dude,
Juicy,
that is
delicious
hitting
little
me through
man
the
I could have eaten.
wall.
You know, once we're at the end, I feel like we could back up out of that room into the hallway, and it would make it a whole lot easier.
But then
It's-
our meals are in there.
It's
'Cause we
true.
have to. We need to save the meals until we're more hurt. We.
Maybe we can tell all the little guys, but hey guys, salvation this way. We lead them out here.
Hide in my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna put the fire bullets on this thing. There you go.
I wonder what if the juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah, what are we getting out of this?
I don't know.
We probably get like the glutton's ring or something, and how do I get a
Skibidi
big?
toilet. What the hell?
I mean, you know what we get out of it? Goddamn 8-course meal. Oh wait, shit! Did you eat two? Oh fuck. Okay, we've already.
Yeah, save
used two of them.
the food, bro.
There's all the people they give us.
They do give us
But they're
a
hard
lot,
to
guys.
catch sometimes. Ow! They're gonna keep shotting me. Oh, Brian, your like passive highlights them for us too. It's just kind of cool.
That's kind of cool.
I was wondering what was doing that.
Brian's ability.
It increases your ability to like fucking crit them or something too.
I want like a grenade. That's all I want.
That's kind of dope.
Sam,
It'd be
what's
nice to
your
be able to.
F- Like, what's your F button on your
It's
gun?
I can heal you guys from a distance.
Oh, okay, man, you really full spec heal. I respect that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat this.
Yeah, my
This
guys.
guy looks fucking delicious.
Look at they're coming out of the
Peasant
dumbwaiter.
blood.
They are the food.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh shit, hold on.
Might as well.
All right, once we take this big guy down here, that's the dude that like after that they start coming in from the ceiling and they have arrows.
Those
And
ones
they-
are- you guys
That
are gonna
guy
need to
died
learn
in
how to
like 1
aim
second.
to kill the ones in the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, here they all are. Look at them up there.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
So you have to
Oh
keep in
fuck!
mind, like,
There's like the
aimos.
big guy with teeth. Do you see the guy with teeth?
Yeah, yeah.
Damn it! I was eating a meal.
Oh man, he's got a lot of fucking health. I need food.
Oh, we can't leave. There's a fog wall in this game.
Oh, this is like a
Where'd
little
they get that
boss
from?
room. Oh shit! Come here, boy.
Fuck! I got stabbed in the back. I was out of health. I feel like I'm the first to die every time, and I'm the heal guy. That shouldn't be the case.
Dead as well. This is
What
this is a good challenge.
Skib toilets? What the hell is that? What is that, Sam?
What?
Skibidi toilet.
I don't know. Am I supposed to? Is that like a
Skibidi.
code?
It's a YouTube thing, so you should know.
Skibidi? Dude, I have no idea.
Skibidi
I-
toilet.
Give it a beat, pap.
Skibidi toilet.
wait, there's stuff on the ground. Okay, wait. Before we get into this,
Okay. What?
I have some performance-enhancing drugs. I need to get some peds.
Everyone circle up.
What, a beer?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a Celsius.
Oh,
I'm gonna get
shit.
my vape,
Should I go
nicotine,
piss
of course.
right now,
Yeah, go piss.
girl. Okay, I'll
What
be
is-
right back.
All right.
I just do? Cancel it. Cancel it. Look it up. I'm not gonna look this up. Oh, it's.
Alright. Alright. I think I'm...
Think you're what?
I need better music.
Yeah. Music. You got music?
I got music, dude. Hey, man, you got music. I think I might need to go back to Aphex Twin or something.
Yes, eat.
Here we go. Can't go wrong with Clams Casino. This will help it all. Brian, you ain't got no music, man?
Nah, I ain't got no fucking music.
Damn, man. Yo, come shoot Poop's guy in the face. Look how he winces. Yeah, he's he like grits his teeth.
Looking good.
This ain't looking good. I heal him up.
He's
Don't worry.
fine. It's like he never
Yeah.
got shot a bunch. Oh shit! I just healed
Your guy
myself,
makes a
dude.
funny wince when we smack him.
Is he like?
Yeah, he like grits his teeth, like Kind of awesome, to be honest.
Like
You know what he
in a
looks
badass
like?
way?
He looks like Willem Dafoe when he's like back to formula.
Oh.
That's what he looks like.
Oh shit!
Oh, cool. I like that. Yeah, he's the original. Okay, eat that. Okay, stone skin. Brian, you don't even remember the strats. So I guess
Yeah,
Brian, he's not paying attention. He's
I
not.
can just run into it.
You think this is gonna be easy for us?
Yeah, I
We're
think so.
probably gonna have to fight that big fucker after we kill all these guys too. If I had to just guess,
Oh, the big fat guy.
if I had to make a wild guess, or he's gonna be like, "Thank you."
I just did a fucking Looney Tunes outline around this guy.
Yeah. Dude,
Maybe the LMG should be the gun for me.
I think you guys need to do some goddamn aim labs or something.
No, I'm telling you.
Aimbot?
Like, when I
Yeah.
picked this hunter guy, I thought it would be more like, oh, mindless AI. Don't
No,
just
you
like bob and
actually this
weave and they
game
like fly
rewards
around.
aiming well.
They do like ace combat maneuvers and shit. Like I'm not prepared at all.
Get that one, dude. Get that one.
This one's tasty.
Oh!
Oh, sorry, that can hit you. I didn't even.
Yeah, that actually did fuck me up. Oh, give me that one. Don't worry, it's fine. Hey, dude,
Ow,
come
you
to me.
fucking
I'm here to
asshole
help.
piece of
Stop
shit.
shooting me.
I'm not trying to.
That's my meal. I died because of you. Pick me up.
There's no time.
Mine.
I'm gonna eat you. Oh, I did eat you.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh my god, I ate him.
He ate me. He literally ate me. He put me to death.
Hey, Brian.
I'm a little
I
fucking
tasted
concerned.
human. Oh my god.
I didn't even know that was a possibility.
I was just joking. I didn't think I'd devour you like
shit.
that. Dang,
I
dinner's
watched it
here.
happen too. Okay, he's not even helping anymore. He's just eating people as they show up.
I gained a trait when I did that, when I ate you.
Yeah, I think I got it
Gluttonous.
too. Oh my god. Pussy mouth's attacking me. Yeah, come here.
Oh, here comes the bow, bitch.
What hit me? Oh, it's this fucking guy. Ow. Give me your tongue. Give me your neck.
Oh, Brian, you're about to be dinner.
Me? No.
Oh, come here. Yeah, come here, come here. I got you, I got you. Ah!
Shh, it's gonna be okay.
How you guys doing? Why vids on the second channel? So I have like a big backlog, not a big backlog of stuff, but I'm gonna try to stream a little bit more. I feel like I feel so isolated on YouTube, if that makes sense. Am I back? Did they lose that? And I feel like I should stream more and be a bigger part of the community instead of sitting here and just editing and toiling away all day. So I've been streaming a little bit more and sending it off to BB to do the editing while I work on main channel stuff. Okay. Are we still gonna... I guess like now that the challenge has been given to us, we have to kind of take it up.
It's kind of embarrassing if we just leave here without.
You know, we just get poisoned 6 times and then
3 hours. I don't give a shit. I'll do this.
Wait, guys. Hypothetical. I have a lot of healing stuff. What if when shit gets tough, what if we go to the hidey hole in the fireplace? What if we take... Wait, can we go in the dumbwaiters mid-battle or no?
No.
Okay.
Counterpoint, what if healing doesn't really work on us because the glutton shit?
That's true. What if my homie with the shotgun doesn't shoot me 3 times while I'm trying to eat?
That's pretty
That
good.
could also be a good strategy to implement.
You are food.
Yeah, what if my homie doesn't eat me? I forgot about the final part of that. What if after I'm down, my homie doesn't resort to eating me when there's a whole banquet table full of food?
That's a compliment. You looked really like a tasty treat.
I look good, dude. I look good.
Man, now I'm missing shots. You're rubbing off on me. Psych.
Yes, eat.
I might as well indulge.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of them.
All right, I got this meal here in case anybody needs it.
A Happy Meal.
Yeah.
The evil guys right here.
On my back. Shoot him.
No, I think it's a good idea. I think we should get a fucking a phone sex hotline operator for the podcast.
I think that'd be good, yeah.
Yo, can
eat
somebody
this
pick
one.
me up
Oh!
and not eat me? Don't eat me.
No,
But can someone pick me up?
He's bogarting my meal.
Somebody lit me up on fire. Hey, while you're done eating that guy, I won't tell.
Don't eat me.
There you go.
There's no way to pick you up. There legitimately is no option.
Oh,
It's just to eat.
You had a double helping. Dinner and dessert. Oh man.
And and I already tried to leave. We can't do that. We literally have to just strong arm our way through this.
Yeah.
Could try to go in the
But
fireplace.
think
if
of
you
the
get scared.
sweet loot.
Think of the fucking awesome loot you're gonna get from this. Think about the.
It could be epic. Can I eat one of these guys?
Oh
Can't
my
eat one of
God.
these guys.
That'd be cool.
You can
That
eat
would
me.
be. I don't need to eat you. I
There's
need to
way
get
more food
a
on
more
the-
Isn't that a
nutritious
fetish
meal.
Thing? I want you to eat me.
Yeah,
I
that'd
was
be the worst.
desperately looking for some sort of snack on that table. There was nothing.
Oh my god. That
I'm
one
gonna
was
need you
probably
guys
our
to hit
best
your
one yet.
shots.
I don't even think I fired that much. I was too
It's
busy.
really hard
I was
when the boss guys come in there.
Yeah.
I got a trait point. I don't really know what's a good trait.
Oh wait, no, I didn't get one. What the hell?
A glutton.
Sam's already eaten.
Luton, dude. I think you do that way too soon. I think that wears off
Well,
really
that
quick.
time was a little
Spirit.
quick.
Yep. Whatever. Oh, did you start it?
I get it pretty
Yeah.
often though.
You know what? Oh, now
Chicken
I'm
butt.
ravenous. No, I came in later and I wasn't like hungry like you guys were.
Wait, really?
What?
Well, no, and then it generated like. It came
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
was gonna say we just found the workaround, but
Ladies and gentlemen.
all right,
we got-
Brian's camping that meat. I'll go over here.
Yeah, I am. It's
Oh,
smart.
looks like dinner just came. More guests.
It's DoorDash.
I didn't need to eat that soon. I hate like panic eating,
What
you
the
know?
hell
You
just
ever do
set me
that?
On fire.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
like
like
a-
when you're bored and you just eat a little.
Yeah.
What are you like a?
I
It's like
just
a
got set on
squirrel.
fire too.
Oh, that's you.
It's that fucking. It's that big
me eat
fat
'em.
guy with the vagina mouth.
You want to eat him? All right.
I needed him. I was going crazy.
Yeah, this guy looks really tasty right now. Where's the weakness on this guy? Is it the pussy mouth?
I don't think it's the pussy mouth.
I do
dead.
like that this game, like the minions are pretty easy, and then all these boss things are actually pretty damn hard. Actually, I like that.
Wait, they took my meal from me.
Nah, I shot him down. You're good.
But I thought I was mid good eats on him. Guess I was wrong.
This guy's trying to hide by the king.
You think you'll get special treatment?
There you go. There's.
Oh, I thought you were just shot a grenade in it.
No, that's like, it should be like a heal bomb or something.
Give me. No, the pussy mouth. God damn it.
Don't worry, I got you, homie.
Eat him.
Yeah. Thank you, homie.
Work, another. Oh, wait. Okay, I just got up for leveling up. Hello. This guy's trying to cower in the corner.
Are you still alive? Oh my god, I am plumb out of bullets.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, dude, I just got insta-killed by this beast. Oh, wait, no, I've got a quick time event. Oh, it's gonna kill me.
Damn, eat him.
There's two of them teaming on me.
Wait, those are the last two guys, I think. Yeah, look, they all.
Don't worry,
spawning.
Sam's got this. Why does everything pop up in the middle of your screen, dude?
What do you mean? Like, items and shit?
Just like everything I've unlocked is just like
Yeah, it do be like that.
bullshit
Oh,
you've
watch out.
unlocked. Get
He's
off of
coming.
me.
Pussy mouth's coming.
Woo! Oh fuck! I was hoping that would help. I was hoping that would help me.
Yeah, we
Didn't.
almost did it though. That was close. I think.
I ran out of LMG real quick on that one
Yeah.
because I was actually paying attention and like trying to help. I never should have done that, guys.
I think
This
we're all
go around?
misclassed. I think I think these archetypes fit us.
Yeah.
Our healer is never going to be selfless again. Brian can't shoot.
Yeah.
I'm just like I just throw a one potion.
I don't even know what your guy is. You're just like potions, maybe. But like, do they hurt or do they help? Like, are these?
Just all I have right now is that I can give us stun skin.
That. Yeah. Like, what does that even do?
It just reduces damage intake for like 15 seconds. It's not. It's. I mean, it's decent. But.
Oh.
Yeah, but when I land those shots, they do damage. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? I might use the pistol early on, while like the damage is
That's
relevant
actually
off
not a
these
bad
guys.
idea. Yeah.
You know.
Hot take.
Hey.
Oh my
Hot
God.
take. I'm gonna use the fucking
I don't know if
pistol
I like that
and my
Brian
melee.
highlights everyone. It makes the game look weirder.
Okay, here's a big guy.
Come on,
Yeah,
Brian,
this
for
is what-
helping.
Hey, man, I could just not do it.
No, I'm just joking.
You lit me on fire!
I did not.
Look what you did to
See
me!
them.
I don't know what you're talking about. Eat that guy. Make it feel better.
That made me feel a little bit better. How much?
Bro, my guy is
I'm gonna
so
have to
fucking
go
hungry.
after a couple more tries. I have to go check what the hell Pip's barking at her. He wants.
I might go walk around my office a little bit too.
You gonna take a lap?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a fucking lap.
Oh my god, I hate that thing.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. Fuck.
I'm telling you, that's why I was saying you gotta ration. Here you go, homie.
Ration that. I need a little man to eat. Okay, there's little mini bosses coming on either side. Oh,
The
perfect.
fire pussy mouth guy. No, don't eat me.
No, I can't.
Don't worry, don't worry,
I'll eat
Guys!
Buddy, don't worry.
don't worry. Oh fuck.
Brian, let me eat you on the ground.
You can if you want. I don't know.
Come here, buddy.
I'm out of
Man,
run
let
for
me.
it.
Ah,
This game is.
I don't do any damage to that guy. Big dude,
I
that's a
try.
no-no.
I can make it like this slow. That better.
Oh, wait. Press 1 to restore your health. What the hell?
That should kind of help.
Don't worry.
Okay.
What's up?
Don't worry, buddy. I got
Watch
you.
out,
I
behind you.
think I was doing it.
Oh, nice.
I was getting up.
Wait, that's the last guy.
Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
That's just. Okay, so we are
Dude, you're
getting
good.
really close.
Your guys you're gonna starve in there, man.
Starve?
No, your heals do counterbalance it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Starve my ass. I'm cheesing the game.
Hell yeah.
There
you go.
I'm out of bullets. Hold on.
Yeah, let me read that dog.
Is that guy even losing health? Oh yeah, he is. If I hit him like right in the dick, does it do more damage? It doesn't. Oh my god. And that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it.
Hi.
See.
I just realized I was like,
You were deafened, dude. And we're like, roll.
Yeah, sorry. I have it on my mouse, and it got so intense in that I accidentally hit the mouse button. But like, we lived, right?
Okay,
Like,
so I think let's talk to him. Let's see.
yeah. You guys left me with the 2 angels back here. These guys are dicks.
Oh, we got a
Neck bone necklace.
necklace.
Dude, that was that worth it? Let's find
Let's
out.
see what
does
it
do?
does. Reduces damage to aspects value, but where? Oh, that's huge.
Oh,
That's actually massive.
okay. Yeah, that's pretty dope on a rope.
50%. Damn, dude.
Holy shit, dude.
I'm trying to talk to this guy. Can you take care of him?
Yeah, they're dead.
Thanks.
Okay, I need
What
to take
are
a
the
quick
things?
lap around the house.
Same. After that big dub, after me just
I'll be right back.
being an idiot by
Yeah, you
myself.
did it.
Yeah.
Backwards.
I did it. Oh wait, this is a good song though.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You know what? I said I was gonna go for a break, but somebody in chat was just like, "Go in the food transport elevator." What a guy! That's exactly where I need. It's exactly where I need to go. It just went down like 4 floors. It's like I went in a salt mine,
Wait, how do you get in there? You just jump in?
and there's a boss in here.
Are you serious?
There's definitely guys like suffering in cages.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, you're in a separate one?
Yeah, I went inside another one. Oh.
Okay, hold on. I gotta sit up for this one. Let's see how the sneaking is in this
I got a
game.
new melee weapon. Hell yeah, the bone chopper.
Sneaking is a viable option.
Oh, it's more damage.
Oh fuck.
You
Oh
alright?
fuck. Yeah, dude, I'm fine.
Yeah, good.
Do you want to go somewhere with me? You want to hop in my dumbwaiter real quick?
I'm in this, guys. Uh-oh. Okay,
Send yours back up. I'll come
I,
over.
I can't. I'm dead.
Okay.
I was hoping he would, like, not know I was here.
Wait a second.
Yeah, what's up?
A bunch of angels just came out and they're killing Boob while he's doing a lap. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he's good.
Do you remember what the joke video was? What the device was called?
Oh yeah, the one with the Agent 47 voice
Yeah.
actor. I forget the name of it.
I watched it the other day. I can't remember the name.
Yeah. What is the name of that thing? It is funny hearing him say that.
Thou hath arrived soon. The old king. It matters not. Yes. And
Gonna feel that later.
No, it was called like Extends or something, or like Jokins or something. It had like a Z.
Would that be in like the Agent 47 fucking IMDb or no? He wouldn't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
credit
Like
for-
it's
would he?
definitely one of his credited things. I remember I was gonna like use his voice in there to make a video, like a Hitman video, and then somebody else beat me to it.
Really?
Yeah, somebody else did that.
How did somebody else find that?
No, because it was definitely just around. People were laughing about it because it's like unmistakably 47.
No, it sounds exactly like him.
Yeah, it's just him. Oh, extends is the penis pill stuff. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm getting my shit confused. That's for me.
Yeah, sorry. That's just the other product I have in my.
Would he get credit? I don't think they get credited for ads, do they?
Yeah. Why not?
IMDb. I think they only do TV shows and shit and games
Oh yeah,
and like movies.
things that you would bother getting credits for.
Yeah.
I think. What you have to do?
It is 100% the actual voice actor. It sounds identical. to
Find the
person.
voice actor of 47, and then just Google his name and say like joking, and I'm sure it'll pop up
David
under the credits.
David Bateson. Jelkin.
David Bateson. His voiceover studio is
Yes.
hilarious.
Hold on.
What's it called?
It is called. It's called the GES Extender.
The Jess Extender.
I don't think you can post that on Twitch though, because there's like a penis.
Yeah. A
Bro, I'm
small
looking this
penis
up,
getting
yeah.
stretched vigorously
Here,
in
let's
some
say
sort
too
of
much
like
going on.
Spanish Inquisition torture
Since
device.
the dawn of time, the size of male genitalia has been closely linked to power and sexual prowess.
Tell me that's not him.
That's him, dude.
Until recently,
J-
there was
J-E-S.
little he could do to improve on what nature had given him to enhance his quality of life. Introducing the original Jess Extender, the world's first clinically documented device for penile enlargement.
Wow. You know, it's like
As opposed
just
to
because it's
surgery,
his
which
voice,
costs
like
thousands
I'm
of
scared to
dollars
use it.
and can cause permanent nerve
Yeah, it's
damage,
'cause you would
disfigurement,
trick
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
hitman. It sounds like he's trying to put you in something that's gonna yank your dick off.
Device that
And
puts
just a
you in
poison.
total control of the enlargement process. Unlike potentially dangerous enlargement pills and ointments, there are no
like the
unwanted side
extender.
effects.
Unlike those dangerous
In fact,
pills,
the
put this
Jess
contraption on your cock and yank on it real hard.
Dude, it looks insane, by the way. It looks like a back brace for your penis.
Yeah, it's like spina bifida or penis enlargement, whichever one you
After
want.
just a few months of regular use. It can even be used to supplement popular massage techniques like jelking.
Oh, joking.
Oh, like joking. They're trying to separate themselves.
Yeah, they're
We're not
not.
jelkers, we're just
The
extenders.
Jess Extender takes
The
advantage
penis
of the
is
human
growing
body's
huge in this
natural
clip scene
ability
here.
to change and develop under
It like did a
physical
zoom in of the
stress.
cells, like
Quite simply,
double.
Oh, yeah, like multiplying like they're a fucking virus.
permanent
Oh
stress.
my
It's gonna
God.
turn your body into a virus.
Begin to
It just
divide,
quadrupled in size.
thus increasing
Every
that
time I
noise?
see those the
It's-
pills that
it's
are like, take
joking.
these pills and in 4
is
weeks
10
your penis
minutes
will grow
long.
like
I'm not
5
watching this.
inches. That just sounds incredibly painful. I remember one summer I grew like
Wait,
a
what
couple
pills?
inches in height, and
Jess
it was
Extender.
agony. Yeah, we're talking about the Jess Extender. It's a joking device.
JES.
You should pick one up. Fully
Extender.
endorsed by Forehead Fables podcast. Everybody needs to
Absolutely.
get one.
It's a 9-minute 14-second commercial about the Hitman guy basically talking about how good it is for your dick.
Commercial. That's a fucking public service announcement, dude.
It's
They're not
commercial.
selling
I like
shit.
it.
It's just stuff the
That's
public
funded by
needs
the
to know.
government. Yeah.
Also, because it took me forever to find out, if you hit tab and then go over your like health potion,
I didn't know tab was a button. This unlocked a whole nother realm. Hell yeah.
What does
that is
tab
insane
do?
that you haven't tried pressing tab. But if you click on your heart and right click it, those are where those rune things go.
Whoa.
And you can like swap them out. They do different shit. But
I can't. I died. Yo, sit at the fucking crystal.
Oh, that's why you wanted me to sit at the crystal.
how'd you die?
You're making sense. We went down the dumbwaiters, and it turns out there's bad shit down there.
There's like a boss. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2 bosses actually.
Well, like
hell
mini
yeah.
bosses. I don't call them bosses. But oh, I'm back.
All right, let's go down those dumb waiters.
So if I press whoa. Oh, okay. It's just a faster.
Tab
way
and then
to
right
press
click
my-
the heart. Yeah, it's like weird little perk things.
What?
Tab and right click the heart.
And then those
I
little runes on
only
the
Is the
left.
heart
3
the
slots.
the dragon heart?
Yeah.
And then on the left, left, you can click those. I think we only have 3 right now, but
Yeah,
when you get
yeah.
more, that's where they'll go. So I had no idea where they were going. Wait, you went down the dumbwaiters in this room?
Hold on. I'm still looking at my updated stuff, necklace and everything. Okay, we're good.
Wait, don't go in there.
I'm not going in there yet. Don't worry.
Dude,
We'll
we need
get
to
in at the
all
same
get in
time.
there.
Yeah.
Do you think it can fit?
Sure.
Us? Are you kidding me?
You?
We're we're thin and limber guy. Come on.
Man, let me in.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, fucked.
It's fine. All right, I'm
another
gonna
one.
send it back up. You ready?
Oh, yeah, do that, yeah.
Oh wait, never mind. There's just a door right here. I'll just sneak out. The guy will have no idea.
Well, at least send it up.
I can't send it up. Oh, he's chasing me. Yeah, go through
Yeah,
the other one.
Yeah, no, you can send it up and then just not exit, and I can come in and it'll probably reset.
Yo, open this door. Come over here and open this door.
Oh my good god.
Okay, I'm gonna open this door really quick. I hear a lot going on. Wait, there's a dude in this one too.
Yeah. Oh, I'm down.
I'm trying to send this up for Brian.
Send it up.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna just write it up.
I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna ride up mine.
Brian, see if you can come in here now, with me in it.
Yeah, I can try.
All right.
Did it do anything?
Okay, now let me get out and then see if I climb back in. Okay, so this is clearly wanting us to do.
What the
Hey,
fuck?
Brian, go down there.
Alright,
Good luck.
thanks. Wait, Sam's
So two-
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
is
just
bad.
crawling down a
We're gonna have
hallway.
to send down our strongest 2.
I'm getting fucking like dragged in the chat for some reason.
Because my cam covers. I might go camless in a bit so people can get a full immersion.
Oh my god, he two-hit me.
Oh my god! Now they just came up out the fireplace.
Did they?
How
This
about
place
another?
is a hazardous, man.
How do you send the dumbwaiter back up?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to be dead. You bitch!
I
dead.
full dead. Oh, did you die too?
Yeah, I've been dead.
How the
All right, this time-
it's a 3-player game. They have 2 dumbwaiters. Explain that.
Yeah.
And
We'll
we
figure
can't all
this
just
out.
cram into it.
WTF, I ain't know the subbing was an actual subscription. WTF.
All right, do you guys want to hop in? If you open up the door on the other one, I think you're invincible while you're doing it, but it
Door is
opens
open.
up. It opens up to one goddamn area. Go down the other one.
I'm gonna go down this one. I'm just gonna kill my guy.
No, just run in there and run past the guy, and then you're in the same room I'll be in, and we'll meet up in a second.
Okay.
Oh wait, this one's open now. You're
I
good.
opened it already.
Okay. How do I send this one up for
Okay,
you?
Brian went down. It's kind of not away.
Oh, okay. Good luck. All right, run through there, Brian. What's up, buddy?
If you sneak in, they don't even care. Okay.
No, there's a book here. You see the book?
Run.
Wait, come this way. There's another dumbwaiter.
Yeah, send up another one.
God.
Actually,
I'm going
don't.
deeper.
Oh,
Whoa.
sounds like fun.
Oh my
Guys, I'm going
God.
deep. Going deep.
This game is unforgiving as fuck.
Guys, I went deep.
We're gonna do.
I went down.
Brian, it is terrifying back there. I just see all the outlines of all the enemies from your
Yeah,
passive.
They're coming. They're coming for you guys. I'm
Wait a
fucking
second.
into this shit.
Oh my! One of the boss guys is coming.
Yeah.
Hold on. He followed me the whole way
Pretty sure
here.
you're supposed to like crouch walk past these.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Go up! Bye! Oh shit! No, fuck. All right.
For real.
No. It's I tried to get him on the elevator. It didn't work.
Are you dead?
No, I'm not. I'm coming to get you.
Okay.
How you gonna get him?
What do you mean? How am I gonna get him? I'll go
Where
pick
is
him
he?
up. He's somewhere above me, I think.
Yeah, you down?
There's a shortcut.
Somewhere where all these fucking
Be down
asshole
there, I'll
angels
kill
are.
him, okay.
They're tanky. What? Uh-oh. That big kahuna guy is gonna get you.
Oh wait, you're
at
just
my
straight
hat.
up gone.
Yeah, I'm super dead.
Tim Burton will kill. Come up one of these. Oh, you're coming up. Okay,
Yeah.
switch.
Switch. There's 2 ways down. Oh wait, no, we didn't.
What are you not?
Yeah, go,
getting
go,
about
go,
this
go, go,
situation?
go, go, go. You go. I did find a way that I think connects, by the way, because there was I was at the base of that elevator that we rode last time when I remarked about the switches. I think it loops back to there.
Brian, I'm coming.
I'm dead. I've been dead.
I
I've been
thought
dead as
I
fuck.
could revive you. Fuck.
Can you?
Nah, I found his dead body. That's about it.
I'm dead as
Oh,
shit.
Okay,
Dead
these
as
people
fuck.
can't take
What
damage
is
in this
that?
room for
Oh,
some
you have
reason.
to.
This guy's shitting on
Wait,
us,
I
man.
just can't do damage to people.
Hey, Dark and Dusk, thank you so much, man. Little bro fist. Might pioneer that. Little bro fist. What is my about me on Twitch? I wrote it in like 2015. Is anything good? Guys, like, can you explain the about me?
Just be like disconnected.
Hey, what's up?
What do you mean? Sam's just fucking like. jerking
Well,
off.
when I went down there, none of the enemies could take damage or move.
Oh,
The
I'll go
fuck?
take care of him. Be right
No,
back.
just come to the checkpoint with me and we'll get Brian. And
Just
we
reset.
should just reset it because they're like they literally don't take damage.
Wait, that might mean I can just
Can you
eliminate
send
them.
the?
Okay.
Is there a way to send the dumbwaiter up though? Like I don't fucking.
I don't think so.
Okay. So
Wait,
from
maybe if
what
you like
someone
go
chat
in and
said,
jump back
this
out.
elevator has a shortcut to it. Like if you jump out halfway down the elevator.
What? You're taking hacks? That's hacks, by the way. It's not safe. Kill nearby enemies. What?
Something
you
is
talking
fucked up
about?
in our game right now.
We're in combat. We're gonna have to go murder all those things. Let's
Alright.
go. Be right back. I got a killing
Telling
mission.
you.
to do.
Okay. Well, you see if you can damage him. Something is. I'm telling you, something is amiss.
You think something's wrong in here?
Something stinks.
You think something stinky going on in here? I'll go suss it out. Be right back. I'm gonna try doing that classic Dark Souls maneuver where you like smack the pressure plate and then you turn around. Oh wait, I see him. Now I can murder him.
Okay.
The fucking boss is back in this room.
Oh, you're fucking dead as shit.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
bonered,
yeah.
dude. Later. Had to
Do
ride
not
that
go down
back
that
up.
elevator, dude.
Yeah. I think I fixed it though. You should go ahead and ride on down there and make sure that it works.
I,
The song just started screaming. I thought it was you for a second.
the song was.
Yeah, this song's just like ah. Can you kill that stuff down there? Do you see the bosses?
They
Probably
don't. They
switch
don't
to
attack me and
somebody-
they don't take damage.
Oh yeah.
This guy's
what the-
hacking.
They don't give a shit.
Okay, well go try to link up the.
Yeah, I'll just go beat the game.
Wait,
Yeah.
you like spawned a bad guy back here.
You know what these are? These are those doors we were looking at earlier.
What are you talking about?
The doors that Sam was like, someone's on the other side of this door. These are those doors.
Oh,
These are the men that
oh.
were on the other side. So we can go around now, but we probably
Okay.
need to actually reset somehow. Brian's
Okay.
guy just like Family Guy
Okay.
broken on the ground.
Yeah,
Fucked
yeah.
up.
I passed him. He didn't seem like he was coming back. That was really weird though. The second you went down there, another one of those big mouth belly guys spawned. It's like
Yeah.
you can't like full wipe this entire place.
I can't. I'm like not in the world. Like these creatures are not attacking me.
Dude, fuck it. Yeah, beat the game. Go kill Bowser.
I can't kill anything.
Is there any like is there any like checkpoints? you can sit on?
I think we have honestly I think once we kill these guys we've done we've done everything we can in this area. Maybe we should just go out that front door.
Everything? Are you kidding me?
This
We
is
never
just like
took a
a lip-
right. At
Look at the
the
map.
right before
No,
this thing.
yeah, this is all looped together. Like,
Oh, it is?
You,
Okay.
If you open those doors, it just comes back to like where we were originally.
I feel like this is
They
new.
are running towards you, I think. They just went right
Yeah.
past me. They're going to try to find a way up to you.
Me?
Yeah.
I think
I've done
everything
nothing.
for some reason is just attacking you.
I've done nothing to these men. Follow them.
Yeah, someone's saying it's a bug. You have to down yourself or get to a checkpoint, but the checkpoint's fine.
Oh!
Oh, okay.
And I don't know how to down
Yeah, the checkpoints
myself
don't even
because I
work.
don't take damage.
You gotta get Sam to shoot you.
I need Sam, yeah. You either need to kill
You
me
need
or we
me
go
to
back the
kill
store.
you?
Yeah.
The medic? Okay, get to me, Sam. Get back up by the checkpoint.
I'm watching him miss like every shot. It's crazy.
I'm almost out of bullets, so this might actually be a hard feat.
Okay.
That's serious.
Yeah. What about
Oh,
these
the
guys that
crystal,
are
the great
chasing me?
crystal
Can you
of
kill
truth.
them?
Nope, can't damage him.
Oh, good heavens.
Get through this door.
I can't.
Traveling.
Oh, wait,
No,
we're
let's do it.
traveling.
It's working.
There we go.
We're done with here anyways, right?
Yeah,
I think
Oh, yeah.
so.
we did it.
That didn't feel like a win, but guys, they said
It
said
was. It was.
they
a win.
said it was a
Dub's
win.
dub.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Brian's still dead, though.
What?
Oh, I can hurt things again, though.
That's good.
Oh, wait, this
Oh, it's
guy.
the big
he's got
dancing
You think we
douchebag.
can give him something now? Is he just,
Make him
Nice,
suck your
seems content.
penis.
Okay, let's get back up to a checkpoint and get Brian back.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys get killed, it doesn't matter because I think you just warp to the checkpoint, right?
It matters to us.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
It's a pride aspect.
I bought a flashlight from Temu.
I've literally never died in this game, and I'm not gonna start now.
Is that just a statement, or were you reading something, Brian?
I was reading it. I don't know.
Oh,
if
you're
it
like,
is,
I bought a
though.
flashlight.
This
Okay.
is the
I bought a flashlight from flashlight.com.
happiest
Crazy.
flashlight
Oh, from the actual.
purchaser.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so ecstatic about my purchase.
I
I'm
bought
on
it. Well, you're not supposed to sound happy. when
Nah,
bought
when you buy a
flashlight.
flashlight, dude, it's like, I don't know. That's like buying bullshit for your house that you never even like
How are these?
have fun
some of these
using.
hits are insane.
You don't
that
have
they're-
fun using it.
No, it's just like, yeah, but it's like I hate buying it. I hate having to.
You know what it is? You know what though? I end up never using it because it's too much setup.
Yeah, so it's fucking work. That is honestly
It's a
what
chore.
makes me believe those people that have the full body sex dolls, they're fucking insane. Those people have to be.
I've seen
Horny.
people that
Broken
I've
at
read
some
about
point.
People like buying it and
Some
then
part
they're
in
like,
their life.
I regret this completely.
You know what's
Yeah.
funny?
It's like, what do you do? It's like a 200-pound thing of fucking
like-
rubber sitting in your house. Like, wait,
You gotta,
can have your
throw it,
parents
you
over?
You gotta wash it. You can't blow dry it because the pussy will melt together. It's a curse in your house.
Yeah.
Oh wait, if you clap for the gesture, he gives you something. What the
How do you
fuck?
clap?
I don't know how to clap. Fuck that.
He gave a
There's
feather.
probably emotes. You know
This
what's
guy
funny,
in
though?
my
That-
chat's like, Brian's 100% the type of person to have one of those,
Yeah.
though.
that entire thing we just did was purely the side tunnel I found, and now we're right back to where we were like an hour ago.
I would like.
Oh, fuck.
I would get one if it was self cleaning, like if it like washed itself and fucking put
Maybe
itself.
it'll-
So
away.
like a
Yeah,
regular
makes sense.
woman is what you're saying.
Exactly.
I would use one if it was like a
It's
human
not worth
woman.
it. The juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Yeah, if she showered
Yeah.
off when I was finished with her. Hey, we are back at the beginning.
Oh, heals.
Yo, fucking use your little stupid feather on this thing right here.
Boom.
Can I
you
use
go.
it? Oh, I can do it. Sweet.
There's also another side door I don't think we've been in.
Oh, this is the one I was trying to get you guys to look at, and you're like, I don't care. I don't
Oh,
care.
I
I
didn't
found
have
it.
the
I
feather
found
yet.
it.
I didn't know feather was a part of this. I just knew it was
know
something.
that. Dude,
I
this
just
is
wanted you
like-
guys to look.
Oh, hold F. To
Hey.
emote? I feel like you're tricking me.
So you ever get like a smart sex robot? Count me on. Hey, I'll be on the fucking pre-order list. All right, but until then, I'm not getting a
Apparently,
fucking
you have to
literal
clap
dead
while
body.
the gesture's performing, so it's already too late. He already gave us a little thing, right?
He gave us a feather that goes into other worlds.
Oh, so it
Fucking
was important
awesome.
that
Wait, so
Oh,
we were
we're
just
in-
sitting there
we're
like
in-
booing the whole
Yeah.
We're
time?
in the British
here you
world.
go.
We're in my
Oh.
my home turf.
Okay. Oh, let's rest at the checkpoint.
Nah.
Get my 8 bullets back.
Also, like when you start unlocking shit, it is good go. Wow, never mind.
All right.
It's good to go back to the home hub occasionally.
And do what?
Buy shit and upgrade and stuff.
This
okay.
looks like Bloodborne.
Yeah, this is the Bloodborne area
Detroit
with the little
Become Human,
British.
yes. Oh, they have guns?
Yep.
Feeling about this place.
Whoa.
So you don't have to feel bad killing them. But
Dude,
I do feel
I-
bad because they clearly have like a civilization, like they have a hospital and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude,
But they're
Detroit
firing
Become
first. They're just in
Human.
the streets.
I was, you know what? Everyone was talking about how it's like humans or robots have feelings and shit. My biggest thing that I learned from that is the guy on fucking like government welfare got a free sex robot that did his dishes and he could fuck. That was insane to me. That the meth addict guy. That beats
What are
his
you
robot
talking
kid.
about?
Detroit Become Human. There's like
Oh, okay, in the
this
game?
fat,
Okay.
like, meth head guy that's like on welfare gets a fucking sex robot paid by the government. All right, and it cleans up, it picks up his garbage, and he can fuck it.
You
Like,
have
it's-
no excuse not to have your shit together if you have one of those. Like,
Yeah, you have, like,
you
a
have to
robot
have
maid.
like some sort of. Like, you have 100% of all your basic necessities during the day taken care of, except for, I guess, like
He does-
money.
Yeah, he does.
So, like, if you
he just
don't-
smokes crack.
Yeah,
I don't
if
know
you,
why.
if you have somebody doing your dishes, sucking your dick, and taking out the trash and stuff, then come on, you got to have a job or something at
Instead
that
of
point.
fucking the
Besides
robot,
smoking crack.
the dishwashing robot, he instead has like a kid to beat up. He just beats up on his kid.
Oh, that's kind of a job. That's a
Like, yeah,
full-time job,
yeah,
being an
but I'm like,
abusive
bro,
parent.
Yeah, that's a 9 to 5. That's more than a 9
If
to
you're
5. That's
if you're being
24/7.
properly abusive, what that is that's. Have you ever heard the term generational wealth?
Yeah, yeah.
There's two types. The one type is creating wealth for your offspring, and the other type is tormenting them so that they're like Stephen King, and they come up with their own stuff. You're kind of creating the environment with which greatness can be fostered.
Dude, that
That's an
gluttonous
awesome
trait I got from eating
bad
you.
guy.
We all get
Yeah.
it. I didn't realize it's like a full trait you can start upgrading.
Oh,
Yeah,
see this big chainsaw guy that we're just beating
yeah. I
the
know.
shit
We
out of?
fucking give him the old rope-a-dope.
My grandpa used to say rope-a-dope a lot. Like, give me the old rope-a-dope.
Yo, rope-a-dope.
Because he was like a boxing coach. So he would say that shit a lot, which is funny. I haven't heard that word in a while.
Yo, the rope-a-dope. I don't even know what it's supposed to mean. I just like
I
it.
don't
You-
fucking know. He always just said it when it was about boxing stuff. Like any sort of fighting.
His kid was a robot. That's hilarious. He got a robot kid to beat up. Like, I don't even.
Wait, he was abusive towards not even a human? It was a
It was
robot kid?
Yeah. It's a
Damn, dude.
robot kid.
This guy's living a fully simulated shithead life.
He
Like,
got
all
to-
of his problems in life, like if people are abusive to their kids, usually like, he wasn't planned or whatever. I didn't need this bullshit. That guy like bought
He
a
got
robot.
a robot to
Its
beat
sole purpose is to be beaten.
up. Yeah.
The future rocks, dude. If you can just
And then
choose to be abusive.
He does like
that.
space meth. If I remember, it's like red fucking like crack rock. And he smokes. And he watches
You
like
just went
news.
down to that person.
Yeah,
now? I don't even
that
want to use the
fucking
heal on
winch,
you.
that shrew killed me.
Oh,
I'm using my
that's sad.
second to last.
I got killed by some bitch that looked like Helena Bonham Carter with a blunderbuss.
Those little
You-
British bastards.
You said that this place was a little bit more developed, and so you feel worse about it. I honestly
Yeah.
don't. This place is like
Yeah, this fucking.
they're
it's
walking the streets with like muskets
You
and
haven't
stuff.
seen their pots of stew yet that are everywhere. Do you see that pot of stew up there? You're gonna see
Do you think they're
1,000
just
more.
defending it? Is that what they're doing?
It's all they eat.
They're still-
Dinner's almost ready. Get the rifles out just in case somebody
Those
comes around.
1,000-year stews or whatever. No, you broke it.
I stepped on it. I stepped on the stew.
It's dogs. Yeah, they're coming at me. Okay, she's lying. That bitch is lying.
Stream coupler.
Oh, stream.
Using a steel origin, it's
I'm gonna beat her with a.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm gonna beat her with this flail thing. Hey, don't kill
Ow.
her.
Damn it. I can't tell what they're females or not. Dude, I hate like the fucking goddamn like mobile ad shit that pops up every 2 seconds.
Hey,
Dude, you can turn it off.
these guys are fighting each other.
You turn it off?
Guys,
The first thing.
story developments up here.
Oh, guys
Up
are
here.
fighting each other.
Up here.
Hold on.
Story development, what's up?
some of the crazy angel guys are beating up the British dudes. They don't like each other.
Whoa.
Oh, but now he's up here. He wants some of us.
Here, guys.
Give him some of me.
Wall hacks.
Yeah, he was going all
This guy's
out
a
on the
bitch.
British dudes. We're kind of homies. You don't need to beat us up.
Yeah, we got him.
Ooh, fragment. No
Oh
fragment.
man, we don't even share ammo. Hey, nice job.
That guy was burning himself. Okay, how did you say to get rid of the mobile game ad?
Yeah, yeah. How do you do it?
You either press Z like a person, or you go into your
I don't wanna
settings
do
and
that
turn
anymore.
off like auto dismiss, or turn on auto dismiss. It's probably in gameplay settings. Or
That
something.
is the most annoying banner I've seen. It's just like
yeah.
it's always in the middle of your screen.
Auto dismiss. That should just be. Why is that not on by default?
Yeah.
If
This is like
fire.
it's like Skyrim. Look at the sky. It's got like northern lights
Kind
going
of
on.
Aurora Borealis. Yeah.
Yeah. But like a different colored one, just like Skyrim has.
I shot the wrong guy.
Hey, you shot me in the back.
I did. Well, you look like a fucking homeless crackhead just
Hmm?
beating up the air. I didn't know what the hell you were doing. I thought you were
God,
evil.
what the hell? Oh, they're behind. These ones that throw shit are tough. Can I get a heal?
Man, they make these bitches hardy. I just shot her like 25 times. Like fucking. I shot her more than 50 cents. She was still
Hey,
going
doctor.
at me. Dude, what the hell?
Oh, they're above
You said
us,
you
too.
wanted heal? Let's see.
Yeah,
Where are they?
there's one up top. Use your ability.
Well, it's got like a certain range, so if they're too far, it won't work.
We need
It seems to
more.
go like 50 feet or more. It's pretty,
Pretty
distant.
far, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's like 35 meters. I don't know what that is in this game. This level is way fucking easier, dude. It's just shooting up like British people.
Yeah, I love this place. Okay, we got a couple paths diverging. I keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's a lot of little thingies, nooks and crannies. There's a guy right there, by the way.
Such
Oh,
a
you
weird
beat 'em up.
game.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, what the? Okay, so
Time and setting wise, like
you can ping.
Yeah,
with
you
G.
go into different dimensions, right? Is that the whole
I don't know. I'm like,
And I guess that's what the feather's done, because I don't think we're supposed to be here.
Yeah. It's taking us to different worlds. That feather was crazy.
oh, that's a ping. Okay.
Okay, I gotta start using the pistol because I have no more long ammo.
Yeah,
Oh,
same.
and feather. Okay, wait. Let's not leave totally yet.
Feather.
There's
Yeah,
an
feather.
area we didn't go to. If you look at the map.
All right, let's
Should
go
probably
check it out. Let's check it out first. Let's go.
There's
Do
probably
you guys
like a
need any
mini boss
heals?
or some-
Hey, wait.
I
The
need
thing that
ammo.
looks
Can you
like
do that? Can you
a.
drop ammo.
No, I can't. I did just use the little pocket watch. What does that do?
I don't know. Be careful.
What
It's hard
is-
to get items back.
Okay, well, I'm just using a bunch of
Is
them right
it?
now. Let's
Like
see what
how
this one
hard?
does. I'm just like sipping everything. I'm battle hardened now.
Got one iron.
I'm running fast. I don't know if that's different.
Yeah, I'm like scared to use these active items because I got like a root from the tutorial and I never got it back.
Yeah, that's what I just ate. I ate like
I-
some sort of like
I ate it
shrub.
by accident. Oh shit! More unlockable area.
Checkpoint. Look at that.
Oh, it's good to
Wait.
get the checkpoint.
See, I told you we should have gone back. I was paying
call, man.
attention enough to know
Good
that.
call.
Yeah.
Your
Do we-
checkpoint.
Well, that's why they call me the general right there.
Master tactician.
Great call, Chief.
Yeah.
Fearless leader.
Yep. When I go to bed, you guys are going to be rudderless. You have no idea what to do. When I go to bed, you know what? Honestly, you guys go to bed too, right? And I will call you in the morning, tell you what to get started on.
Tell me what to work
Well,
on
take
with
a
my
shit.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
I took
need
some notes while I
improvement.
was sleeping, and
You should try aiming more. It's
yeah, you
really
need to
helpful.
open up an aim trainer for sure.
We
Oh, wait,
haven't
they gave
even
us
fought
new-
a boss yet, actually.
Wait,
We
the
really
dinner.
haven't. No,
the
that's not
Guillermo
a boss,
del Toro
that's
guy.
like a
No.
whole thing.
That was a
Bosses-
fucking boss to me, baby.
Yeah, bosses have like a name and health bar.
Boss
Oh.
baby.
The room.
That was definitely tough though. Whatever that was.
This game's dumb enough. I feel like Boss Baby could be a possibility for a
Dude.
boss.
That would
I'd
be the
fucking blow
coolest
his
thing
brains
anyone's
out.
ever put in a game, dude.
You should be allowed to
In a
do
game
cool-
with this kind
Ow!
of visual, yeah, I think Boss Baby would be awesome.
There's a lady.
Fucking, I'll beat her with a flail. Hold on.
What are these like fucking hairless rodent things? Like, are those dogs?
They're pig things. Pig
Yeah, what the
dogs.
hell?
You like don't have to kill them. Oh, bomb guys.
These are some hardy women. I
They
doubt.
are.
I doubt my wife could take 25 rounds to the stomach with a
This is
LMG.
what it had. Like when you fucking live in Britain and you have to deal with fucking drunken soccer fans. Yeah,
They say
You can
British
take it
women
to the
ain't nothing
chin.
to look at, but you know they hardy.
they're hardy.
They
Yeah.
hardy.
They've been bashed enough.
Yeah,
Oh, new
they got
biome.
battle scars.
Yeah, they're
All them
face
British
metal.
women, they come with that cauliflower ear. It's
Oh, wait,
genetic.
fuck.
If they look like silly putty that's just been mashed up, like that you sat on, but
Yeah.
hey, they can take a beating.
They got them Stretch Armstrong genetic.
Yeah. Well, where are we going?
I don't know. Unless I might have been here yesterday.
Oh, is this the boss?
Yeah,
No, if it's what I think it is, it's another area.
that is such a callback, Pyromance. Yeah, these women have the remarkable ability to endure. That's from an old ass story. That's what my grandpa, that was the only thing he ever told me about my great grandmother. She had the remarkable ability to endure. I'm gone for fucking 30
this thing
seconds.
feels so
you guys
warm.
are up my ass.
Yeah, because this you get ammo, we get health.
We
get
have to touch a
checkpoint.
rock at the same time.
We do.
It's synergy.
Okay, do you want to go to Ward 13 or anything? Lawson? There was like a...
could.
Oh, this is a new place. We're in like a sewer
this
now.
Is, if this is, it could be a different event than what I faced, but
Look, there's squids underneath
The
us.
hell? Oh.
yeah, vision actually helps a ton with those. They surprise
Yeah.
attack me all the time.
Wait, you've been here? See, this is why I didn't want you to play yesterday, dude.
Yeah,
No,
Virgin
you're,
virgin
too.
playthrough. Whoa.
yeah.
Weren't
Ryan
supposed
played
to-
too.
You're supposed to be a virgin. Now we got this fucking wrecked out whore
This
to play
roasty
with.
ass pussy.
Yeah.
I've been here once. Ruined.
Ruined. Yeah, you're damaged goods, dude. Go
Yeah.
back to playing some other bullshit.
Go to the strip
I would
club.
just be playing this game on my own.
Yeah.
Until Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, this is a great tide over.
Dude, what? That comes out in a week, yeah?
Comes out, yeah, Thursday?
You know what I've been playing on the Stream Deck is Skater XL. You can just turn it on and
really?
you're just there. Stop shooting me! Yeah, you're just in there.
Nobody shot you, man.
It's great.
You're
You
being
just
honest.
put one like square between my shoulder blades. Did almost no damage.
You're making that up. I didn't think you were an enemy.
Oh,
Squid.
they have a perfect. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say square on their back.
That music indicates that
The
something
fucking, yeah, the goddamn,
somewhat large is.
the horn. Or a horde. Like, oh, nice shot, dude. Nice shooting dicks.
Thanks.
Is it that giant thing on the ceiling?
They're like,
shoot with
they're
intention.
like setting themselves on fire. Fucking idiots.
I blew up an explosive barrel by them, actually.
No, one of them threw like a Molotov at each other. It was fucking weird.
Oh, chainsaw, dude.
Oh, is that the big guy you were talking about?
No, this is just like an elite unit.
You put me on fire.
That was the chainsaw guy. Oh fuck. Think I'm scared of you? I'm not scared of you.
I love the. Oh, does the chainsaw eat him up? That's awesome.
He gets eaten by his own chainsaw.
The weird
Hilarious.
jumps you can do between ledges.
Yeah, I
Without
know,
even,
the-
like,
the
asking
jumping
for it.
is- yeah, nice. I love the jumping. My favorite parts.
I love jumping.
Okay, so.
Down to you.
Did you ever go upstairs and check on Pip?
Yeah.
Was he
Hey,
good?
what a lap, remember?
Yeah, it was weird. There was a door open that was not open earlier, I thought, but
Ah.
I
You're gonna
just
get
can't.
fucking murdered.
I don't wanna
Wait,
start thinking
interior or
about that.
exterior?
Interior.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But I was
exterior.
gone for a while.
Might have been a
today.
ghost.
Hey, you know your own house.
Could
Do
be a
you think there's
ghost.
just like a homeless
Yeah.
guy that he's
Well, I
that's
literally
used to
made
already?
intention of yesterday. I looked at that door and I was like, that'd be creepy if that was open. And then today it was slightly
Ugh.
ajar, and I'm like, well, that's very creepy.
Yeah.
Did you say it out loud? Maybe your friends
No.
have heard it. No. There's Trade Point found
I
it.
in my house growing up, there was like a door at the end of the hallway, and it was always open.
Oh,
Like
little
nobody
rats.
ever closed the door ever. And I remember one time I just like walked into the house and that door was closed.
Ugh.
And it fucking just like honestly it scared me. I just stayed in the living room until somebody else got home. I was like, I'm not going over there. I'm not testing that. Not testing those waters. So I used to be a real scaredy cat.
Oh my god.
Now I'm a big
Yeah.
brave boy.
Well, you've got your kids and wife to protect you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go, Madeline, go open up that door over there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He's revving it up.
We got the goddamn entire army. Ow, what did you even...
Brian, get over. They're throwing shit at you. You gotta dodge. Didn't you play Dark Souls?
Dark Souls does not have me fighting little British folk that throw little darts at me.
There's a chainsaw guy mantling over here.
Wait
Let me
until he
reload.
gets
I got
near
ammo.
to the.
Nice.
Oh, I said wait till he gets near
I
him.
know,
made
and
it
then I thought
work.
it'd be funny to just totally. I
Oh,
also
this guy's a
already
pussy.
had
He
that
didn't
plan
have
for
a
a
helmet.
second before you said it. Oh,
I let
geez.
that happen because you guys are
Got him, I got him,
dickheads.
I got
Oh
him.
shit!
Ow. Ow, fuck me.
I thought everything was gonna be all right, and then somebody ran into those big barrels and blew me up. That's right. Use up
That
your
big bitch.
consumables.
Okay, you know what? Heal me. I want to heal.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
That's a waste. All right, quick, use your stun skin. Out of ammo.
Yeah, actually, I'm fine because I
don't know,
haven't
say
been
that.
doing anything. I've just been kind of standing here like an idiot.
bro, I
I'll
don't know
help in
what
the future
happened.
endeavors.
Wait. Okay, I'm not. You okay, Sam? Come over by me. I'm not gonna metagame and say something that I've seen before. But come
You're
over by me and
metagaming.
see if you notice something.
Sorry, I had to do a very movie style jump. Wait, hold on. There's a red barrel by a bunch of wooden things. Perhaps. No. No.
I don't think it'd work.
Is this
I
really...
don't
Let
think
me
it'd be
look.
some
Let me
sort
look.
of
I'm an engineer. I can figure this
secret
out.
area.
Is this?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that worked. Just
Dude,
as
roll
planned.
when you're on fire. You
Yeah,
never
No.
roll.
Idiot, stop
No,
jumping.
this is post-apocalyptic world. We forgot all that stuff.
There was water.
What do I do on
and the
fire?
cinder roll, and you just stood in
We
between
lost.
those.
We lost all the knowledge of humanity.
There's fire everywhere.
It took 25 hours to figure out that puzzle.
Why is it
by the
hot?
way.
No, it honestly, I went through the entire thing once, and then I
Oh,
died.
Angels.
And then this is my first time seeing angels. Was this side passage?
Oh, so maybe it's like a blend. Like they're invading the other worlds.
Oh.
Well, remember, I said the angels were killing the British people. That's how we determined
Yes.
British people are evil.
Are you
Yeah, because we love the angels.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
fuck,
Okay.
dude.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
There's.
I must
so
be
many of
British.
them.
I think I have British blood. They attacked me too.
Dude, shoot
Oh,
him with
they're
your
like little
gun.
flies, dude.
Don't look at me, Brian. I already used the heart to pick up Sam. I think he should.
Oh man, I only got one
Oh,
left. Sorry,
me?
Sam. Hey, I'll see you on the scoop phase.
Oh,
Wait,
me.
that's Sam? Oh, I thought it was you.
I miss when you could just eat your
I'll give
homies
it-
when
I'll
they were
give
on
it
the
to you.
ground.
I know. I wish
was
the
a lot
army
better.
stayed.
Yeah.
To feel like
Hey, do you see
Eating him would be
the
more
guys in the
valuable.
cages above us?
what? Yeah.
Oh,
You can
an
just hurt
item
him. That's
dropped.
Yeah.
Oh really? They drop loot?
Well, only one of them had an item in it.
We kill the rest for fun. That one had an item though.
Okay, so I don't know, but I would think maybe we'd come around this way up here.
I'm wasting ammo. That's
My
not
intuition is telling me to then go up this ladder.
Cool. My intuition? Your intuition, dude?
My intuition.
My history of playing this game tells me.
History check. I rolled well.
I have
remember.
3 trait points available. How
Oh my
important
God.
are those?
I haven't been using
Kind
them
of.
either. They're like +1 health point. I
They're
don't know
not,
shit.
but they stack. Like
What?
they start
Let's-
ramping up a
Ow.
lot. Oh my god, I almost rolled right off the deck. Oh.
There seems to be
Hey,
no
heal boy,
signs
you
of
gotta
life
heal?
anywhere. Huh? Yeah, I have heals.
Oh my god, you didn't tell me there's people right there. Jesus.
There's
Holy
not.
shit, we're surrounded.
What do you mean there's... I'm dead.
I don't see anybody.
Oh.
Are you trolling me?
Brian's
I
dead.
think this game's buggy.
Are you epic trolling me?
I don't want to go back to the checkpoint, Sam. You have to clutch this.
You gotta get us, dude.
I
You
gotta
have
clutch this.
3 little coins. You could get us right now if you need.
I gotta clutch this, you said.
Yeah, with your little machine gun.
All right, hold
You
on.
might get kicked.
Oh!
Did you just... Oh, I think
Yeah.
you fell off the...
No, that guy with he's got a big stick. Beat
Okay,
the
I'm
shit
not
out of
gonna
me.
lie, that's really bad, because look how far back we
Oh,
are.
we are really far back. You guys really shouldn't have fucked
So now
around
the
so
option
much.
is, do we want to even do this and get the rewards, or do we just want to go back to one land?
What's the reward? What's one land?
It's
Is that,
probably
like, the
different
main
every
thing?
time.
Okay, I can't. I don't have a crosshair anymore, and I can't see health.
Okay, that means you're invincible. Come with us.
Am I invincible?
Yeah, come be a god over here.
Oh my god! Up there's Brian behind you.
Bro,
That's what I'm shooting at?
I can't see anything. Oh, nice, dude. He
Look,
exploded.
can you not see health and crosshairs?
Bro,
dude?
I cannot see crosshairs. I'm gonna fucking. I'm not gonna lie though. I'm pretty good at shooting. Look, got him. That's actually nuts. With no crosshair, that's nuts. Look at that. That's how much I know this gun. I can just fucking shoot without a crosshair. Oh, got him.
You're fine, dude. Now imagine when you get your crosshair back, how good you'll be.
Yeah, this is nuts. It's like, I'm like Shroud.
No room for that.
I can't even see like my fucking my ammo.
Love you, Sam. Squigs.
Squigs. Is that what they're called?
What the hell just hit me?
I don't know the name of anything in this game.
Yeah. It's too all over the place too. It's just like a bunch of random races of
I've just found
Of
it fun
creature.
to just kill shit.
It's dancing. Here you go.
Hey, do you have to blow up shit near me?
This game's got a shitload of bugs, by the way.
I did not blow that up.
somebody blew that up.
Oh shit. So I didn't really run into any bugs in solo. I wonder if it's more like just the multiplayer is not super.
Players desync.
Oh, there's that big dude.
We
Sorry, I'm sorry. I cannot karma. Dude, I can't tell anything. that's
you can't
going
tell
on.
anything. You beat the shit out of me.
I can't. Yeah, because
You shot me like 12 times.
Wait. Okay. Hey, you heard that 12 times with no
Mm-hmm.
crosshair, by the way. 12 times.
It was insane aiming. I said, dude, whoever's killing me has like some sort of aimbot.
Has God tier.
Yeah. Yeah, pick me up. Thanks, homie.
What the fuck?
Don't worry, I'll solo him.
Why don't I have a HUD? Because this game's a buggy mess. And they want how much for
Oh
this
my god,
game?
I'm out of ammo. I gotta loot him over here, and then I'm gonna try and come back for you. Jack be
Oh.
nimble. Stop
He
crawling
just-
away from me,
Can you
dude.
confirm or deny? Hold on.
I'm gonna pick up my my other homie.
Okay, good luck.
That's close. That's close enough.
I feel like
Did that fix your
multiplayer
thing?
too. I'm way more reliant on you guys. I'm not like dodging shit. I'm just tanking things. Whereas
Nice job.
like
I haven't used the dodge once.
Yeah,
I've
we
just
need to
been
be,
like face tanking
dodging
shit.
and like rolling.
Will you stop, Brian?
Sorry.
Stop!
You ran by me. You ran by me. That was
Dude,
on
I'm
you.
getting tagged by this guy left and
You
right.
should apologize to me for making me waste ammo. Where is this
Jesus.
guy? You see me hit that rat completely?
This game really would benefit from those loading screens from Call of Duty. Friendly fire isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not friendly. It's not cute. Okay, this room over here is the short, or not the shortcut, the side thing we were on.
Oh, that guy's a
Guys,
rocket
I'm just
launcher.
watching you guys not dodge shit.
How am I supposed to dodge a rocket launcher that comes out of nowhere? I didn't know it was there.
Bro, I'm
Okay.
playing on like fucking uber hard mode right now.
I
Oh,
don't
I
need to
don't-
hear about your dick. You guys are hogging the ammo.
Tag me in the back of the head twice.
Dude, no fucking way.
I'm not dodging shit, guys.
Wait, guys, you're going away from the thing we were in.
We're killing
There's red
tentacle
this way.
monsters.
We have
I know,
not.
but no, but this is that room we died in over here.
Did I press a button that disabled my whole HUD, or is this like what's going on here?
Oh yeah, this is the blow up room
Oh, the
that I found because I was like,
Yeah, dude, you were like,
You were like Sherlock Holmes.
something tells me that you could blow up all this debris.
well, and then I shot it, but you're the one that made me think I could even do that.
Yeah.
You bring out the best. Press L. Both of you should press L so I can
Nah,
see.
I'm hiding in the dark.
Oh, the flashlight. That's cool.
These angels are assholes.
Let me have that, please.
Do you need ammo? I can't tell how much I have, so I just been
I
grabbing
have-
everything.
I need ammo for my
Shotgun.
LMG. I only
Okay,
have
okay,
two
get
more
ready.
belts.
Okay, I'll
Of
take it
ammo.
at first. There's about to be a fuck ton of angels, probably.
I only have 268 bullets.
Here you go. This is the best I can manage for you guys. There you go.
Whoa, that's a lot of guys. Let's back up.
Okay, I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna dead now. You guys got this stuff.
If we get them to come at us in some sort of like line, I can probably hit them.
There we go.
Fucking, there's that piece of shit on the ground. Do you see him? Wait, can that pick you up from a distance? Does that do anything?
I don't know.
Okay.
Man, I was about to say, I really love that red ammo right there on the ground. I have no
You didn't
ammo.
take part in the
no
battle. You don't
Yeah,
get the
it's true.
Oh my
spoils.
god,
I
I
was shooting.
tanked him.
I was shooting and killing.
Okay,
and
now we have to
shooting.
go back up to that one area and not die.
Okay.
So we can get that item. It's probably like a ring or amulet or some shit.
Wait,
Dude,
we've been here? Yeah, we have. Okay, because
Yeah,
the
this is where you
Oh.
this is where you clutched it, but then the game lagged and killed you.
yeah.
Bro, how am I doming it? Because oh my fucking god, that's fine.
Okay,
I have
there-
like no object permanence today.
yeah, maybe we should
just
play
today.
this during the day sometime.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Ow.
Dude, I'm telling you've spoken to me during the day, right? It's like I'm a different guy.
Different man entirely.
I'm like, hello, your name is Pooh, my old friend and colleague. And now I'm just like, dude, you're just a cool guy. You're a cool guy. I don't know your name, whatever your name is.
You're pretty pathetic right now.
Yeah, I'm really tired
Turns into
though.
like an old man. I don't know.
Okay, these guys are assholes. I do remember these dudes.
Okay, I thought you were evil. I thought you were a great evil, Sam.
No.
Got it.
You got
7
those
bullets.
bullets.
I've been blessed.
Oh, hey,
just-
loot.
Oh, ring. Okay,
What a
now
cool world.
there
Ain't,
is
Yeah,
heaven
man.
hasn't
Yeah,
developed
cool.
guns, but humans have. Wait,
there's
these are
a-
supposed to be aliens, though, right?
I don't think so.
Really?
I think we
Yeah,
are
that's
in
where they
like
came from,
different
right?
realms, and I don't know if they're aliens or like. I don't know.
Albions.
Okay, look to your left, Brian. There's an item down there. I'm gonna jump for it. Sam, I'm gonna need you to heal me if this doesn't work. Okay, it worked.
Whoa,
Do you need the
severed
heal?
hand, we
Oh,
need
this is
that.
cool.
You need
Okay,
the
cool.
heal. I healed
And
you.
look in your inventory.
Oh, nice.
See the severed hand, and then inspect it. This is kind of cool. I'll let one of you do it.
It gives you a middle finger.
No, look, inspect it. What do you see on it?
Oh, a ring.
Click it.
I got
Bang.
it. Ring of the damned.
Wait, what is this under? Inventory?
I think Brian took it off, so it's probably off for all of us. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
Increase
okay.
all damage up by
You
10%
took the
while gray
you took
health
the
is
ring off
present.
my hand, my severed
Okay.
hand.
Okay, so apparently I doubt any of us played the first game. First game's
What?
like all on Earth, and then leads up to this one being like able to
Oh,
go other
fuck.
places.
Is
Like
that
we're
what
playing
it
a
is?
sequel, and we're just confused.
Nah.
Yeah, it's like it's almost as if we got onto a sequel, skipped every fucking possible cutscene.
This story's stupid as fuck. I don't know what's going on at all.
They still this is like Crash Bandicoot, like
Yeah,
warping
I
into new
skipped a lot of the
places. Cool.
dialogue yesterday too. I was
Yeah.
It sounds
let's
like
go
it's
play
really
Memorial.
well done, but
a lot of it just felt like okay, so whatever. I don't
Yeah,
give a shit.
Oh,
I just wanted to start bashing. What?
I've been rewarded with my HUD again.
Oh, you
I'm
passed
back.
your test.
you just had to finish a big quest. You just had to yank a ring off a finger.
I don't need it anymore though. Fuck it.
Okay, so this has looped us back. Okay, so now we
Okay.
go this way.
Okay.
This actually is different than when I played it. No.
The story in the first game's dog shit. Yeah, I don't fucking. I bet.
This story actually looks like it would be cool, but I think I've just exhausted my
World building ability to listen to.
Attention span.
yeah, my give a shits and my ability to just listen to yet another story where I'm a first person like guy fighting my way through it.
Oh, what? To your right, to your right. I shot you in the head. Shoot that barrel.
Punch the ground. None of us are hurt. Why did I do that?
Come on.
Oh.
Swing.
Dodge, dip.
Why did I fucking roll that? What are you talking about? This game's bugged. Another glitch discovered, I think.
Are you down?
Yeah, I'm down. You get
I
me?
can't pick you up.
I'm out of fucking juice.
Watch out, don't go there.
Poob, you have juice? Poob,
Yeah.
juice me. I will remember this.
Thank you.
I was useless. Sorry about that. Oh, there's a checkpoint right here.
What's that? What's in here?
I like how it tells
Ooh,
you.
Ooh, that gray wall. I haven't done this. That gray wall means there's a boss there.
Oh, damn.
Oh, it's like a fog wall.
Like our first actual boss.
Oh, man.
Oh, 1 second, I gotta hit something. I gotta turn off my camera for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, mine's nicotine. So
What do you... What?
What?
he was like, I have to hit something. You gotta turn off my camera for a second.
Oh,
I said,
yeah.
mine's
Something.
nicotine.
Bang, bam.
Camera turns back on. It's just you slapping
I have a
something.
black eye.
Yeah.
I got the shit beat out of me.
Don't leave this.
Someone said, please tell Brian and Sam to press L. I have already. I told them,
L?
and they have now.
Do we
I
need
am
them?
fucking
Do we need
L-ing,
it?
dude. It's
No,
You have the
Exactly.
light
Look.
for us, dude. You're all the light we
Look at me.
need.
Hold on, look at my character again one more time.
Your
Or
guy
you
looks
in
like the
wall?
light carrier.
I
You
know.
pushed me through the fucking
I'm
fog wall.
actually, this hat has grown on me so much. I'm gonna be so sad when I get
I would
better
wear one
armor.
of those in real life. It
you
would look
should.
funny.
Yeah.
Damn it.
What? What's wrong?
I may or may not have seen this before.
You've seen this boss fight before? This is not a boss?
This is a boss.
Okay. This the one that you got hard
I'm not
stuck
gonna
on?
tell you anything about it though. Okay, maybe don't get hit by that. My one tip: don't get hit by that death
Oh,
laser.
okay. Okay.
Death laser?
Oh, backseating.
Bloat King.
And shoot that orb.
What if I jump over here? What if I do platforming?
Don't fall in that pit. Maybe. I don't know. Oh my god! I almost.
You know what? Leave some of the fun stuff up to me on whether or not I want to do it.
Alright, this
Well, the
pretty
pit is
easy.
my domain. I like it down there, and I don't want you hogging it.
Ah.
Oh, why me?
Oh, shit. I fell into the pit.
I fell in the pit too.
What happens when you're in the pit?
Find a ladder.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, there's tentacles.
Oh, I fell down here as well.
What the hell?
It sucks down there, guys. I would not
Fighting
recommend the pit.
bosses is a lot better with friends. Hot take.
Great cooperation.
Yeah, we have such good communication and team synergy.
So, do the orbs hurt him, or who's the enemy here?
I don't really get it. I think the orbs are his pearls,
Oh, okay.
and they're like his tonsil stones.
Say
It's
no
like,
more.
ooh, ooh.
I understand now.
The orbs are its money.
Ah.
Wow, it's a lot easier with friends to hit those. Sam's
Anybody-
LMG. Oh shit! Roll, Sam, roll!
Oh.
Get away from me!
No.
Yo.
Yeah, I could. Ah! He shot me with his goddamn Gauss rifle in the heart. Hey, you got another oak seed?
One more.
Give it to me, and I will prove I'm
Remember this.
useful.
Oh, I understand. So when the orb is not inside him, he does like no damage. Or
Yeah,
we do
I
no
think
damage.
the orbs
Okay.
are like possessing him or something. I don't really. Once again, very convoluted
Hey,
game in a
Heel Boy.
lot of ways.
Heal boy, I need a heal.
I don't know
It's,
how to do
Iron
that.
Skin.
I gave up that life. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I'm just joshing.
We are on
thank
the
God.
wrong classes. Actually, Brian, I
What-
feel like your
my
aim's
guy-
improving.
Look how good I've gotten at platforming, though, dude. I could do that over and over again.
The jumping is surprisingly fun in this game. I don't know why.
It's because it does it for you.
Yeah.
It's 100% like no skill platforming.
No, I feel like I'm just really good at it. Damn it, Brian! I just saw you let that hit you.
I can't go. Ah!
I'm coming, dude. Don't worry.
thought I dodged
I'm a
it.
medic. I can pick you up.
All right.
I'm shielding you from
Rock
all
mode
the
goes
damage.
Top 10 babe mode. Oh,
Yeah.
Top 10
Hey.
babe
We
mode.
got this, man. Come here. Crawl down into the pit.
There's one coming. Oh, I
The
just
pit
saved
is
you.
safe. The pit is safe.
It won't hurt us down here.
yeah, we're gonna go in the pit. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
The
about to
pit-
be with another paralyzer.
The pit's safe. Keep him from
Don't
jumping.
go down there. Don't you
Keep
dare
him
go
from
down
jumping.
there. Oops. Oh.
What have you done?
Ah!
You got it, dude.
Float King.
What's the
wishes.
scene like up
It
there?
won't
Look
us in the
good.
pit.
It's nice.
Thanks for
Wait,
that.
who am I healing? I want to heal the healer. God damn it, you full died. Okay, yeah, that's who I meant to heal.
Oh boy.
Run.
Ugh. Who are we killing?
The little money. Kill the orbs.
Why not the big guy?
God damn, I guess you even doing damage to it?
Yeah.
Because when we pop an orb, he starts taking like red damage. So I assume like,
Oh.
yeah, like when you popped it, you
Yeah.
crit.
I know we don't got the dog class.
I'm out of
I don't
ammo.
think so.
This is dog class. Like, is that needed for this?
No,
How do you
you-
know he's
no,
about to
okay,
hit you with one of those?
There's like a class where you get a fucking dog and you
looks
throw
like
a
he's
dog
aiming
out
at
and
you.
you can like res people and stuff. You probably eat the dog or something.
The class I was playing yesterday, every 10 minutes you get yourself up. Like, it's good for solo.
Yeah, it's pretty
Like,
nice.
instead of dying one time, you're fine.
Yeah.
What?
Sam's fucking head exploded.
That was nowhere near me.
Oh, it just full killed you because Pooh doesn't have any reses left.
Yeah.
Alright, clutch your kick. Here he comes.
Yeah. Clutch or kick. Oh wait, never mind. That's just phonetically the same. It's not spelling the same. I was gonna say CNC. We'll call it CNC. You know what that is, Brian?
Hey, Pooh, CNC in right
Yeah,
now.
CNC, dude.
Food. Let's see it.
Poop's really into CNC moments. He loves that shit.
Yeah. This is
It's
a
called
top
Clutch Factor. Look it up, bitch.
10.
Nah, I like CNC a lot more.
Actually, he told me, he
Can't
told me
learn
down low.
Clutch Factor.
He said drop the first C. I'm into just the NC.
Oh, hey, Papa Seizure. Thanks for dropping by. Will he look at chat? No. Not today. How are you guys doing? I haven't been actually, like, you know, actually talking to chat and paying attention. But right now I will. Can I be a guest on your podcast and tell you all about power washing? That's like the classic I'm a guy in my 20s type job. You buy a fucking pressure washer for $500 and then you pressure wash a couple driveways, pay it off. That's like a classic dude side hustle. Guys are awesome about side hustles like that. Buy yourself a lawnmower, mow a couple lawns. Got yourself a free lawnmower. Or maybe that's just like dad shit. Of course, under the table, you don't get a business license for that stuff. I'm not much of a libertarian, but what? I can't fucking ask somebody to cut their grass for $50? I wouldn't do it for $50 nowadays, but when I was a kid, maybe. All right, maybe we should strategize this time. I kind of went in there goofs.
I had
Yeah,
that
I was just
easy
fucking-
if that goddamn ladder wasn't there.
No,
All
I
right.
think we're good now.
Yeah, this time where I actually know what's going
It
on.
would be also, better if we all beat it all alive. It's going to be much more fulfilling.
Yeah.
Off. No.
I am probably going to have to go piss if I go down.
I probably should have peed before we started this. I tried to heal it. Oops. I won't do that again.
Whose team
Guys,
are you on?
I didn't pay attention. What were we supposed to be doing
Eat
again?
him, Brian. He's cheating.
What the hell, man?
Oh shit.
Fucking double agent.
I clear out some of these slugs down here, but I think they regrow or some shit.
Yeah.
Please don't shoot me. I'm on the ladder. Please don't shoot me.
Shoot Sam, shoot Sam.
Sometimes, because of my guy's profile, I think my head's just really big when it's dark. I remember I'm wearing just a goofy helmet. It's just a personal problem, though. Oops. Shoot that thing! Shoot that thing!
Ow, wow. Then when he flies into it, you shoot him, right? What are you talking about?
I just straight up don't think we have enough ammo to kill this thing. Is there like a time
No,
when
it
you do
drops-
more
no,
damage?
It drops
Those
ammo
little
everywhere.
orb things
Yeah.
drop ammo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So as long as you guys are sharing, right?
What are you talking
Sam,
about?
watch out. Okay. Those, they shoot out like little bigger orbs. You'll see them, and they explode when they get near you.
Oops.
Like that.
I honestly question whether or not I should be getting any of this long ammo. Because I feel like even if I was hitting hard, like my gun just probably doesn't do that much damage per bullet, you know?
Sure it
Right.
is.
If you hit a lot of shots in that orb, they'll probably do a fuck ton. That's going right for you. No, it's spitting them out.
Did we just get hurt while we're down
Why
here?
do I keep having one bullet?
Or,
My double barrel.
Okay. What? That explosion's massive.
Yeah.
By the way.
Oh, little like nuggets fall from the ceiling, and those have ammo, I guess.
that's such a pleasing little sight right there. That like crimson door with the orange lighting.
Yeah, wait, stand by it. I can get a good picture.
Yeah.
Okay, screenshot.
Screenshot moment.
Screenshot
Screenshot moment. Did you get one where right when the light fucking pierced through my heart? That
I
would have
really
been
wish
awesome.
This game would benefit from a good photo mode. No way I've got to use both these on you.
You gotta use.
Come on, I got you guys.
Get me.
Watch out for this big orb.
Get me.
You know, you're gonna learn.
We got this.
I'm gonna let you learn a lesson.
We don't learn lessons. We got this. I'm sitting in a giant heal 'em up. Come on.
Yeah, it's
We'll be
a big
alright.
heal orb.
Yeah.
Do we have to shoot the same ball?
I think only one
Thank
breaks.
you.
Oh, okay, I learned a lesson. Help
Did
me.
you learn your lesson yet, dummy?
I'm so new, man. That's gonna hit. Oh, it hit Brian, thank God. Wait, get some of this. Stand in my circle really quick, Sam. To your left.
That's stone skin. Thank
Hard
you.
as rock.
I'm not gonna lie, this is like the lamest boss I've ever fought in the history of video gaming. Dude, I hate this fucking boss.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I was
Poop
sad
said,
to
buy
see
the
it.
game, spend the $50. It's gonna be a lot of
Dude.
fun.
I'm telling you, this so far for me too is just it's just like bullet hell.
I can't. I cannot.
And now you got me wasting all my cool tree seeds on Brian.
When I
It's
fought
the
this, I
falling.
was trying to be a melee only character, and then I'm like, okay,
He's like on the ceiling. What are you talking about?
How do you
Yeah, I don't even think it's
avoid that?
possible.
first boss that I was gonna fight, I just wanted to use melee.
Yeah.
How do you even fight that guy?
Picked my class for melee, and then this was the boss. I'm like, okay, fucking great.
I think it is also kind of a weird dynamic that this game has
You even
very
fucking
obviously
shit in my
heavy.
mouth. Shit in my fucking dirty mouth.
Yeah, you keep falling. I kept
Fuck.
falling too. Yeah.
I hate it. I fucking hate this fucking boss.
If it wasn't if it wasn't
it's-
gun centric, I would be a little bit
Yeah.
bigger on it.
The game or the boss?
One other
The
boss
game.
I fought is like very much on the ground, chasing you around and shit. It was cooler.
Does anybody here need help,
Me.
homie?
Watch out for the ball!
Oh my god. I'm gonna get a UTI.
Wait, is this hurting the big guy by just shooting the orb? Okay.
But yeah, that's like the most damage we can do to it is shooting that when it's
Okay.
broken. Okay, it's almost dead.
Everybody switch to pistols.
Yeah, 360 for final kill.
You gotta get it with the Boondock
With
Saints
the melee.
finisher.
Okay, Brian cheated.
I cheated. How can you melee it?
Okay, so that bones crap, I think if we take that
Bone
to the ward, we
sap.
get like a reward.
Oh, that's pretty clever. That's
That is just very picturesque right there for no reason.
Are you still looking at that door?
Yeah, that's a good looking door, dude. That door rocks.
I love the look of that door right there. It is a perfect circle door.
It is. It's good,
From
dude.
this
That's a
angle,
good
too,
looking
it's
door.
great.
Whoever put the work in on that from Remnant 2, the dev team.
Best part of the game so far.
Best part of the game, hands down.
That little door.
That and Poop's hat. I don't think the chat
Whoever
ever
just-
saw your hat.
Whoever-
Come on up here. He looks
whoever
like
decided to
one of
not
those
make it a
British
full
cops.
wizard hat and to make it this instead. Bravo. Bravo.
It's a funny
Yeah, I'll
hat.
have a cool wizard hat, and the character selected was cropped.
Not
so,
quite.
like,
It's like a
I
it's like a
didn't need
wizard
to.
on business.
Yeah,
Like he
it's-
took off a little bit of the brim off.
it's-
Not too
it looks
much
like
brim.
You know what it looks like? It looks like a poppycock from Badminton or something, or shufflecock. What are they called? Shufflecock.
That's a perfect name for that hat. A shufflecock hat.
Shufflecock.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like one of those badminton things.
See?
At the very beginning of Gangs of New York, there's a gang called the Plug Uglies, and they take these big bowler hats and they stuff like wool into the tops of them, and then they pull them down tight on their head so that if you hit them in the head with a club, it doesn't hurt them as much. And that's exactly what they look like.
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie, but I did.
That
like
movie
it.
rocks.
It's like a fucking thimble to me.
Daniel Day-Lewis has a weird eye in that, or am I crazy?
Yeah, he's got a milky eye.
Oh my god, that was okay. Can we rest of this?
No, his
Yeah.
his eye is like ivory, and it has like it has the eagle on it.
Oh yeah, it does. It's got a little
Yeah, because there's a
tiny-
moment where he like taps his eye with a knife, which is awesome as hell.
In a worse movie, that eye would be incredibly cheesy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
This
it kind of
ball
is,
could-
but it works.
There's no way that this only it can only go up from bosses, right? Like that was probably.
No,
the
I'm
worst
telling you,
boss
yeah,
in the game.
that
fucking-
and I
That
fought
has to be the
solo.
bed of chaos of this game,
I
or
fought
else
that
I'm gonna be
solo,
upset.
and that took forever on my own. Oops. Roll.
Oh, good.
Nice, roll.
Yeah,
Thanks, man. Thanks.
you get a little
When
top
do
up
we
for
get
that.
to when do we get to go to town and like flex our muscles?
I mean, we
Yeah.
get any checkpoint mark. Actually, we probably should
Oh,
have
it's
just
this
gone.
guy.
Oh, clap!
Clap for him. Clap for him. How do you do it?
Make your ass clap.
How do you do
Oh,
that?
he's doing little cards.
That one.
How do you?
Oh,
I always.
it's like that League of Legends guy.
What the hell is happening?
He's Gambit.
This guy's scary.
This is cool, dude. I've never seen this shit
Whoa.
before, though. Oh, what's it gonna be? Pick one. That one. That one. Wait, no, that one. Wait, remember where mine is.
What did you pick?
I picked this one. No. Wait. Oh,
What is happening? This trippy as fuck,
This
dude.
is my card. This is my card.
Meanwhile, he's like stealing
There
all
are
of our
many like
shit.
it, but this is
We're
mine.
distracted.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
Whoa. Holy
he made
shit.
doors.
I think these
Oh,
are
that's
all
awesome.
different realms.
Now check your wallet.
I'm too excited about this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Coolest
we were paying attention to that. He's just like cum sharking this whole time.
Yeah, he's just- oh, sticky and gross.
Oh, my appendix! Help! Wait, shit, my card went to one of these two.
Oh, what? The card that you wanted to go to?
Wait, is there something up there?
It's a shitty door.
There's
to
a
go
door.
somewhere.
Dumbass
Or we could
door.
go through that stuff, or we could talk to this guy.
Yeah, can we talk to him?
I don't know.
I love a mysterious,
Little-
powerful
little jester man?
jester guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite tropes.
yeah. Prophetic too,
like
or like
We were just talking
yeah,
about this
supernatural.
recently.
Yeah,
So
we were
There's a guy in
Game of
Kings
Thrones.
and Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we look through one of these doors at least?
Yeah, fuck it.
I want to try this one.
It's a lot of dimensions that we're skipping. on
Another
right now.
player's attempting travel. Let's go. Let's do it. This one better not be British World though. It better be somewhere cool.
I want to. Apparently,
you
there's
can
a
get, like,
jungle
a-
that I really want to see.
Oh, this is the one you wanted. Maybe this is it.
Damn it!
Aw,
no, this
it's
is
just-
lame as shit, dude. Get out of here. I'm going back.
We could,
Wait. Actually, is there like
Is
a
this
chest
just like
up
a-
there or something?
Is this like a single ass room?
Yeah, it is a single room. There might actually be something in here.
Oh, it's just loot.
Wait, I heard something move. Oh yeah, boss door, boss door, boss door.
Oh, it's
The
turned into a
mirrors,
boss?
the mirrors cracked as soon as you went in.
Oh,
I think is
fuck.
what it was.
Angels.
Angels, that's always bad news.
Hey, at least it's back to what I know. Shooting
Did the
angels.
mirrors
Yeah.
crack, or did you conveniently shoot them to hide the fact that you don't have a reflection, and that's why your face is covered all the time? Because you're a goddamn vampire.
He knows that would be on brand for this game too. You're a vampire, and I'm a werewolf, and we're in Britain land,
And we're in love.
Yeah.
Shooting angels.
and it's post-apocalyptic.
Was that it? Wait, that was easy.
Brian's a
Each
dog
individual
companion that shoots guns.
Brian's our talking dog, like from Family Guy.
Yeah.
My God, it all makes sense.
Fucking god.
You know, I was thinking of what was that Into the Spider-Verse? Like they should have had one of the guys that's just live action. I think would have been funny, or Across the Spider-Verse.
Well, there is a live action guy.
Is there just in the world of?
Have you watched the sequel?
Yeah,
I mean, Donald Glover's in it, and he's live action.
yeah, that's true. But he's there,
He's a
I guess.
cameo.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Is this gonna happen again?
Do I want the black and gold one? Which one's the one you want?
I like this one.
This,
Oh, it made a door right in the center too. The one I liked.
yeah, that's the one that
Yeah.
you like flexed on.
Let's try this. This is cool. I still have to
Is
piss
it-
really
is it
bad, but
badass?
excitement is keeping it at bay. Oh, what? Damn, same.
I think each room is just like a potential loot room.
Oh, this one's got, yeah, like an item. Oh, quest item, I think.
Okay.
A mural piece.
Check out that mural. What mural?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
We
That was
gotta
easy.
find a mural. Muriel.
I was kind of hoping these would just bring us to cool little different
I
areas.
know. I think
It's
we
like the
unfortunately
same
have to
room.
like earn
You-
getting to a new realm. Oh,
You know
wait.
there's oh
House
no.
of Cards.
Wait, is there a mural in this room? I'm loving this guy's little. Wait, this is
Little
called the
chest.
mural room. Hold on. Let me go up here really quick. Is there? No,
On the
it's
ceiling.
just that
Is it a
door.
mural room?
Maybe.
Man, mural room.
Mural.
Did you guys hear that Kevin Spacey got all of his charges dropped or whatever?
What?
Or
I
he
read-
won his case?
Spacey head again.
How do you win?
Baby Driver 2 coming soon.
I don't know. Yeah,
We not do
yeah.
Anything with this?
I saw a lot of people
Is that
talking about
it?
like, is it possible for him to get his career back? I think that's probably a no. I think
it's
that's yeah, it's gone.
Sorry, Timothy Chalamet's here now.
Yep. Yeah, he was.
Spacey.
The new.
Yeah, he took all of Kevin Spacey's roles.
Okay, well, I guess
Shit,
Yeah,
bro. Did we like lock ourselves out of some sweet loot?
I don't know. Well, no, we got something for a mural. Whenever and can I piss?
Yeah, go piss.
Can you say go piss, girl?
Go piss.
Yeah, I
bro.
feel like this is a safe time. I'm gonna go pee. I think I'm gonna top up.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab another beer to
I'm gonna
TBH.
1-800. Don't worry, I'll fucking 1v7 these guys. 1v100. Okay, that's a boss. I'm not gonna fight that guy. Fuck. Wait, which one came first? Baby Driver or Drive? Drive is not 2011, is it? Oh my god, that shit's old as fuck. I thought it was like 14. 2017. Got him. All right. There's friendly fire with guns, but not with melee. Okay,
Hey, whoever sent this in, I forget the guy's name. This dude made this. This is like one of the fucking nicest things that anybody's ever made for my household. I use this shit all the time. It's like a nice little wooden handle, layered and everything. This thing rocks. I probably should have left the guy like a little tag or something around with his he owned like a woodworking shop or whatever, but guy that sent this in, this thing rocks. All right. Forgot to get my beer. I just went and pissed and then walked away. Don't worry, Brian's here to hold this down.
What's up, Cracker?
Hey, you can't say that now. You can't say
Term of
that.
endearment. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, I guess because we are crackers.
Yeah.
We can greet each other.
Aren't we allowed to? I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
Fuck.
I thought it was endearing when you said it.
Yeah, like that.
Are you like fighting bosses while I'm...
No. What? That guy is made of steel. Oh.
You seem to be doing all right.
You know what? I've noticed that this like weird guy with the sword, he sometimes is just bulletproof.
Yeah. But he's never bulletproof against this goddamn awesome flail.
Like what?
You pussy, get up. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to run. Oh! Almost got me. Almost got me. I never got my beer.
You never got your beer.
I know. I went to go pee.
Oh.
I never got my B word though. Wait! He's down here! He followed me down here. At the bottom of my... Dude, that was like a Jason Voorhees movie. Where like... You know, he's like... It cuts to him walking slowly. And then the person... the lady runs from the cabin. Just... Ah! Reckless abandon. She's obviously running like Tom Cruise. As fast as she can go. And then she gets to a place and Jason's already there. You know? Like that guy... I watched him leaving the elevator. And then he just showed up at the bottom and kicked my ass. Pretty cool though.
Oh, Poop's not gonna be happy, dude. Where the fuck are we? Where
Yeah,
are we?
he's not gonna be happy. Oh, hon, I'm gonna go get my beer, and I'm gonna come back after he gets back, and I'll be like, huh, what happened? What happened?
That's actually a good idea.
What'd you do? All right, you're back.
Come on, I'll be back.
Hello? Why are we back here? Guys? Seriously, guys?
All right, I'm back.
Why did we die? Okay.
I don't know. We didn't die.
Freak happened.
What?
Did we lose that room?
What happened?
Or is it through that portal? Wait, how did we...
Yeah, I wasn't here when I left.
Yeah, I just got back too.
That's up this elevator? Yeah, it's up this elevator. Did I kill you guys with my natural instincts?
It's possible a guy just came out and just killed us. Because there's technically a door open. I don't fucking know.
Possibly that you attacked me and my defenses kicked in. I
My
took you
ninja.
with me.
Defenses.
Don't go up that elevator.
Okay.
Not yet. All right, now do it.
We'll roll.
Oh, we're back here. It's fine. We lost no progress. Yeah, something must have killed us while we were gone.
Probably a demon. Probably this guy. Probably threw
He's
his
the
cards
jester
and slit
guy?
my throat.
Just fucking kill the fly. That's what good I am. And murdering.
I don't see
Whoa.
anybody in here. So
Holy shit! I'm
Right,
gonna
dude.
die. Heal me.
oh, you need some heals? There you go. I sent one back for you.
Oh.
Oh, that's
stone
actually a
skin.
cool ability. You should use that more.
Yeah,
Wait, there's a
little
room up
shooting one.
behind us too. Potential secret room up there. Okay, Sam's bouncing.
Sam's gone. He dipped
All right,
out
right,
so
right.
quick.
Lame.
Okay.
I'm out.
Check it out.
Sorry,
Check
this
it
is
out.
this place is in Orlando. I already know what to expect.
Oh wait, this looks exactly like where we started.
I sent
Yeah, it
the
all looks the
elevator
same.
back down. I'm
Is it?
kind of.
No,
Oh,
I think
this is. This,
it is
wait,
the
yeah,
same.
it is. What the
Okay,
hell?
so where the hell did Sam come from?
But the crack rocks.
I'm
not
at
here
the
in center.
courtyard. This is the courtyard from the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. That's where I am.
You're just making
Oh, is
shit
it
up.
beautiful?
Um,
Is it kind of a new environment, or is it still this shitty?
I'm at the Malefic Palace.
Once again, no.
Oh, it's,
No.
the elevator spins. By the way, that's cool. Here,
Okay.
how did you? How did
Okay,
you?
no,
send it
no,
back?
that is a different room, Brian, because it's not explored.
I thought I was fucking around. I'm like, this is literally the Dancer of the Boreal Valley courtyard, and this guy's like, it is identical. Yeah,
Is it
Someone
actually?
it is.
said-
This courtyard is
that- it
Someone
basically the
is kind
same.
of
spoiled
like it,
it
yeah.
and said, I guess I shouldn't even tell you, but we're not in the same place.
Oh,
Something
it
is amiss.
fucking does. If you
Yeah.
go down there, that's where the fucking that dumbass that like charges you with ice or whatever. What's his
Yep.
name? Oh my
You guys
god,
love Dark Souls.
what a ripoff!
We do. I'm putting the mask on here. Which one should I do? Should I do the Phelan mural piece or the Phelan
hog,
mural
yeah.
two
What are you fucking talking about?
There's two
Mask.
different ones. There's two different
The
masks.
one that
Oh,
works.
what?
The one we just got, the new one. Yeah,
I'm gonna do this one. It seems to match the metal
the
a
vibe.
little bit better.
Oh, then put the other one. in.
wait, and then and then you put the other one that doesn't match on the other side.
Wow.
Guys, it's
You
all
sol-
coming
you solved
together.
The puzzle, dude.
Yeah.
You solved
all
the hard
Oh,
coming
puzzle.
shit, it's like
together.
playing
Whoa.
Avenger music.
Oh, it's a new area. I guess there's still so much to be explored here, but I kind of want to see new shit.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Oh, the guy's name was Vort, by the way, Brian. Honestly, I think one of the better bosses of Dark Souls. Vort.
What is this?
He rocks.
Seriously? Guys, we might be in some form of mirror world to the one we were in before.
A knight. There you go. There it is.
This looks
He changed
this
it.
looks incredibly like a boss room. Okay, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole cutscene here.
There's a
Can you
guy
change the
looking
difficulty?
these.
Yes, you can. I'm not doing it.
Oh, we're actually. Oh, what the fuck?
Yo, everybody shut up for a second. This guy's an epic
Why?
entrance.
The fuck? This really is Warframe. Look at this guy.
King, conqueror of all.
Oh, he's like Slate.
This
He
is
has
a
a-
false prophet. Let's
Slate.
kick his ass.
Yo, this is veteran right now.
That is a dope entrance.
It is.
You got like.
Because like
little
Xerxes
bitches.
had like little Persian dudes carrying him around, but imagine you're so badass that you have angels
Persians
carrying
that
you
can
around.
fly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
angels.
flying Persians. That guy just
Persians
has a
that
lead pipe for a
can
weapon.
fly.
Look at him.
These, honestly, a lot of the like design on these people is pretty.
Oh
Pretty
shit!
Is my hand.
I'm not afraid of you. Say it.
I'm here to put an end to you. I'm gonna say
Oh,
I'm a
that's
human
it.
from Earth.
Should we fight him?
No, this guy's a bro.
Let's fucking-
He
I don't
just
know,
has
dude.
what we
He's
want.
got people on chains, and I'm an alchemist.
I'm here to free the slaves.
Say I'm a human from Earth. That's my. Oops.
Why is this dude so cool for no reason?
My
don't know.
curiosity wanes.
All right, this guy's a dickhead.
Yeah, kick his
He
ass.
talks about himself.
Oh,
He doesn't want to learn anything about us.
yeah, selfish, self-interested.
Do you have a purpose? Are you kidding me? What do you want to know, dude?
I'm looking for my friend Clementine.
Yeah, that'll
Are you kidding?
that'll stop him from fucking.
He didn't know what a
squashing us.
human from Earth meant.
No,
He
say
didn't
he'd
know
say,
that.
I'm looking for my friend Clementine. Watch him be like, oh yeah, I know her.
Another rodent.
Clementine, of course, of course.
You know where Clementine is?
Excuse me, sir. Good sir.
It's
He's
like
a lot
demigod.
smaller up close.
Yeah, he kind of looks a lot
He's a
less
manlet, that's
majestic.
what-
We've
yeah.
killed like 300 of these angels. Like, who cares?
Ah, he has a booster seat. Look at him.
He's wearing high tops.
Can't even afford one armor set. It's hobbled together, 2 different types.
Thanks,
He's
Rags.
in his Barbenheimer outfit. Let's kick his fucking ass. Pasta, okay. Phelan, kill him and you'll earn my esteem. Okay, so we have this is what that guy at the, if you guys were paying attention to the lore, the guy at the dinner table is like the King Farron and Phelan.
Oh.
There's 2 of them.
You said something that really pissed him the fuck off, by the way.
I bet it honestly is like we have to pick who we side with. Like, so do we want to be on this guy's team or the other guy?
You. Dude.
Am I picking the?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is my world, right?
Okay, well, I actually like this because I think whoever walks in the room first. It's not just your world. I think it's shared.
Oh, it's shared? Okay. I was about to say, this is bullshit.
But you are our leader because of real life, so.
Oh, I am? No, I don't like being.
You love being a boss. You talk about it all the time.
Yeah, I love being a boss.
And you love employer-employee relationships.
Well,
Honestly, do you think if we kill him, we get his sick-ass armor? Or no, probably not.
I don't know.
This guy's giving spoilers. He says, oddly enough, this is the good guy. Nah, I don't believe it.
Yeah, well. Wait, where's the other fucking guy?
I guess we could go.
Do you live in the British
Do we want to be a
slums?
fence sitter? I mean, we could hear both sides. We could go talk to the other guy.
Yeah, sure. Let's
and
go
then
talk
decide.
to the other guy.
If the other guy doesn't have
Okay, this
angels
guy's
and
kind of
chains,
being an
kill him,
asshole. If the other guy's nice at all, we fight
He is
this
such
guy.
a pompous little.
He's really not that big.
All right.
Look, he has a dead guy sitting in his foyer, so he can't be.
Where
like,
is he? Oh,
he's
yeah,
over here
what?
by the door.
Whoa, wait, look in the reflection. Never mind. I thought he was different in the reflection. It's just, he's smaller and wetter.
Yeah. He's all wirbly looking.
Shit. Well, I'm assuming you guys didn't pay attention to where he said that other guy is.
No, let's ask him.
He said right on through the other room.
He said he's in Gotti. This is a cool boss room, though.
It is. I would like to fight in here at some point. This guy has a lot of sacrifices. Look at the sides, dude. He's killed a lot of people. You sure this is the good guy?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm down to kick his ass if we want to try it.
There's piles of bodies
it's
here.
Definitely gonna be a.
You must defeat me.
Love the vid, Sam.
You must defeat
okay,
me.
dude.
Kill him.
Okay, don't tell me.
What?
No, not you. Some people in my chat are telling me what happens now, depending on who we pick.
Mouse, if you think you can defeat me. No. Freylin resides in the Golden.
Oh, we got to go to the Golden Hall.
Okay, so
Sounds like a
Sam,
fucking
apparently
Chinese
also
restaurant.
for all the progress we joined, we do have to play all together again. But you, since it is your world, you will be here. But but my character is now soul bound to you. I bow.
Yes. This guy is
Okay,
I want him
I
dead.
actually pay attention.
I want him dead.
I can just. You want to fight him?
Yeah. Tell me he's a pussy.
Oh shit!
Done.
I'm scared.
Hey, fuck it.
Yeah, sorry. Got a couple
wanna-
beers in me. I'm ready to kick his ass.
You know what?
I
Let me
gotta beat him up.
pop 2 more of these
wait.
down real quick.
Yeah.
Wait, he
Let's
is
drink my
Baron.
beer.
What's going on here?
Get some. USA. I'll show you what I am.
Guys, sights on.
Shoot those things. I blast them.
Please
If you go down, I am going to try to eat you. Forewarning. Also, keep an eye out for minions, because I... Shoot those Orbeez.
Right.
Orbeez.
Is this the boss you saw?
Holy dogshit.com.
No. Wait, maybe? That'd be funny
him
if
in the
there
head.
was like a corporate tie into this game. Orbeez! He's shooting Orbeez at us.
I got fucked up by his Orbeez.
Like halfway through, he's just like, I need to drink some
Hey, help me out.
Gatorade.
I need to stand next to Sam. He's got.
Electrolytes is the only thing I know from Earth. Oh, shit. He's going to hit me and kill me. I'm getting that vibe, yep.
Oh fuck! Watch out for these
All right,
things.
healed you up, buddy.
Oh, it worked.
Bro, he keeps making balls.
Yeah, this guy's got huge balls. Oh.
I was
Fucking
I tried.
Jesus.
Okay, those orbs we need
What's
to
up?
take out first.
Oh fuck!
Fell for the same
we died in a
trap.
perfect triangle.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
That means we're cooler than he is.
Wait.
So that pussy's up here if we want power.
Yeah, if we want to
Yeah.
We want to deck him
Yeah,
a second time.
Yeah, he was on the ropes.
we almost had him.
Yeah.
Shoot the Orbeez.
Oh, okay. I guess we better take care of those.
What the hell move is that? I can take out a whole wave of Orbeez with my F. Remember to use your F buttons, guys.
Fuck! What's the F button?
On your gun, it's like your special.
I got you, Bo. Yeah, I think it's the thing I just healed you up with.
Yeah,
right?
it's a very important part of the game, Brian.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I've been using that.
Okay.
I think I like F key.
What? My abilities?
Bro, this fucking guy and his orbs of death, dude. Why stop hitting me? T.O.
It is really nice playing with people and having them not, like, bosses not aggro you exclusively constantly.
This guy, he's... What,
I guess
okay,
we're actually gonna have to
just because
dodge,
I
like, some
challenged
Dark
you,
Souls shit.
there are 2 other people in this fucking room that you can attack. He doesn't have to be me every time. Oh my good God.
I'm out of ammo. Like, how do you...
You do this. I think we're a little bit. I think we're a little underprepped for this. I don't know.
Get up.
Actually, you guys are doing fine. Actually.
Oh, no. He just full to zeroed me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, I
we
feel
the only
strong.
reason we were doing all right is because you had aggro, honestly.
You can hide behind the swords when the orbs shoot, kind of.
The swords, of course. Use a weapon to block another weapon.
That's called a.
We just have
parry.
to study his fight pattern.
Yes. Quick, analyze his fight pattern and the reflection. You
Yeah.
may glean
Oh,
something.
fuck. He makes more orbs. I think we. Oh, there's like orbs everywhere.
Can you pick me up, by the way? I'm
Yeah,
hiding
well,
by a blade. You said there's safety by these weapons.
Yeah. I got you.
Thanks, Henry.
Don't turn around.
I got
You
you.
know, the
Okay.
blades actually block a fuck ton of these orbs.
Don't hit me, please. Fuck.
Don't
Oh,
worry, guys. I have 2 bullets.
All right.
you got this. The
This guy
hat.
is not a pussy at all. This guy is a hard hitter.
You can't get me.
Dude, there's. I think we have to be strong enough to like one shot those balls or something. All right, let's go back to town. All right, I'm sure the
Maybe-
good folks of fucking City Block 17 or
Ward
whatever.
13, the dumbest name. And also, I don't like that the guy's name is Ward. It's very confusing.
Wait, it is?
Not
Is
that.
it?
There's the old man in the tutorial that goes through the first portal. His name is Tom Ward.
I'm sure they have some
Then why?
sort of
Oh,
like,
okay.
item that can kill an angel god.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Apparently his name's Ford.
I was gonna say. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's not.
All yesterday, I'm like, what the hell is this guy naming a city after himself?
Yeah.
Ward 13.
Yeah, there's a guy in my
More
chat that
cities.
immediately checked you on that too. He's like, his name's fucking Ford, dude.
Dude, that's like 2 letters off being Ward. Oh, yeah. Wait, we haven't upgraded our weapons once.
Yeah, that might help. Hold on.
We have 3,000 scrap. Holy shit. Yeah, I need to.
Can I buy like a super gun from this guy?
I'd like to upgrade my equipment.
Oh. Okay, there's a weapon mod in here, too. For this chick.
Wait, I can just make.
Oh, this gun's crazy looking.
My gun's
Oh, it
called the
doesn't
Bone Saw. I can just upgrade Bone Saw +3.
This better be good.
Honestly, I kind of want a new pistol.
What is this? Volcanic Run.
All these
dude.
guns kind of
Oh, my
Volty.
gun looks badass with that upgrade. Check this shit. Brian, look at this.
What?
Ran right past me. Look at this. Like,
Whoa, where'd you get that?
I got a weapon mod for it that shoots lightning.
Holy shit.
Why does my dog keep fighting? Or
I'm gonna
barking? It's
upgrade
really
my-
There's someone in your house, dude. You said that door was open.
Hey, don't
and it
tell me
shouldn't.
that.
There's someone there, man. You need to watch out.
Bro, I'm just gonna like
I just
deck
turned
up-
on my camera to hit. I didn't realize my camera's off. I turned it on to take a hit of nothing.
Oh, shit, a hit of fucking water. What is this?
Water.
Yeah, I don't wanna show my chat hydration.
They know me as a guy. I make big claims that I've never had a sip of water in my life, and I'm still here.
Have you seen that video of the
anti-water.
guy that hasn't drank water in like 2 years and he's like drinking it for a challenge and he's vomiting? His body's purging it.
Fuck.
I am.
How is that even a
He,
kid?
he takes like he has a big jug and he like one of those like office cooler type jugs, and he's just like drinking it and vomiting uncontrollably. That can't be good if your body's like, I can't take the water.
It hurts.
Yeah. It's too pure.
Also, have you guys, Wallace is the guy up in the crate, and that's where I got a new class from. I don't know if that intrigues you.
Oh.
That's how I'm playing this weird freak right now.
I just upgraded the fucking tits out of my gun. This thing is gonna one-shot kill people.
I should probably just upgrade it.
How do you like put something on your gun now that you have it?
Go to it and right-click it. Pretty
Weapon
basic
mods.
steps.
Yeah, that was pretty. Like,
2 steps, man. I mean,
Healing
upgrade-
shot.
I can-
Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, I'm no longer gonna
you
have
know
healing
what?
shot, but I never use it, so
Wait,
you guys
I'll
will
just
not be
craft
missing
it.
anything.
I'll craft the mod, that electric mod, and put it on
love
my
it.
pistol.
I'm the electric guy, dude.
Dude, we all got the electric
take
mod.
that
We
from
all
me.
have it. We all of it.
No, that's mine.
Oh, my pistol.
okay, wait.
already
If we
has it.
all
Awesome.
shoot that guy, it's got to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back.
him,
He's gonna be
probably.
like, back to
gonna
get
be
your
like,
asses kicked a second time. Unless you brought electric stuff. Whoa, whoa,
By
whoa,
the
whoa.
way, my weakness. Okay, also
Yeah.
there's an armor vendor over
Look at my
here.
gun now. My gun looks
Armor
crazy.
I know, dude. We've got future guns now. That guy doesn't know it's
Whoa.
coming.
Yeah, I got like an angel gun.
You
I
got
kind of missed
futuristic
that like M60 or whatever I had, but
The armor guy over here doesn't talk. He just scrabbles on a little.
He just grumbles.
No, he writes on a little chalkboard.
Get me!
He looks like a Borderlands psycho.
Oh, holy shit.
okay.
What does your weight do in this?
Roll like Dark Souls.
Oh, okay.
You can buy a field medic hat.
None of this shit gives me more.
some
Oh,
of
this
this armor is
high
kinda-
noon.
Oh yeah, dude. The High Noon outfit doesn't really
Yeah.
go with my hat, but it's kind of cool. Oh, it's pretty good.
Where's my money?
It's in the top right.
Okay.
You mean your scrap?
Yeah, I mean where's my scrap?
Don't you love it when a game's got a?
Should I buy this high noon fucking duds? It looks crazy.
I might buy the High Noon duds too. You gotta buy the hat if you buy the duds.
Oh yeah.
I don't have fast rolls anymore, but I'm fine. I never really. I don't do a whole lot of
barely
rolling.
better. I kind of would feel bad. This is a dumb thing to say, but if I don't have my little vials and matching outfit,
It is you. The rumors had me thinking I might not ever see you again. Ooh.
I'm fucking buying the whole
I feel
set.
rude.
Yeah, they said you ran off with that old Ford.
You're about to look from like, you're about to look drastically different.
How do I like put it on? For a character, right?
I have to keep my gnome look going.
With that big ass crystal floating over there. Both said feels like anything can be true here.
I look like
They
McCurry.
even healed my
You
red.
do.
I don't
Yeah.
know
Pretty cool.
Oh yeah, this is the lady that we came in with. I was like, why does this lady act like she's my best fucking friend?
Yeah,
She's
I
like,
know
oh,
you
you're
did.
back? Where have you been? I was like, bitch, do I know you?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the lady that you spend the very beginning of the game with.
Dude,
Where'd
I
you
look
get all
like-
this stuff? Yeah, we come back. She has like a shop
It's
now.
So hey,
Shut up.
Also, you don't want to see it now, probably, but this guy over here, this old man, he has literally endless stories, and apparently, if you listen to all of them, you get something. But it
achievement.
just go.
I haven't woken him up yet. I'm too
I've listened
scared.
to 50
I've-
stories.
50?
Okay, that's
50?
a hyperbole. Maybe 12.
Wait, you woke him up, you dickhead. I didn't want to
Ryan,
even
you
see him
look
awake.
Good, dude.
Yeah, I'm thrifty. I'm thrifted.
We look like we're
We're like that
holy shit,
Macklemore
this-
music video.
we're blue and red.
This guy sells like concoctions.
That's an awesome joke, Sam.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna let that slide. That was a great joke.
Yeah.
thanks.
Wait, I didn't even know you could like explore around the city. I bet there's not shit up here, maybe.
Some of these are fucking like good. What the fuck?
Wait, I just did like
Increases
a weird
armor by
roll.
30, lasts
You like
60.
roll
Fucking
over the
follow
back
me.
of a fence.
Follow me, Sam.
Talk much about life before the war.
Here, boy.
Huh?
What you did
This
and all.
way.
Okay, all right.
Maybe Wallace might have an upgrade for you guys. I don't know. He's over here.
I upgraded my gun so much, I think we can kill this guy in 1 minute.
I hate hub worlds where they put a guy just so far away and this
Felt
guy's
like
up
a
in this
mile
crate.
away, yeah.
Also, there's some kids up here you can talk to. I've never talked to them because I just don't want to talk to them without their parents here. It just feels weird. Okay, apparently there's not kids in your world. I don't know what you did to them.
My
world,
Well, I
there's
cleared
kids.
out non-essential personnel pretty
What are they
early.
gonna do?
Now that
I said,
Tom
kids, you don't
Warner
have
is
story relevant
gone-
bullshit. I got fooled by Wirt too many times in Diablo 1, okay? Kids are no good in these games.
Okay, I can't
Kick them
you
out
can-
Oh, early.
Oh, damn it. I
Where's this
spent
guy?
too much on up here. You can upgrade to how many health things you have.
What the hell? I wasted all my money.
What do you mean health
But you need
things? Like how much
some-
health you have? Or?
Like your potion or whatever. Dragon art and get an
my
extra one.
Estus flasks.
Also, if you find certain items, you can come to him and they make a new subclass. That's how I got this that I'm rocking right now, even though I don't even know if it's that good, but I've got the drip.
There are a couple secrets in the ward, says Kale.
We gotta get
Oh, there's
simulacrum.
secrets.
Wait, is this Kale like Devin's Kale?
No, this guy's name is Wallace.
No, this guy in my chat that was telling me there's multiple secrets. You know Kale, the
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. Is his name?
This is the first part of the
it's
game.
it's spelled the
full name.
exact same way.
Is it just a 4-letter username?
No, he says it's Kale. No,
He's my
he says
trade
not that I
points.
know of.
Okay.
Never mind. You're a fucking nobody. You're not the guy that we think you
I think
are.
Kale's name is Kale, bro. I could be wrong.
Oh, okay. He has a different name.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were cool for a second.
I
I
think
don't know
his
what I was
name's
thinking.
it's me, Kale. You know, Devin's friend.
Yeah. Ooh, shit.
Yo, cooldowns might be good, right? Get some of that shit.
Wait, I can just get a different gun?
Yeah, but I think the starter ones are pretty good for now, honestly.
Some
Wait,
health,
I bought a new
maybe.
melee weapon here, but you've already kind of got the coolest melee weapon. I got tiger claws.
There you go.
Oh yeah, my
Actually, wait,
gun's
no.
putting in work now.
Yeah. This
I
is
like fire bullet more. I think it's this one, right?
Oh wait, can
Let's
we
go.
actually we can
Yeah.
charge up our abilities at these?
What do you mean?
'Cause I don't know, oh,
Man,
your
your
like
gun
your
stinks.
F weapons or your F abilities, they get charged up by using your gun.
What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you're.
Oh.
Guy's ass.
Oops.
Bro, I am fucking spitting hot fire at these guys now.
Oh, your gun looks dope when you shoot it, Brian. The end gets all hot.
Yeah, the little fire bullets or whatever.
Brian's drip, Sam. Just give him a
I know. He looks like he's from Hunt Showdown.
yeah.
He's on another
I told
level.
you this game
That's
is a
a real
mixture
game,
of
bro.
One Showdown and Dark Souls.
This game is
My
just
DPS.
all over the place. I look like I'm from fucking Fallout. Like,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's like
This-
Dog
dude, I'm
companion
telling you.
class literally looks like dog meat, and the base traveler with leather armor.
This game's an
Bolt roller.
asset flip.
it is. It is
They
just a
stole a
big
bunch of
asset game.
Whoa!
Hey Brian, while you're trying
All
out
right.
all that shooting
It took
over there,
fi- it
we're
took-
waiting at the big orb thing.
I
It
thought
took
we were having a
five-
sweet moment touching the orb together, but
It
yeah,
took
Brian needs to
fucking-
be here.
It took 5 hours for me to realize if I double click my right mouse, I can fucking zoom in. What? What? Yeah, I have like a sniper
Yeah, but
scope.
every time we've been shooting stuff, it's been from like 12 feet away. Very
Don't
rarely
like-
do you have to do any sort of
You
sniping.
better be blasting these orbs now.
Where do you want to go, to Malefic Gallery or?
Yeah, you should be able to just hit like last. I think there's something that says last checkpoint.
Hey guys, it's
I do think
12:27. Let's put this thing to bed.
I do think it's cool how
Alright.
each of the areas are pretty vastly different looking.
Hell yeah.
Keeps
Taking
my-
off the
keeps me
jacket.
entertained.
I'm ready to fuck this thing up. Oh fuck! Not gracefully though. My arms got
titty.
caught in the sleeves while I was trying to take it off.
By the way,
And now it's
fucking
stuck on my chair.
double clicking right mouse button is the most.
Oh shit! And I spill a beer everywhere.
Are you gay?
Oh, he's ready, dude. He's dialed in.
Hold on. I got beer everywhere.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Shit.
The perks are. Let me check. Actually, I think it just does. It's just like stats, attributes.
Yeah, maybe I might have a new relic or something that would help in this.
It just changes your like resistances and shit. I don't think it does anything cool.
Barely. Oh, there's one. Oh, that little Sam.
My
That, like,
Modelo
goat-
Especial.
That goat guy.
me Modelo.
Brian too. That weird like pans like that goat dude. He upgrades those runes, so they probably do get better.
Mi Modelo. Mi Modelo
Dude, I walked to a food truck earlier, and the lady, I was like, How many tacos are in the tacos? Is that like a 1 or a 3 thing? And she just shook her head no. I'm like, no. And then it took me to, oh, you don't speak any English. And then I was like, cuando and taco, tres o uno. And she just was like, like, what the fuck are you saying? I was like, quesadilla. One quesadilla, please. I just gave up. Like, I felt like a dumb asshole. Like, I took high school Spanish. I should be able to work through this.
No, I know exactly what you mean, though. Like, at food trucks and stuff, especially with Mexican food, like, if I order a taco...
Is it one taco for that much, or like what am I getting?
Yeah, like if it's like, you know, like $5 or $6, am I getting multiple street tacos, or is this just one that's supposed to fill me up? All right, this is the moment of truth. I want to see if my keyboard still works.
And then I was like, quesadilla. Well, that's got to be big. It was like 2 little slices of quesadilla. I was like, what the hell are you doing here?
Oh, there's still beer pouring out the side of this thing. It really foamed up. And
blow up your can or something.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right. It's okay. Hold on. It's now doing like a really lame. Factory reset function on the lights. No. The lights are going everywhere. It's a rainbow.
He's so ready.
You might have to like fucking hang that thing upside down or something and just.
It just opened up the menu on its own. It's opening up stuff without me asking it to.
Oh god.
We'll be all right.
Tacos always come in 3s at the min. Ooh, how do you know that though? Cite your sources.
Yeah, I feel like street tacos usually do come in 3s. Oh fuck, dude, this thing might be absolutely
for $5.
bonered.
That's a pretty good deal.
Hold on.
You should take a potion. Is that on purpose?
I mean, my character did, didn't he?
Yeah. Was that you or your keyboard?
That's my keyboard. Keyboard's telling us how to win, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't even teabagged on each other's dead body once.
I'm not doing any of this. It's moving on its own.
Yeah, you shorted your computer.
I want to tip that over water or tip that upside down. What am I saying?
Do you have another keyboard?
Yeah, I got us. Hold on.
You gotta unplug that. Like, leave it like upside down so that it drips out.
Oh my god! Yeah, I left it upside down for like 2 seconds, and there's just a quarter of a beer laying on my desk now.
And like, you're gonna probably have to leave that overnight.
You have like a pound of rice to put that in?
Yeah. Come on, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
Oh my god, dude.
Just a brief intermission. All right, Brian, blast them. Test out the capabilities of these new guns.
That was pretty good, actually.
Damn, dude, we took them out quick.
Yeah. We're fucking strong now. Alright, let me see.
Okay, we're gonna need to reset the checkpoint so you have all your orbs.
That thing didn't do shit.
Oh, great. Oh, okay, that's actually huge. That doesn't hurt us.
Yeah.
That orb, because we're gonna have 3 of them flying around.
Yeah, fucking zapping everything.
Dude, I have that orb on the boss I was fighting. I shoot that orb out, and then she shoots little blue orbs, and I'm so confused. What is my orb and what's hers? It's horrible.
Yes.
It's unfortunate we got that same first boss.
Hold on.
Better be a cold wash. Nah, dude.
I haven't seen
so much sodas on my shit that I just like unplug it, leave it overnight. It's good. Just leave it upside down.
Tipped over many a beer on this keyboard.
Yeah.
It's still trucking.
It's usually fine. Actually, sodas are... That's a lie. I don't do sodas because it would be sticky. No rice, man. I don't need rice. Just unplug it ASAP because the quicker it gets unplugged, the less likely it is to short out and fucking die.
He can't hear you.
All right.
No, I know. Just in general.
Okay, we're good. I got this shitty Logitech dongle one, like, you know, like a
That's
wireless
fine.
keyboard.
You should reset really quick at this check mark for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops. Damn it.
Oh, now it's popping up. Logitech, install these software stuff.
My foot. Give you a virus.
Install keyboard hacks to make you better.
Whoa, I could actually benefit from those. Probably.
Keyboard hacks, it just tells you when to dodge and when to duck. Oh, you can slide in this game?
What? Wait, was that like shift?
Oh, yeah, you can.
You can alt slide, and it doesn't use stamina.
Huh.
No, I think it's just on combat.
Oh, damn it.
I don't know.
I just found the greatest hack in the game. Oh, never mind.
All right.
Macros.
The board only had one beer. It'll be
All
fine.
right, guys. Listen, no matter what app. Okay. Shoot your electricity!
Oh God! It's like up here beating my ass. I didn't even have the right gun out. Yeah, we got new stuff though.
Oh, those orbs fucking hurt. Hide behind blades.
Wow.
Scatter.
Oh my God.
Which
He-
this
I like
big
Trump
orb,
all.
or just the
man.
little ones?
What?
I don't know what you're saying. What
There's like a giant orb up in the
That's mine.
sky.
Don't
that's
shoot
my
those.
It's the
That's our
sun!
new- That's our new ability.
That's my
Oh,
orb.
okay, that's our ability. I didn't know what that was.
Hey, anyone got a revive?
Yeah, hold on. Let me take these out. Coming.
Hey, listen. You guys shoot him when he's on me. I'll try to take out the orbs.
All right, do it.
Oh, here it comes.
Okay, I'm almost dead.
Did I get you?
Horrible idea.
No.
Oh.
yeah,
Shoot me with your healing.
All right, dude.
I don't have healing anymore, dude.
What? No, you can.
Yeah.
Both your guns can have an ability.
Okay.
Yeah, one gun can have one.
Okay, so
the
yeah,
other
that
can
was
have the
just
other.
a warm up because
Yeah, that-
you can put your
It's-
healing
you're
on
breaking
your
in the new
secondary.
keyboard is what that was.
Oh, my secondary.
Yeah,
It should have a slot for one.
like my pistol's got that
Wait.
little orb.
I have a rusty repeater too.
Don't use that.
Yeah, but it looks cool. Looks like a garbage gun.
Oh, it's garbage. Never mind. Put that on. It's got no slot for modifiers. But yeah, put that on.
No way. I was hoping I could put the healing on my flail so I could like beat the health back into it.
That'd be
Smack
sweet.
it.
Bam! You're healed. You're healed. You're healed.
Feel better.
Wait, did
No
you buy an
modification.
axe too, Brian? You bitch.
No, I
No, he found it.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah, we found him. It was when we went down the dumbwaiters. Like he went down the right side, I went down the left. And he found us
I
down
got a
there.
free axe.
I think it should have popped up for you too.
Well, I just start with an axe. I don't think I.
Which way's the boss?
It's the gray door.
Fucking, it's yeah.
Okay, a good start.
Yeah, I know. I did. I'm ready
Okay,
to
guys,
kill
I
this
just want
guy.
to say a couple words. Okay.
We'll be fine, dude. We got this. We did good last time. Are you sure that's our? Oh yeah, I guess that is our.
Oh my god, these things are hard to dodge. I need to start dodging more. I'm too reliant on co-op. Oh, headshots. Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Weak spots his head and his brain. God. This would be so hard solo with this guy constantly on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Let me know if you need any heal 'em ups.
Orbs are over to the right. I'll try to get him.
No. Why are you so mean to me?
Fine, use your dark skull prowess. Damn.
Oh, I'm gonna crawl this. I'm gonna crawl to one of y'all's.
I'm about to be soon dead. Gonna bite it.
I put a heal 'em up over here if you can run this way. Whoa, there's a
like
lot of
crazy.
those circles.
I'll crawl this way. This guy's on your cock.
Oh, he is on my cock, dude. Don't worry, I can pick you up. Oh my
Dude.
god!
Use the swords.
The orbs.
Oh, you can just beat him to death. Come on,
Oh, smack him. Yeah, smack
Yeah.
that like button.
dumbass orbs.
I've died.
Down.
Oh, yeah, you're just gone.
Eat him.
I'm full dead.
Oh my god, what the hell is hitting me?
It's an
Kill me.
armor. Yeah,
Huh? You?
I don't-
Okay, also, I forgot to use.
fucked.
What are you shooting me? What are you doing?
That's not my heal?
Get away from me! You just blasted me with a gun. Oh god,
That was my. I put the thing on there. I put the secret sauce on there. It's not working.
Oh god, he's gonna kill me!
Whoa, is that yours?
Wait, okay, there is dodge, like classic, you have invulnerability during a split second. We have to time this shit. We have to learn.
Oh yeah. I was pissed off with some balls.
Wait, okay, we're actually kind of making headway.
Oh!
We're making headway. Sam's head gets chopped off.
Yeah.
Dude.
He grabbed my skull with one hand.
Oh
We'll
man.
live forever. Okay, watch this block I'm about, or watch this dodge I'm about to do, guys. Learn
Alright.
from this.
Yeah, dude, you fucked him up.
All right.
Unscathed. That was awesome.
Oh, I killed him.
We could just have somebody on orb duty.
Where is he?
Orb duty.
Resist.
Yeah.
What is that?
Dude, if he
What
like
the hell is
heals,
that?
if he heals, I'm gonna
No,
shit my
not the
pants.
swords.
No, that's the only thing we have.
My only
That's all we got.
Oh, oh shit! No, no. Don't. No, they don't. Oh, they're back.
Oh, they're back. They're back. You're good.
Oh, he just gave us ammo.
Oh, more swords. Oh,
What? What? Okay, what happened?
I
How'd
think
you
I
die?
Killed myself. I don't know. I don't know what just happened.
You're so
Alright.
baffled by your safety net gone that you just committed
I died
suicide.
of a broken heart. Okay,
Why
well,
was
that
the
time we
fucking-
almost got him like halfway.
Half health, and then he took the swords and put them back down, and then he died.
And with this new awesome membrane keyboard, I feel like
Yeah, memory.
back on membrane,
What
baby.
keys are those? Okay,
I got him.
Why
do
would
it.
you? I don't know. This guy is. I mean, he's like the first boss we ever fought.
yeah,
Second
this is
boss.
like our first proper test of ability.
raid boss?
Oh my god! Oh, I dodged him perfect. Never mind. Get some. Get some. Shoot your electricity.
Dude, I'm taking out the orbs now. That's my job.
Okay.
I'm an
He puts
orbman.
such delay on his shit. It's like it's
Yeah.
crazy.
You do have to. It's a weird timing. Don't worry, guys. I'm using my perfect memory to match his abilities. Brian, you need to
Come
stop
on,
dying,
bro.
dude.
Bro, he two shots me. What do you
Bro.
want from me?
Dodge
Poor
beam, maybe?
form. Poor form.
Hey,
Are you even
Gary,
using
thank
the
you.
swords for protection?
He
not.
died out in the open. You can tell he's not a swordsman.
Dude, he points me out right at the beginning, and he's like, "I'm gonna cut your head off." Look at that! I just got back. Give me a break, dude.
This guy stinks. He's supposed to be good at games. He stinks.
You want forgiveness? Find religion.
Oh my god.
Look at me. Just beating up the orbs out in the open.
Hey, shoot his orbs by him. They're probably like his balls. Oh, I'm dead. Wait, no, I'm alive.
Do you need health?
Oh, I shot his
No.
orb.
Well, I'm fine. Uh-oh. Don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. No! I left the
Oh
comfort
my
of my
God.
sword for just a moment.
Don't you ever. I'm coming! I'm coming!
Gnome down, gnome down.
Oh, wait. I
my
can't pick you
God.
up. Later.
Use the swords. Use the swords.
Please, no.
Brian, time your rolls.
Oh, he's running. What over here?
Oh, God.
There's so.
Okay, this is definitely a worse run. He has that shield under him. I think he has like extra protection.
He just cuts my cock off.
I'm full dead. Leave me. Eat me.
I got this, guys.
Oh my god, yeah.
I don't need the
That
circles.
LMG sucks ass. or something.
This dude, he does.
Oh. Oh, he wants. He's going melee. Bring it, bitch.
Yeah, whack him, whack him.
Beat him up, get him wet, Shaggy.
Whacking those orbs is such an insane move.
Yeah, it's coming.
I had him on the ropes.
I'm gonna say it. I don't know if we're supposed to be fighting this guy. He's fucking hard as dick. What the hell?
He's no Nightweaver.
I think we can kill Nightweaver in 1 second.
Honestly, this guy might also, I don't want to say it, he could have a second form. I'm feeling from the fact that he's got two faces.
No,
Yeah,
no.
his second
Feeling
face
some
for
sort
that.
of hint. Maybe like a gets more powerful at a point.
The boss.
Nah, you're right.
Yeah.
Or halfway across.
Okay, wait. Let me look at my let me look at my consumables.
Half of them
see
could
if
die,
any of
and
them
then
can
the
help me.
remaining half could be really
Wait,
saddened
increases
by
mod
that.
power generation by 10% for 90 minutes.
Whoa!
Let's go. Oh, I didn't mean to go through. I actually got kind of close to it, and he
I
just
was going to
went
give my
through.
speech.
Oh, Christ.
I shot him one time, and that's it. Now I'm on a shit list for the rest
Our
of the
lightning
fucking fight.
destroys the orbs too if you save it for that.
Okay.
He's stuck. Never mind. How did that hit me? My ass, dude. My entire asshole that hits. What is that? Oh, I thought I saw a little goblin.
Oh fuck.
Look at that. Roll to line up the orbs. It's a power move.
It's that keyboard. It's that membrane keyboard.
Yeah.
You're learning through the membrane.
You know, sometimes you gotta get a disability to learn how to power through it.
That's what I always say to feel better.
Yeah.
Dude, these swords, there's too many. There's too many.
Oh wait, just line them up once again. Like I said, line them up. Hit them with the.
Okay, I just
Yeah,
gotta be
if you just like
rolling
run, they come up in a grid.
Fucking.
Oh, it's just simple trigonomics.
Yeah.
Hey, get me up, buddy.
Oh, I accidentally hit the
Freakonomics.
freakonomics. I'm coming right now, like you said.
This guy.
Okay, that was probably a bad move.
Hey, put down your little like, healing circle. Oh, you're dead.
Yeah.
Coming, guys. What was that? What the hell?
Oh, banana.
I'm coming.
Your guy's outline looks like Darth Vader because of your head.
So many!
Just your white outline definitely has the Vader helmet look.
I am Vader. Oh my god! The sword protects!
Stand in its warm glow.
Clutcher kick!
How come when he hits you, he doesn't take off like all your health? What the hell?
Because I'm standing in the warm glow.
Oh,
Yeah, we're better.
That's true. That's true.
You just have to roll when they light up and they come at you and they're... Oh
Yeah.
my god.
And the ball that shoots
Roll into
from
him
the
like Dark
sides.
Souls or something. I think I need to get naked so I can fast roll.
Yeah, wait, does that matter? Like, how do you tell when if it's a fast roll or not?
Look at that.
Hover over your weight in the inventory. It tells you what type of roll you have.
I can't.
Dude, it's exactly like trigonometry or whatever you said.
Trigonometry.
I think I said it wrong. I think I said trigonometrics or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, trigonometry.
It's freakonomics or something.
Freakology. He's right on you.
Oh damn! I thought he was still on you. I'm sorry.
You were orb crazy.
Yeah, I was.
God, you're doing a great job blasting those orbs, though.
Thank you.
Holy
I think you are slow rolling those. Which, if you hit tab and look,
I know
hover
I'm
over your
slow
weight.
rolling. It's because I got the cool helmet. Should I take it off?
I don't know.
Is
No,
fast
my
rolling
weight-
more
my
better?
weight- oh, it's medium.
Classic. What is wrong with me? Classic Dark Souls, like you have less armor, but you roll quicker, type shit.
Can I just take off the helmet?
If you hit F on it, you unequip it. Oh, I've never seen my hair before. My God. Put the hat back on.
Oh, there you go. Now I'm in my undies.
I still
gloves.
don't. Wait, is that a fast roll or no? Not really. My guy's supposed to look like that 40-year-old emo guy.
Emotep.
Yeah.
The mummy.
Whoa, that's so much
Like
quicker.
Emotep.
All right, I think we can beat him now that I can do one of these. Okay. All right, I think
it.
we win this.
It just looks like me without glasses now.
Keep in mind now that
Like a
we're
good chin, though.
lighter, probably those orbs will kill us really quickly.
Yeah.
No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Into the fray.
Yo, you look like a Chad now with your white beater and your stupid hat.
This is like the ideal look for a guy.
Oh my god.
What, wife beater, crazy?
Cool hat, wife beater.
Crazy hat?
It's the Peaky Blinders.
What the
So we
hell?
just have to keep in mind freakonomics and also watch out for the guy that kills you right away. I think honestly, I'm starting to side with this guy. I think he's the real king, and the other guy's a phony.
Yeah, I think he's
Oh,
the
he's
good
right
guy.
on you.
Sam, put a health potion down. That'd be cool.
No.
All right.
Wait, you need
Saving
one?
This really quick. Oh,
Where you at?
Absolutely.
Which one's you?
Me, right here. Guy with no underwear on.
Boom. That one's on the house.
Dude, he has a move that goes through the floor that's really hard to... What is wrong with me? What the hell is wrong with me?
God, these swords
I
are
understand
awesome.
it now completely. This is actually
What
quite
the
easy.
hell? He has like a move where I just lose health. What the hell was that?
Did it go through the
Yeah, it's
floor?
called a
If you're on
boss,
the
dummy.
glass-
Yeah. Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, he's the one of the kings for a reason.
Oh my god.
I am actually like attacking him more this time.
Keep in mind your F key, when you have your lasers and shit.
Here we go. This is the one I was talking about. Line him up. And then you hit him with that. It's worth the health.
Roll!
And then you slam this down. Ugh.
God, great heavens.
Great Scott. Yeah.
Oh, I hit a wall. Dumb gnome bastard.
Oh, fuck me. You got heals?
Okay, why is he asking for my shit, dude?
Like, what
Where are you at?
did I do? What did I get hit by there? A
It's the
fucking
ground thing. There's like a puddle move.
Can you jump over that? Like, I just got like.
Probably. Come here, Brian.
Hey, what's up, Cracker?
It's a bad idea.
Oh man.
I'll see you later.
Man,
You killed me, Brian.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it.
Sam, have
Wait, you guys are just gone.
Look at the bend on
Let
my
me ask.
toes. Look at
Okay,
that.
let me ask before we go in this next one. Have you
Alright.
applied any of your trait points yet?
Take more eggs.
Of course.
I swear to God.
Of course, dude.
Well, if you haven't, now would be a good time.
Okay.
How do I get more?
Hypothetical. I might have 4 of them. What do I
Okay.
put them on?
We'll
wait,
read and pick what you want.
Increases healing by
The
30%.
stamina
Oh my
give you
God.
better.
Jesus.
You didn't have
Increases damage. Increases God killing ability.
Oh my- Angel tears. My
Wait.
God.
Should I be using the God killing trait? Should I
that. Yeah,
have
that
that
should be probably
leveled up?
Sam, how dare you? You say that looks like you? Are you serious?
Dude, there's no way.
No.
That guy looks just like me, man.
I was like, it's like me, but with like a chin and no glasses. And
No, I didn't mean to throw that. Damn it. Don't go in yet. Hold on, give me a second. And also, check out my guy without a hat. Slicked back. Your hair's
damn.
pushed back.
yeah, that's
this
the difference.
is pushed back. This is slick back. Oh, don't get rid of it. Are we? Oh, you're gonna touch the rock?
No,
Nah, dude.
I guess.
I love how there's so much backseat gaming when you're
I'm
playing shit
watching
like
the
this.
DPS, bro.
Dude, oh my God. Yes, I'm just. You suck. Let me watch you play.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
watch you
dude.
beat the Night Weaver.
Yeah, give him the controller. I wish you could do that.
Yeah.
I
On a
fucking wish.
foreign keyboard, I got beer in my gut.
It's
Come
a
on.
membrane. It's a membrane, dude.
I've
That's
been
like the
smoking all
worst.
this nicotine. I'm destined.
Yeah.
It's the nicotine in the beer for me,
When
too.
you
It's
smoking
getting
up,
into my head.
when you smoking up nicotine, you get all dizzy and
Dude, I
shit.
can't
you know?
even use my double barrel on this guy or these orbs, really. I'm hiding behind swords a mile away, and he still kills me. All right, guys.
Oh
look at
shit!
us.
Wait, people are saying after I apply them, I need to confirm them.
Oh,
How do I do
Jesus.
it?
Did you not confirm them?
Hold on. I honestly think this might help. I'm going to turn off my flashlight. You guys
Okay.
keep yours on, though, so he targets you.
Is that a thing?
I don't
It's
know.
off. That's staying off.
Going
I have
in.
no idea, but I really
I'm gonna
doubt
go.
that's a
Here, I'm
thing.
gonna give it 5 Mississippi, and then I'm gonna go in. So that way I don't get attacked
Oh
immediately.
my God, why me?
Okay.
I got him on the ropes.
I'm a gnome that grew. That's the coolest gnome there is.
Whoa.
You get right underneath them and shoot directly up. That's how you get them.
Yeah, uppercut him with your bullets.
Yeah. Wow, this guy's really
How do
fucking
I
me
do
up.
that? Like, there you
Yeah,
go.
because you're not using the swords.
Sorry.
Don't apologize to me, apologize to the swords.
Dude, dude, I hate this boss. I hate it. This is the worst boss ever made.
What? He dragged me.
Yeah, what was that? I thought you just
Yeah.
did like a power slide over
No.
there.
That's what he's been
Hold
doing.
on, hide behind a
Yeah.
sword, Brian. Hide behind a sword.
Okay,
Okay, actually,
I'm coming. That one was me being an idiot though. I wasn't dodging the orbs. I thought somebody was killing the orbs.
okay, I cannot help you current state, but I'm gonna get there.
That's fine.
Oh wait, you're hurt.
Okay.
On. You get him away. I'll get Brian.
Okay.
Just
Follow
get
me
this guy
over
away.
here.
He's not even he's moonwalking in the air. You see this? He's
Come over here. Come over here.
Yeah.
Big fat dummy.
cold. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What, bitch? I know your moves. I know your moves now. Oh, I don't. I'm dead.
I full died.
Okay. Oh wait, the trigonometry thing.
Yeah,
Let me do my purpose. Wait, no. Let me do it.
I just saw it. Just faded to black. It's like your stupid.
Boom.
boy
There we go.
Fade to black.
This is substantially harder than the previous boss.
It's like 1,000 times harder.
Wait,
Why
didn't
they
you
even
say
let
this
us
is
get
the
it?
first boss though?
Yeah,
The
well,
first
this is-
actual one?
I've never fought this guy. This is like I bet this is there's a world boss in each realm. I bet this is like the world
The
boss.
orb is. Oh, like the campaign.
No strategy,
boss?
guys. Don't leave any time to strategize.
That way he can't strategize too. Good.
Yeah,
thinking.
we got to keep him on his toes before he has any chance to recoup.
Okay, so you have to very quickly roll past his first attack and then and roll again.
Hey, the swords work both ways, guys. I've realized that if you have your reticle on what you think you're attacking, but the sword is actually in between your reticle and your gun, you'll just shoot the sword. It's a little lie
Do you not have
detective.
a goddamn like marker for your
Watch out,
shots?
Sam. Oh my
Okay,
god! Hey,
anyone
drop your,
in
drop
chat
your
that's
deuce.
beaten this game, we're looking for a third member. Fuck! It's Brian.
Brian,
out.
you look. You can talk shit about me all day, but like, Brian has died
Check the
consistently
damage
first.
charts.
Oh wait,
Check the damage charts, you fucking dog fucker. All right. I want numbers,
hey,
Dad.
I told you that in confidence. All right.
Brian, I thought you played Dark Souls, dude. I just don't understand.
man.
You don't know how to dodge?
Dude,
It just doesn't seem like he knows how to dodge. Yeah.
This is just too much. I can't.
I thought you were like played hard games or good at them. I guess I had the wrong
Yeah, man.
idea.
No, you're a fucking
just tried
crackhead.
to
We
Yeah,
thought you were
concussive.
cooler than you are. You got the wrong idea.
What? I hate
What are
this.
you doing? You're laying on the ground. Every time I turn
I hate
around,
this.
you're flat on
I
your
hate this
fucking
game.
back.
This game fucking sucks. How do I refund this? Like, am I on crack?
You might actually get kicked out of the entourage. We only take pro gamers.
We are
I'm
looking
fine.
for third member.
Yeah.
Must know how to roll and not die.
Oh my god.
Brian, you might actually just want to do full heavy armor. Wait, he's
I
stuck.
fucking
He's
honestly-
stuck. Shoot him!
I'm reloading.
Dude,
He's standing still.
I'm reloading.
He's
Let me
blocked.
die.
Are you down again?
Yeah, I'm down.
Brian, he's
Dude,
not
what-
even here. He's not even real right now.
I got hit by the orbs.
Look, we're not even able to take a full
He's
advantage.
Let's get him. Let's
He's
get him.
stuck. Don't get near him. Don't get near him. Just shoot him from afar.
I got him.
We're doing it. Don't get near him.
This is awesome.
We rock.
All right, this boss is cool now.
Yeah.
I can't see the head because somebody shot a fucking goddamn sun.
That was
at
me,
him.
but it's doing a lot of damage. I'm hoping.
Don't get near him. Don't get near him.
We're not.
don't break it.
No. Okay, that was
Oh,
huge,
the
though.
swords! If we can't win after this, then
Dude,
we don't deserve
literally-
this.
Yeah, we just did. So get ready for dodges. Wait,
We were-
it's a new thing.
watch
It's a
out,
new
watch
ability.
out.
New biome.
Watch out.
A new biome?
New biome.
What? Oh,
What it-
look above. The
Yeah.
shit's falling from the sky. Okay.
Oh, dude, he came in like
Wrecking ball.
Don't do it.
No, I was gonna say, what's
time
that
to
guy?
heal.
Uh-oh.
Good time to use your hearts. Keep an eye above you. Oh my god!
This is. He landed on me. That's cool.
Guys, we've been given a holy opportunity. We cannot squander this. No way, Brian!
Yeah. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to tell you, buddy?
I feel like I'm wasting this heart giving it to you.
It is. Don't do it.
You're up.
Look at this.
Are you down again?
He was. He's down again, dude.
Brian, dude!
I just is like I'm like a little Palestinian child, and I'm getting fucking drone strike. What do you want me to do? I can't do anything. This is hell. I can't do. What's
Ready to
happening?
dodge.
What? Where is he? Where's the guy?
Keep your eye on the sky. Above you, Sam.
Dude, I'm doing like a
ghost
full
and shit.
stumble.
I'm down if you've got a heart.
I have a heart, dude.
My guy can't even like heal himself. He's
Brian,
so fucked.
Brian, don't heal yourself. Heal me. I'm more important.
I got you. All right.
Dude, I'm like full drunk or something. I can't even.
That's what
Why
I'm
is my
saying.
guy
You just-
stumbling?
Get out of here. Run. Roll.
I can't!
Here, I got you, buddy.
Get away from
Oh,
this.
there we go.
Brian, you're in a blast zone. What are you doing? They're literally constantly around you. What are you doing? Sam, you have to beat this.
I can't. I'm alone now.
I shouldn't have healed Brian.
He should have. Dude, what is happening? I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, this is a tough cookie to break right here.
Don't focus orbs in this mode. They're in a.
Don't focus orbs in this mode, of course.
They're in an area of effect. They're not going to target you.
What is that, dude? What the fuck?
Keep your eye on the sky.
Yeah, watch out.
I'm trying to heal. Oh my fuck!
Yeah, that's exactly.
Holy
what's
shit! They're everywhere.
Oh, wait, you can look down, kind of.
Man. Okay, that was.
What the fuck?
That was the furthest we had ever made it. So now we know what happens.
Yeah,
we do.
All we have to do is we just have to have him bug out a second time.
Brian, you literally. There's a big yellow area around my dead body shooting swords constantly, and you're like, I got you.
Yeah, does anybody have like a disabled little sister that can take Brian's place?
Oh my god.
Anybody got like, does anybody know like a Terry Schiavo type person that we can have fucking take Brian's place? Jesus Christ.
Dude, I cannot do like where does he come from? He just appears and for one split second he disappears back to drone strikes. I don't like why. What the hell?
You are being wickedly bad right now, and I need you to step it up.
All right. You know
That's
what?
bad when I'm the not getting yelled at guy.
I don't even play these types of games, and I get it. Wrong way.
I'm gonna use a pistol so that I don't get the aggro, and I want somebody else to deal with it. It's horrid what happens.
You think it's easy being the guy that shoots the orbs?
Yeah,
all right.
I think it is.
We all got it rough.
It's easy as hell.
Okay, we all got it rough out here, but we all have a job to do.
In my opinion.
Guys, just not letting me in.
Wow, this sword guy's crazy. Brian was onto something.
He fucking hurt.
He just fucked me up. I'm almost dead. All right. I see.
The guy's up my butthole. I don't know why he hates me so much.
I'll try to
really
get aggro
don't.
on him. I'll dodge.
Let me shoot the balls.
I did not dodge.
Don't worry.
Wait, I'm sucking his toes. No,
All right, I'm coming down there to pick you up. Brian, get aggro. You know what you're doing.
Brian, you should be learning from all these times he's
I
on
am
you.
learning. I'm learning that.
You should be getting better.
I'm learning that we're under leveled, I think.
Under leveled? What the
Yeah,
hell?
we had a
No,
glitch
this
in
is
the
a
game.
skill check, not a DPS check.
All right. Yeah, you're right. Hey.
Gotta take a little reload break.
All right, everyone take a breather.
Wait, guys, if you look at the reflection, he's still sitting in his chair.
Oh,
interesting.
Okay, that worries me because I think those angel guys are gonna come out at some point.
I know, right?
That one hit. What hit me that time? That's what I want.
Ryan, you are being.
What hit me that time?
You stink. You are being stinky right now,
You're being
dude.
rotten.
Yeah, you are fucking with our flow, and you're pissing me off.
Oh my god.
And now I'm getting my ass kicked.
I want to swap to a class that doesn't do any damage. I seriously think he prioritized me because
You're playing it right now. You're playing it right now.
Alright, buddy.
Oh, and you made me miss my moment.
What moment? Oh my!
I finally see what you mean by the lineup. I didn't know they just
Yeah.
shoot sideways.
Yeah, if you shoot the electric orb down the lineup, you just get so much epic damage in
Sam,
one.
this is up to us. No
I knew it
offense,
was
Brian.
up to us the second we walked in here.
Oh, ammo.
Look at that. Look at that lineup.
I'm going in for the melee kill.
Uh-oh.
I might be dead here.
Uh-oh.
Ow.
Oh, in the back? I got great back shots on me. Orb right up my asshole. Oh my god, it's literally right out of my asshole.
I'm coming. Oh, man, I wish I could.
Oh, be careful, trigonometry. Don't stand there.
We get out of such a weird position.
Oh fuck. Okay. That is not going on r/hitboxborn.
I got downed. I think that might be my first time getting downed. Died a bunch.
I die inside you. That was a good warm up for Brian to realize what he needs to do.
Yeah.
What the hell? What is that? Take the Zaza.
Do you need a little chance to go in the bathroom, get some fresh water on your face?
If you have any sort of drug enhancing drugs.
Take some. All right, I'm gonna beat this guy up, dude. I feel good about this one.
I can't believe we had him glitched for so much health.
Brian's half dead. Hold on, I got you. Look at that.
Thanks, buddy.
Good, we're working in unison.
Look at that. The healer's healing people for the first time.
We're doing everything right.
Dude,
I
holy
don't
shit.
still understand my class entirely, but I'm looking funny.
Yeah, I got the cool hat still. I can still throw potions, unsure what they do.
Hat is on. No! He's right behind me.
What is that
isn't
move?
he?
What are you supposed to do when he does that? He just lifts his hands up
I
and
think
then.
you have to dodge it by looking at the reflections.
Oh God, what?
Oh, that's
Not
ingenious.
your goddamn grandma's boss, okay? This is some real shit.
Not your grandma's boss. Okay.
My grandma's boss was
Was my grandpa because she didn't have no actual job.
That's a good joke. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the curse thing that you had where I'm like drunk stumbling.
Do a roll.
I got out. I rolled out of it.
See, teamwork.
Shoot him in the face. I'm gonna be soon dead, guys, but I believe in what we've constructed here.
Are you
I died
actually?
for a righteous
No
cause.
fib?
Oh fuck,
I'm not
man.
dead yet. Brian probably is.
Oh shit. Fuck.
I gotta
Trigonometry.
reload.
I did the thing.
I honestly, oh, I'm wrong. When they do that, they only shoot to the side. So if you line up, you don't even have to shoot them, but there are other orbs.
I hate that move. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, that one actually got me. Fuck. I'm
It's up on
down.
their orientation of where they're gonna go. I'm coming.
Here, I'll crawl this way. You might not get hit by it.
I got him.
And then I'll punch the earth as soon as I'm up. Maybe that'll help you in some meaningful way. I'm gonna go get Brian.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, homie. Yeah, could you you can crawl in any direction you want. You don't have to be. You're choosing to be out in the open.
I was reading. Oh, hey, what's up? Whoa.
Oh fuck. Gotta reload real quick.
Oh my god, dude.
I know. This is
What the-
hell.
Okay.
No way. I'm down.
Oh fuck.
I Brian.
Fuck. Okay.
Brian.
Please don't hit me. He's about to hit me.
That's what I'm trying to do, Pirate. I do honestly think focusing boss and just rolling out of orbs is better. Like not.
Do the orbs go away, or do you have to?
Oh, instead of shooting
I think
orbs,
they do
just
go away. I think though they're easy to dodge once they turn yellow and shoot at you, roll, and then it just becomes a game of like paying attention where 50 fucking orbs are at once, which.
So this is gonna be like a bullet hell. All right. Wait, hold on. Maybe I should take like just a fucking 1 minute breather.
Yep.
Go get some water on my face.
I'll go piss if that's what we need.
Yeah.
I feel
Slap the face a little bit. Adjust glasses. Might do the Carlton or something.
I'm
Hold
probably
on.
gonna be attacked by a home invader when I go up there, but I'll be right
You'll be
back.
fine. Keep your mic on.
I'm gonna be okay. Sure. I'm gonna
back.
let out the heaviest scream a man's ever screamed if I am attacked. You'll know the call. You go, oh God, it was real. It was real.
All right, while they're here, I'm gonna try to solo this guy. Right? Let's see, this is some practice. This is a practice run.
The only fucking towel I have in here, I just wipe my face with it. It's covered in Modelo. Did you go in?
I'm just practicing.
Oh, yeah. We might as well get a practice in. Maybe we can do, if we do it like this, we go in, first string, second string, third string.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. That's the one that gets my ass. The double swing.
Mm-hmm.
DPS check. That dude, it is. I'm fucking spitting mad fucking 300s at this guy, and it's like 1/10 of a health bar. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
What's up, man? Wait, how did you super die?
All right, held F.
Oh.
All right.
Oh my god. I'm telling you, we need to reevaluate our lives. I think we don't belong. I think this game is telling us we don't belong. It's probably
like,
why it let us talk to him and be like, actually, I'm gonna kick your ass. That's probably
well, now that I know what type of game it is, I could see like, you know, it's like picking a fight with like Gwen or something at the very beginning of the game.
Gwen.
Yeah, like it's like a final boss type thing.
Because I feel like you can just you just stumble upon like a super boss in this game because of how random it is.
Yeah.
See, Dizzy Wallen can do it.
Is, by the way, for those of you in the chat, is like +3 to a weapon. Is that where we should be?
That's what mine is.
Yeah, mine's +3. Is that where we should be at a time like this? What? Or should we be beyond?
It was a.
If you don't think we can beat this,
I think we're fully capable. I think obviously there's some people that are in the group that
Brian,
are making this harder.
And I think we potentially could be doing other stuff to become more powerful, but I think it's doable with the right strategies and the right dodging, Brian. It's entirely possible.
Yeah. By the way, we're dead, so could you go ahead and just sit down at the thing or die?
The crack rock.
You guys go in there?
Yeah, it was a practice run. We
were doing a quick practice run, but he's just as hard as we thought he was after we got our little pep in our step.
You didn't have me there.
I feel good now. I feel good.
I went and did a couple fucking lines.
I wasn't there to give you guys
Let's go in.
Vague potion.
I haven't seen a single potion.
You've been touched by it once or twice.
What are these stupid little items I have?
Potion.
There we. The rock thing. Okay.
That's my only power.
Oh, I need to work on my dodging on this guy. He's got a weird attack.
Yeah, I've almost got it, but not really. And I think dodging the orbs is better. Don't shoot them. Let's see if they go away.
Well, not only just like.
Okay, I don't know if they go away.
I don't think they go away, but.
But maybe if we don't kill them, they more.
At the same time, once you know where they are, like they become easier to dodge.
Especially with this fast roll. The sword power.
Ah, fuck. I should draw it to right, I guess.
You can't tell who they're going to attack. Oh, they do go away. They do go away. Just be careful because he has his own orbs around him at times.
Oh shit. The one time I forgot to dodge.
Fuck.
Oh, I thought I was out of the way of
By a
this.
ball sack. Oh, he did a lot of damage though this time.
Okay, these ones are vertical, the other ones are horizontal. These ones are set.
Oh, this is safe. Right here is safe as shit. This is the safest place to be, I think. Right here.
Oh, wait, he's already going into this form? What the hell?
Oh wait, this is the form that we barely survived.
Yeah, well, no.
Anybody need some health?
I'm okay for now. Save it.
You know what? We can go ahead.
I will give you though, or I'll give Brian. Okay. He did that damn shadow move. I don't understand fully.
Where is he?
Oh, I'm out of long
there
ammo.
he is.
Fuck. I'm so soon dead. God damn it! I ran out of stamina. It's on me.
Oh my fucking good gracious.
I'm gonna crawl to a sword, but just focus on yourself.
Oh wait, do you need health?
Yeah.
I need. Oh wait, Brian.
Here. Boom.
Oh, thanks, babe.
You're getting better at shooting that.
Oh, I'm running in a straight line. Oh, I'm gonna pick you up. Oh wait, he's on me. Actually, is he on me?
Be careful of.
I think.
Oh, the sword fucking killed all of us?
I got smacked by orbs. Orbs unseen to my right.
I get damage.
We got to
further
weird
away.
sword
Oh my
mode
God.
though. That means we had him on
that
the
was
rope.
a good
Better.
step, yeah.
When he does that, I feel like that's him sitting up in his gamer chair.
Okay.
That's his equivalent.
That's it.
So
Yeah.
it's relying on even more minions. Really?
Yeah.
Kind of pathetic, but our electricity does kill the orbs, so we need to use your electricity more on them when you can.
Yeah, I was about to say I need to use that
It's
on him.
charged
It does a
up by your
shitload
gun.
of damage.
Brian, don't get near me. You're bad luck.
You can say that again.
Brian, don't get near me. Near me. You're bad luck. You're telling me. Brian, don't get near me. Bad luck. That's a bit from my favorite movie. They came together.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No way
Okay.
that hit.
Just gotta do a quick little reload. Be ready to go.
Brian, I'll try to take aggro. Vertical or horizontal ones. I know
We
it
call 'em
doesn't really make
horsies.
sense. Yeah, horse.
Whores. Verts and whores, dude.
Horse.
That's all you gotta say.
Hey, you got a heal, buddy?
Hey, do you need a little heal 'em up?
Yeah.
Boom. You got a
Thanks, baby.
cowboy.
Oh. Oh, he's doing his thing now.
Okay, he's in his form.
Everybody
Be
reload.
careful of swords and a lot of other shit.
You got another heal while we're
Can't tell if
waiting
the
for
reflection show where the swords are or not. So they're still on the
Thanks.
ground in the reflection.
this? All right.
Because we're in the
Do a
mirror
roll.
world, of course.
He give you the stumbles.
Shoot his ball orbs when you can when they're next to him, because that makes it hard for.
Oh,
him
which
to
one is it?
aggro.
Don't shoot his orb. Shoot his orb. Don't shoot his orb.
His personal orbs
Yeah, it's too
makes it
much.
hard for Reese aggroed on.
Okay, I know exactly what. Yeah, his personal balls. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's nuts. I'm dead.
I'm gonna come heal you up.
I'm gonna crawl to a sword.
You get him, Brian. Get him on aggro.
Yeah. he's
I'll
mad at
let you
me.
know if any orbs appear next to you. You're aggroed by one. Okay. Not good. Yeah, get out of the horizontal. It's horse! Get out of here!
Hello.
Go to the door. Door pass. Brian! Or Sam, no.
Dude,
Control the
I
door.
could pick you up if you would
Okay, I got him.
move.
I'm trying.
Yowza. Dude, he's beating me up on the floor. Dude, relax, all right?
He hates your ass, dude.
Relax,
You're the
brother.
weak link. He's focusing you.
Yeah.
Oh, that damn floor move is nuts.
All right. I knew it was a bad omen when I forgot the one rag to dry my face off was covered in fucking beer. So I just rubbed a bunch of sour beer all over my face.
God damn it, dude.
That was a better one though overall.
Yeah, it was pretty
Half
close.
health, and I only used one heal that time. I just got aggroed by him and died.
You know how he be.
Oh, you know, there's also people were saying, "Oh, I have not seen you use your little heal thing once." Like, I forgot I have personal heals. Like the
You
hit
have a
one,
little-
yeah, the little dragon hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a big part.
Yeah, I haven't fucking used those once.
You are very important with your heals, so yeah, you need to be focused on.
Well, I've been
on
more
yourself,
like
girl.
just using those because I do get a lot of heals.
Oh my god!
Where is he?
I didn't realize he's behind me in this corner.
Oh, he's in the corner. I was like, I can't even fucking see
We
him.
need to try to get him snagged on one of these walls again.
Oh, why did that hit me?
Yeah, cheese him in the corner again.
How did
That was
that
awesome.
hit? How does that hit my ass? Heal if you got it.
Heal? Here.
Ground heal.
Uh-oh.
Watch it for orbs.
Do a quick reload.
Oh, fuck.
He's like stuck in the doorway. He's escaping himself.
Because he's a pussy and a false prophet, dude.
Yeah.
When we kill this guy, the other guy is going to be so proud of us that we haven't met yet.
Yeah.
The guy we haven't met yet.
Yeah. What if he's a bigger douchebag?
Yeah.
You worm.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
my
slid into
pity.
that health, but that was meant for me. I was supposed to hit a sword with it and save myself. I was gonna get myself with a rebound.
Oh, dude, I'm actually getting this.
Oh, fuck.
Well, pick me up whenever
Never
you're
mind,
done.
I jinxed it.
Ow, you fucking shithead.
Dude, that ground move is nuts. Don't you? Okay, he's going into his sword form.
Hey,
Try to
do
get
your
Brian
heal,
right
do your
now.
heal.
Or Sam. Get Sam. What, did I not heal during that?
I can do a ground heal.
No, I
After
healed up.
this, he's gonna.
I'm gonna throw this
bomb
on you guys.
Oh fuck! Heal!
Get in this orb.
Do the heal move.
Stone
Yes.
skin.
I don't even know which
Make
fucking
sure to
orbs
use
are
your
hitting
F
me.
when it's ready.
What do you think all these orbs are?
What that ground move just fucking one-shot me basically. God damn it. I don't have time to heal. Fucker, dude. Cheese me.
Yeah, I don't have like the I don't got the oomph in me. I didn't have anything on cooldown.
Oh fuck!
Oh wait, I forgot I have my personal heals, my Estus Spice.
I have no oomph. It's like one of the main components of the game.
Dude, my guy can heal you guys and me at the same time, so I just use that all the time.
This is honestly though, we have look at his health. Even if we die, this is a good run. Consistently good runs.
Yeah. Now if I could just focus on the main
Ryan, that fire damage does a lot too. That's
main
good.
parts of the game.
Oh fuck!
I should know already.
Dodging the orbs is getting easy, but he himself is hard.
Fuck!
This guy says I look like a buff gay pilgrim.
Oh, dude, he's dancing on me, fucking asshole.
Yeah, you see how he did a little.
Oh, dude,
He did a little
shit.
like.
I hate that guy. Oh god.
Simone. I am ripped, and I am gnomish.
Oh god.
Good
I'm
guys.
getting better though.
Guys,
I
we
am
are
getting
getting better, and if we don't beat this now, we'll never be any closer.
We'll never come back and do
Yeah, I feel like, it's way past my bedtime. But I'm in it for the long haul until we finish this
Tomorrow's
thing.
Monday.
it.
Just
Take some
don't
gamer
edit.
subs, bro.
Yeah.
We should do a
Oh,
podcast
God.
at like 10 a.m.
Yeah, good 10 a.m. one.
I am failing the Almighty.
I would actually probably be more on it than a normal podcast
People
because
would
I'm
be
usually
like, I did not even know this guy could speak like that. I didn't even know he could think and process.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Poop has talked to me in the AM. It's
Well,
unbelievable.
it's funny because I'm the reverse, so it's just bad. Like in the morning, I'm like,
we need to
anytime
do a
before
perfect
noon.
middle ground, like 4 p.m. or something.
Dude, honestly, like 2 p.m. would be. I'd be up. I'd have done things. Except for those orbs.
That's child's play, dude.
Except
I'm
for
done
those
with the
wrist
orbs.
rockets. Orbs are nothing at this point to guys like us.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Fuck! I got stuck in the wall.
I saw that. It was pathetic, but I'm not gonna point any fingers.
You got stuck like the
Yeah,
robot did.
if you're gonna point at a finger, point it up to your own butthole. All right.
When you point a finger, you got 4 pointed right back at you.
Yeah.
Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna do a big loop-de-loop. I'm gonna get you.
Hey, you're dead too. All right, good luck.
Yeah, I was coming
Hey.
over here to pick up the fucking weak link. All right.
Well, that's always a mistake. I learned that on round 4.
Should I be able to? No,
Sorry, I'm a little bit behind you, boss, but I'm picking up.
Look at this dodging. Learn from me. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get you yet. I'm dead.
No, I think this one's over. This is a bad one.
Yeah, that was just bad juju in that one.
All right, 3 a.m. podcast.
3 a.m.
Is there a block? A block in this game? Is
You
what
don't
some
know
guy
the
asked?
block button?
I don't think so.
If there was a block, it'd
Alt
be
F4.
baby
Do you guys have little backpacks on too, or is that? Yeah, okay, we all have this little
Yeah.
backpack. It's just kind of a
our
set thing
adventure
you have to
bag.
have.
I really do like that game Outward. I love
Yeah.
that when you were about to fight, your guy took off the
dropped
backpack.
the bag. Yeah.
Yeah, you could put it on the ground like, all right, this is getting serious. You take the fucking
Yeah.
bag off. This would definitely be a
man.
boss where we leave these knapsacks right here on the wall.
leave on the floor.
I'd leave
Yeah.
a picture of my wife and daughter on the floor before this because I don't know if I'm coming back.
Yeah, this one's rough.
Bro, what is this like?
Get in this circle really quick.
No.
Roll into it. No way, hit me with the ground. I'm stuck.
Fuck, dude.
It's okay, let Brian die.
Oh my god, that was just bad.
Brian, it's honestly insane how quick you die.
Oh wait, he did the floor drag thing to me.
You can hear when the orbs are about to go off if you're not looking at them too.
Hey, I put a floor heal thing.
Yeah, I'm too far.
He's aggroed on me though. If you wanna.
Okay, I'm gonna go for Brian. Lost cause. Die trying to heal Brian.
Lost
Classic.
cause.
Yeah.
He's actually dead and he cost me all my health.
Whoopsies.
Couldn't be even any more of a lost
Yeah,
cause.
I'm out. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, are you
Hey,
full
dead.
dead?
Yeah.
He's full dead.
Okay, don't worry guys, I got this one.
Look at these epic rolls.
Roll with intent, strike with force.
He's got clutch factor for this round. Look at him.
Look at this.
He's dodging shit. Oh, he got hamstringed. I spoke.
Right
Yeah.
when I said it, and when you said it, when I thought what you said, I hate the like. It's almost it's like an insult how it spits you out of the checkpoint on the ground like that.
Yeah.
Why can't I walk out of
I
it?
think it'd be funnier if we literally got thrown from the fog wall and slid across the ground, and then there was the bonfire down there. Where
They
we
should have
recouped.
him dragging us out by our diapers into that room,
And
kicking
then
us in the
sitting
butt.
us up next to the bonfire. Recoup, dumbasses. You guys suck.
He puts my hat back on my head, gives me a little pat.
See you in
I'm trying a new strategy right in the middle, no swords. One of the worst strategies I've ever thought of. Truly an awful idea. This is an awful idea. Use your electricity. He can't beat them all.
Wait, I feel like electricity is probably not the greatest shit for him, but
It's going to help. Because he gets a status effect from it.
God.
He does residual
Try to
damage.
sit next to the shields and then I get fucking stuck in a.
Their swords.
God damn it. Oh yeah, sorry, the swords. I get stuck in the fucking columns every time. I roll into a stupid
You are a
column
bot.
and go nowhere. Yeah, I'm a bot. Doing the most damage. That's fine.
I'm coming to you. Big mistake. Brian's just a death trap. Don't go by him, Sam.
Yeah, the box is on me at all times. Fix armor issue. What armor issue?
I got this, dude. I got you guys. The trick is.
Just the
What?
suicide.
Oh, you-
What was the trick? He
suicide.
died before he could say it.
Yeah.
No.
The trick is, yeah.
Yeah.
Final secret to beating him is.
Oh my.
It was just to hit the ground with my Q move.
Guys, wait,
That's
don't
it.
walk in there right away. Don't walk in there right away.
I won't. I
Don't-
won't. We need to
Hey,
talk
we
about
need
it.
to- Brian.
No,
Okay,
what
here's
do you
the
want?
strategy. I'm gonna take a big gulp of beer. Don't back into that. No.
We gotta just charge in, dude.
gotta
Gears
do
of
it,
War
yeah.
style. You don't
Know
need
what
strategy.
We should each individually be listening to boss music on our Spotify's.
I'm listening to Vaporwave. That's my problem. I just have it on some random ass Vaporwave
See,
thing.
for you guys, I dialed in. I normally play music, but now I want to hear the like ding when the orbs are about to go off. But sure, let me play. I've got some Scorpions playing right now. No one like you. Can't wait for the nights with you.
That was my bad.
Music was a bad idea.
Hey. Oh.
Put on pants. Dude, the pants don't do shit. I get 2 hit regardless. Doesn't matter.
Oh shit.
Pants or no pants. It
I took
the-
2 shots me.
My one time I tried to heal, it actually killed me. I'm never doing that again.
My biggest
Coming
issue
for you.
is that I think I'm out of range and his sword just hits you even though you're nowhere near
got
it.
a
It's
stagger
fucking-
effect.
It's like weird.
You have to look out for the stagger.
I'm gonna
Give
crawl
me
next to
power.
the sword.
Crawl
It'll
the sword,
be
yeah,
easier to
so
pick me up.
actually, It's
I
not
think
ping.
this
it's-
round
I think-
is dead. Yeah. If okay, Brian.
I
here's what we
really
need
think
to
the
do.
game is just about abusing iframes. I don't even think hitboxes are real, dude. The sword just hits you, from a mile
actually
away.
can't shoot them because I'm cranky 90s.
What?
I'm shooting him in the head like bang, 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 bang. Okay, hold on. Don't
90s,
walk in there
that's it.
yet. Let me take a big swig of beer and take a hit of this
Alright.
nicotine.
The nicotine vape? Yeah, me too.
I think it's making you way better. So take as much till you get
As
scared.
much nicotine. Yeah. So you're having a fear response.
This is I'm having flashbacks to the Night Weaver where if we don't beat this guy, I'm gonna go to bed thinking of dodge patterns.
Does that happen?
That happened last night,
When
apparently.
I called
What
Sam
the
this
hell?
morning because he's like, "You coward! You played without us." I'm like, "Dude, it was a nightmare," and I sat awake at night for like 30 minutes thinking about her.
Having trouble.
Let's go fight her, dude.
Oh, I didn't put on good music. Shit.
Well, this round's
Here.
jinxed.
Good burp. Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Get your burps out.
I think I might
Drinking,
puke
you
if I
gotta
do.
burp or you're gonna get gassy in your brain.
Fuck that. Alright.
Brian, think Dark Souls.
Run.
Do you guys need any health? Brian.
Oh fuck.
Take a
There's a
gander.
green
Thanks,
orb.
buddy.
Roll forward. Oh, fuck. I
see
suck.
people in the top
Oh,
left.
I
Oh my
shot you
God.
with my gun. And then I tapped.
How much extra nicotine did you take, dude?
It's
Oh,
damn
fuck,
nicotine vapes.
Drinking 90s.
Oh, and I'm
drinking
gonna pick up my
191s.
own health that I launched at you because you can still pick it up.
Okay.
Oh my
Dodge
God.
into
Oh
him
my
when he
God.
swings his
I did-
sword.
I did- Who pinged? Is that you?
Yeah, sorry, I was pinging the health, which is gone now.
Yeah.
I'll pick him up. You lead that guy away.
Oh yeah, he's doing the meme. Do it. Do it
He's
up.
doing his sword move. It's a good time to heal.
Okay, let me grab some
You
ammo.
didn't go. Oh, too late. Go. Step on me. Step on me. Get this. 25% damage reduction.
I don't know what step on me means. What are you
It
talking
means
about?
He's
I
got
have
like
like a
a
heal
dom
orb
fetish.
thing too.
Oh,
but it's
okay.
just damage reduction. I didn't roll into him.
I'm still reloading. I haven't shot this guy in
What
like
is
90
wrong with me?
seconds.
Horizontals. I mean, hories.
Hories.
He's aggroed on me. Blast him. He's moving.
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck, he's got his personals.
He's got verts. Verts. Verts and sub.
Ah.
Oh, sword. Are you shitting me? Hories.
Hories are back.
We're good.
I'm still. Oh fuck, I ran
Listen
into
to
that
this
one like
team
an
comp.
idiot. Yeah. We should be doing. Dude, how many times am I gonna have to reload? And I keep getting interrupted, getting my ass kicked.
With
All
one
right,
of
there we
the
go.
fucking orbs.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god! Of course he's still after me.
I'm out.
I'm drying.
Wait, do you need to be healed?
I
Yeah.
need heals big time, but I'm probably
Shoot
dead
a heal
here.
at him.
Where?
Verties.
Wait, watch out for the birdies, man.
Oh, I'm down. Dude, look how low we're getting him, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're getting him low.
This is honestly, that was one of our better runs. It's not
Was.
over.
How did we get?
Careful,
It
those, you gotta roll when those orbs go yellow.
How did we get it so that he was not moving or whatever?
Hey, homie.
You wasted that one, Brian, so that's a one time. No, that was so close.
I honestly, I'm surprised you
man.
didn't get up.
Oh,
80th time's the charm, dude.
I know you got work tomorrow, Brian, but
But it's kind of your fault we're losing,
You're
so
gonna-
you need to
yeah.
just
So
call
if you want to
off.
go to bed and be productive tomorrow,
If you want a sick day,
No. I'm
Wait,
gonna
okay,
wait
hold on.
until
Don't go
Abby
in yet.
comes down and yells in your fucking ears, dude.
Sam, are you drunk? Playing games?
Oh,
so
wait.
are you fun down here?
What the fuck
I'm gonna
are we
play-
doing?
I locked the office door, dude. Don't worry.
You
No
liar.
interruptions.
Hold on, guys.
Sorry,
Watch
bro.
this.
I got the phone on silent.
Wait, I can talk.
Oh yeah, how'd you do that?
You got
We're
the
coming.
phone- You put the phone on silence.
Yeah.
Oh, before that happens.
How that range? No way. I Brianed it.
I'm coming.
Well, let me. Be careful. I can crawl to a sword. They're going yellow. It's not worth it if I'm in the open. I just can't die out here.
Yeah.
It's my fault.
I want to see if I can actually just do it.
You're
if I do
very
it.
adamant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like we're in
God,
a
it
free
works.
healing thing.
Wait, he's kind of stuck on that sword a little. Never mind.
He's doing
Okay,
something.
let me-
Ogie's
ammo.
going into second phase.
My swords are gone.
Come on, Sam, where are you? Wait, get together. Oh no, I'm gonna throw it on you guys. Oh, I'm drunk.
Fuck.
Not in real life. Well, in real life. Okay, Sam, I'm throwing it on you. Meet me in the middle.
Oh.
Dude, these swords when they come down, I'm not able to keep up with them. But we're not really using our own dragon hearts. Use them when the.
I'm using them.
Okay, okay.
I just
I'm
used
sorry,
it.
I'm speaking for the crowd. Birds. You have to roll through those sword attacks. It's really fucking hard though, because this range is nuts. If you roll back,
It's
it
right
just
when it hits
you.
yellow. That's when you
Okay.
do the roll.
All around
think.
shots, all around orbs. Good dodge when they go yellow.
I'm doing my heal right here. Probably a horrific spot for it.
Oops. Use your Fs.
I need ammo.
Yeah.
I need ammo.
Some ammo over
I
here.
need ammo.
Oh, he's low. He's low and we're all alive.
Ah, fuck. Sam, heal me, please.
Where you at?
Okay, there.
Swords are up, swords are up. Keep in mind where they were. Don't hide where the swords were. Oh, we've never been to this phase.
Well, not legit.
Uncharted
Yeah,
territory.
We've only been here when we glitched them. This is good.
Where's he?
He's like a mist right now. Just be careful of the swords. Oh, he's on me. He's on me. By far door.
Oh, fuck.
He's in his like
there.
Dementor form.
Oh my god.
Swords are still up. Okay, these are the area effects we faced. Don't get anywhere where the ground's yellow.
He did like a charge at me.
He's Dementor. He's Dementor. This is good. This is good. Keep in mind swords.
It went through the wall.
Bro, what is happening? Okay.
I'm fucking
Relax.
pissed.
Relax. Oh, he's on me.
Hey Brian, get in this corner if you need a heal.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Totally groovy, baby.
Oh, he's on us.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
But it still heals us.
Get out, get out, get out.
He's on me, I think. Can't tell.
No. He did a
over there.
fucking, like...
Oh, he's low. He's low. He's low. Keep your wits. Shoot your orbs if you got them.
Oh, yeah, true, right?
Holy shit. Stuck
Bro,
on
what
it.
is happening? Oh, that's why.
Charged you.
Oh, look at all this long ammo. We'll take. Gotta do a quick little run here.
Tim, do you have a heal? You can shoot me?
Oh shit. Hold on, I might be fucking boned here. I'm trying to heal up myself.
Keep in mind the swords.
Oh,
He's on me.
fuck.
He's on me. Far
Yeah.
door.
I'm out. It didn't even down me. It just, I was just gone one hit.
He's area effects.
Oh.
Oh,
Him with fire.
He did. He killed moved me. All right, Brian, it's up to
I think I
you.
got him. I got him.
Let's
Yay.
go. Let's go,
Where's
dude.
the damage numbers on that? I want to see them.
That was a
Let's
redemption
go,
arc
dude.
for Brian. A redemption arc.
He killed
Well, I
himself.
basically killed him before Brian did. Let's go.
I think the
dude.
nicotine
Huge.
helped us in a big way.
Yeah, the thing
He's
that-
still in the
definitely-
reflection, by the way. Look straight down.
Oh, he is. What a freak.
No.
He's so obsessed with us. Upskirt him.
Look at your panties.
Small dig.
Holy shit. Okay, we did it.
Oh my god. That's so huge, dude. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys. And
Yeah.
me.
Brian's like, oh, now I can put my hands on the rock. It's It looks like it's burning. Every other time they put their hands to it, it's like a soothing thing. But he definitely was panicking right there.
Oh my god. Where the fuck did it take me?
Where is this?
No,
Yeah.
Brian doesn't deserve this.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What is this shit?
My Twitch got an ad right at the end.
Right when he
Oh, it
died.
just
But
did like a.
I also died literally the second before he was killed. So even on my end, it was the death screen.
What is this horse caca poo?
I think we're in a new area. I think we're in a new biome. New biome.
Where's the next checkpoint? Okay.
Don't die.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, what could possibly go wrong? You know.
Oh.
You could die.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
okay, platforming.
Well,
Oh, never mind.
No, this is all cutscene. This is all cinematic. This is all fake. We're good. I can do it backwards even.
I actually do like experiencing it with your guy, though. He has a cool look.
Are you
Bare feet,
as
cowboy hat.
disappointed as I am to be dead here, though? Oh, we are in a new biome.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
Checkpoint.
I kind of wanted to walk that bridge.
Hey, look who got spat out by the rock.
Oh, I got a new
What's up?
ability from that too for my class.
Oh, that's
I
cool.
can give you guys frenzy now instead of stone skin. And you increase fire rate, reload speed, and melee speed by 20% and movement speed for 15.
What is this?
Let me try
it's
it.
This thing.
I don't have it. Oh.
We can't go back through this way. Oh wait, yeah, we can.
That's just a key
Okay,
item.
yeah, Sam, let's walk the bridge together.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't
Gotta.
want to do that. You
I
gotta
just
use
want the
Stay back,
experience.
Brian. You stay back.
it's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa, how do we do this?
Okay, hold on. Now pretend we came out. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, we
put
did
any in
it.
there.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
shoot the
I
door.
think. I think I see a path this way.
Whoa.
I'm actually doing this with my mind.
All right, now Swift, edit it that we beat it. Oh my
Yeah.
God. What the hell is this place? All right, let's revive Brian at the stone. All right, now edit him being spit out. Oh my God.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
Whoa,
That
new
hurt.
biome. New biome. What are you already fucking up over here?
We're just killing some bosses.
Mouse?
All right.
Strange object. Quest item.
Are we done? Are we? You guys want to play? a
Yeah,
little
we can
more?
be
What's going on
done.
here?
This is a good ending point. It's such a satisfying, but this is a cool area.
Here, I'll put on my. Hey, just for you, I'll put on armor.
This is like the end of that
Yeah, it's a
one
slow
game, Risk of Rain.
Spoilers for Risk of Rain.
You know what?
Wait, try this frenzy mode, Sam. Shoot a bunch and run around really quick for a second.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
What's it doing?
It's making
You
us
shoot
shoot
faster.
faster and run quicker.
Oh, my gun already shoots so damn quick. I didn't really
But
notice.
now it's even 20% faster.
Whoa.
The running is pretty good. That would have been awesome during the boss fight, I think.
Yeah,
We
right.
probably would have
Sorry,
killed it
man.
first, second try with
Okay,
that.
before we get off, can we go back to Ward
The hub
13?
world?
Because I think we get
Yeah.
a weapon from beating him.
Yeah, I'm sure. Or like a fucking upgrade, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we probably get a new ability.
Yeah.
That
Probably
was so satisfying that we actually beat that. That was huge. I'm so glad he didn't have a real second stage. I was so worried.
He had
'Cause
3 phases.
I don't want
think
to
it
bring
was
her up
fine.
again, but the Night Weaver, when you full kill her, she has a full other area and health bar.
Oh my god.
You honestly, when you're up, you're up. This game rocks when you win.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just a new upgrade.
I was thinking about it. I was like, I give this game a lot of shit.
Yeah, you did.
You were, yeah. You were saying I forced you. You've been so. Oh, we get a melee weapon called the God Splitter.
Oh yeah, look at that.
It's grown on me a little bit.
It's
It's pretty cool.
I'm glad you bought it. I'm glad it's been a while since we played anything together.
Oh, I hate that part. But the game itself.
Okay, my bad. Charged attacks taint the blood of targets, causing all attacks from God Splitter to register as weak spot.
Wait. Well, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
So basically, it doesn't do a shit ton of damage, but once you use it, I guess it may feel it.
I kind of like my flail, though.
Yeah, no, honestly, you shouldn't have it, so that feels more unique in my hands.
Yeah.
Probably does less damage than the flail. That fucker, I've got his sword. I've got you've got my pocket. I don't have your pocket.
Have I played Borderlands? Yeah. Well, 3.
Yeah, I cannot use this keyboard. This thing's all wacky.
I gotta go to the shooting range. Try this thing out. Actually,
What, can you do melee weapons in the shooting
Yeah,
range?
right through the middle.
Yeah, why not?
I'll help you, boss.
Thanks, get this bitch.
There we go.
Cindy's that false idol. Ryan, I appreciate you keeping the axe, even though I feel like you should get this, but
I mean, I don't know. I don't really
Step on the
want
green
it.
thing to heal up, dude. If you
actually
need
not
it.
insanely good, I think, besides the fact that
There
it
we
can
go.
have...
It's good
Oh,
for
it has-
crits. It can mark people with crits.
Yeah, it can have mutators and stuff, which is good.
Yeah.
I have this game so insanely loud. It's like busting out my eardrums.
Yesterday,
Beating this.
someone came to my chat, was like, wow, this is the loudest stream on Twitch. And I was like, what do you mean? And then when I finally paused my music, I was like, oh my God. Like, not only is the music incredibly loud, but the game itself
The game's loud as
is
shit, and you're just-
wildly loud.
You're putting the music louder than the game so that you don't have to hear it.
Okay, so if you keep doing the charged attacks and then hit it, I did 200 on one of them. Maybe I crit the tires? I don't know.
Hey, Brian, you can shoot this guy in the face and blood pours out of his head.
Ooh. No, that's a tech.
Yeah. I would much rather do training on this guy than the fucking actual.
I don't get more ammo from him.
Bang!
Yeah.
Get him! I want his bandana. What do you think? Does my look better without my vials? And now I'm more of a rugged gnome.
I don't know. I like the vials and the crazy overcoat.
You like this?
I think so, yeah.
I do
Because the
love the
blue
little
of
tie.
the cloak,
Whoa,
it
where'd
like
you get
ties in.
that? Yeah.
But also, the fast roll was so not. Well, that's only though because we had his shit kind of memorized, so it's probably not going to be as good on other stuff.
We look like we're from 3 different games entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm from a
Lord
fantasy
of the
game.
Rings, Red Dead, and fucking Fallout.
Yeah, I
right
look
here.
like
Look at
the machinist or something like that from Fallout 3. You definitely got.
You look like McCree almost
Yeah.
straight up.
Yeah, McCree.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
You're like a weird, like, steampunk Wild West guy.
Mexican standoff. Wait, no, you'd have to look at Sam for it to be a Mexican standoff. Oh, Brian didn't beat the boss. Oh, I beat the boss. Well, we should play again sometime.
I'm down to play like any time of the week. I don't give a shit.
I think I legally have to stream tomorrow, but I don't know if you guys would want to play tomorrow.
I'll be down if you do it
I'd be
tomorrow night.
down.
Okay, yeah, I'm good for tomorrow night.
Oh, it's a date, everybody. It's
I
2
told my
a.m.
fri-
right
my-
now.
my
You be
friends
here
are-
tomorrow at 9 p.m.
My friends were like, I mean, we could play right now. I'm like, sorry, I've got a play date. I cannot. I have already made plans, gentlemen. What a splendid time that was. I had a splendid, awesome time.
It was great.
Yeah, I'm actually, that's a pretty good night. You know what? I had such a horrific day today that this was a nice little, little positive end to it.
And
If we had not beaten that boss before we went to bed, we would not be playing tomorrow.
Or
yeah.
is this a bad
Yeah,
end
you
to the
just dropped
day?
the game.
Or since it's 2 a.m., is this just a beautiful beginning to a Monday?
Oh.
Take that
Whatever-
attitude
what-
with you into work tomorrow, Brian.
Whatever makes you
Yeah.
like your
should do
days
that.
better.
Yeah,
Whatever min-maxes better days overall.
better days. My Sunday was shit. I cut it off at 12. This is Monday. Monday rocks.
I mean,
All right.
apparently I have to play with you again if I want to use this character. So,
Yeah.
so, I mean, we should play sometime. Fuck the night
Tomorrow
Weaver.
night,
Yeah.
I'm going to go buy some Voodoo Rangers. I don't know if you're feeling those tomorrow.
I'm legally, I am tomorrow. Yes, the last
I
day of
love
the
Voodoo
month.
Rangers.
Yeah,
I'm going
I
to be
am
drinking some
craving
tomorrow
a
night.
Voodoo Ranger. I don't drink
I'm
beer on
drinking
Monday,
Corona
but
now,
I'm
just to
addicted.
like, just so it's a good comparison. The difference of, oh, I don't really
Well,
know.
the Voodoo Ranger headlines, but that's like an opening act.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the Corona. You're working your way up to the big guns.
That was a nice opening act, though.
Those
wish we
Corona,
could
those
get-
hell of an opening act.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't even think I need the headline.
Encore.
Encore of the opening act.
I bought a 12-pack, but no, I'm joking. I'm just kidding around, guys. Whatever. Well.
All right. Yeah. I'm gonna dry out my keyboard. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You should raid
yeah.
Omid while he's sleeping. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
Devin's
we can do that.
live. Like,
You want to try to wake him up?
That might actually be better. To
I
raid
raided
Devin.
Omid yesterday, and there's no noise when you raid him while he's asleep.
Oh,
Because I
bitch.
thought
Fuck
I kind of
that.
thought the same thing. I'm like, I wonder if
Okay,
this
I'm
will
gonna
blast him.
call him and be like, show some appreciation. You fucking.
Get up! 30 days. Get up. It is incredible that he's still going. I mean, he's buying first round at TwitchCon, right? I mean, I don't even know what else to say. Like, he's got to.
Well, he actually did send me the my
I got
my
that
Swift
back today too.
my Swift
Your
refund.
Swift money.
He's
Yeah.
like, I'm so sorry it took so long. I'm like, I didn't know if that was ever coming back. So this is a
Yeah.
beautiful
Alright.
day.
Are we gonna raid Exfil then?
I'll probably raid Exfil. I'm gonna
just do
I have
it.
to listen to like 2 more songs before I go to bed, but I'm not streaming.
You got
that's
2
fair.
songs left in you. I always set up a.
2 songs only.
What a
I always
release.
set up like a playlist of shit to watch, and it's usually not like. It usually is like music videos, but it's also just like a lot of garbage.
Oh.
I'll just watch like volcano eruption compilation. I'll be like, yeah.
What are you talking about? When you were streaming or when
No,
you
when I go to
or-
bed. Before I go to
okay.
bed. I'll like before I say bye to anybody on Discord, I'll like line up like 15 videos, YouTube videos.
You don't even say bye to people in Discord. You just go,
He
okay,
just-
bye.
No, because
and
he
you
gets
leave.
caught in a loop. He's so easy to
guess.
distract.
No, well, not
just-
just that, but it's usually like in the middle of a conversation I have to go, and I'm just gonna be like, all right, guys, well,
Yeah.
In
it's been an event.
I was at a step family
All
event
right.
today, and they're incredibly Irish, and they were like, "Oh, just give an Irish goodbye when we're leaving." I can't. It's the Midwestern. I have to go up to each person, shake their hand or hug them, depending on how close we are, and it takes like 20 minutes. I get why an Irish goodbye is so nice, but I simply can't.
Yeah, like any family event, my
Simply cannot.
grandparents were like that, where it was like you have to go up to every person.
No.
And
Yeah,
I'm
my
so-
family's like, all right, let's bounce. I'm like, without saying bye to anyone? Like, I don't know. Some of these old people could easily die. It was an 80th birthday party. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to see birthday boy again.
Oh my god!
I've
I
gotta-
just tried to raid. I'm not even logged into fucking Twitch.
You're not. You can rate him right from OBS. Type in your own chat feed /raid.
I was just on like Twitch.tv. I was just like watching
Private browser.
What?
I gotta log in and.
Oh, my back hurts from that. And guys, if the home invader does get me tonight, and he's been waiting for me to end my stream,
We'll wait for you.
no, I'll die. I didn't beat the Night Weaver, so I will die sad. But that fight was very intense. Honestly, I think now next time we play, absolutely gonna steamroll.
Yeah. Well, there was someone in chat that said it gets significantly easier from here on out, but I'm going to take what he said and disregard that and think that any
Has he ever played with
ease
Brian?
that we have tomorrow is because of our skill set, not because the game's
I have to
actually
get
easier.
to this level of nicotine and beer. It's the key. I mean, it made us better. We were getting significantly better at the game. The results are clear as day. And I mean, at least from my point of view, it's going to be edited that we beat it. So, I mean, it's going to be really good. Brian, that was, if you had died there, I probably would have screamed. I would have absolutely, I mean, we'd probably still be fighting it right now. So thank you. You have, Brian, I shit on you a bunch. You have clutch factor. Okay. When it
I
really
also
counts.
apparently somebody said they were going in between the streams. They're like, yeah, you're doing way more damage than any of them. The fucking, I was like,
I am
all right,
cranking headshots
that's good.
nonstop.
You're also damage guy.
You
That's
are
your
the
job.
damage guy,
I know, but
yeah.
You
that's
can't
why-
always
but
just
that's
go like,
why-
hey, damage charts, fellas. You're
That's why
scary.
I
That's
had
your
all the
fucking
aggro.
I
job.
had some guy in my stream say Brian lived longer than 30 seconds. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, that's because I got all the aggro from doing all the damage. And then Sam, when he got the aggro, he fucking got his head chopped off in 2 seconds.
I learned the dodge patterns.
I honestly think Sam was
Just my
rolling around
membrane
healing
keyboard.
people.
That's my job, rolling around healing
That's
people.
it. Well, that's what I'm saying. You have no sword guy on you.
Sam did shoot me with one of those orbs once, and it felt awesome. It really felt good.
That's what I'm here for.
It was like from like 40 meters. It was a nice shot, and it really perked me up. And I was really scared before that.
Did Exfil like find a new map or something? Like doesn't even look like the same server.
I haven't rated him yet because I can't figure out how to do it.
Dude, are you on OBS with a chat on the right side?
No, I actually got on the website. Hold on, I'm working on it.
Does OBS have a chat?
I got this. Hold on. And raid. There we go. Go say hi to Xville.
Rearm.gg.
Give him a sub if you got it.
He quit Deer Island. He quit Deer Island or something. What happened?
Or give your sub to Brian or me or Omid or bro. You know, it's whatever. Raids are not endorsements. I put that in my bio. That way people know. In case they get canceled one day like Exo will. He's going to beat the shit out of someone at a bar.
He's got a totally different vibe.
Off stream, people don't believe me. They're like, "Oh, he's the chillest dude." Not the guy I know. Not Devin. You might think Exfil's chill, not Devin.
Oh, he's on chill. It's crazy.
He's got that Ron DeSantis bug too. He would absolutely hate if I said that. I guess I did say it. If I were to say that, he would hate that. Good thing I didn't, but he would not like that one bit.
Yeah, he's a big DeSantis fan.
Spread that around. Spread that around. He lives in Florida. I mean, not you, but everyone else that lives in Florida.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you went to his baseball game or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did. You fucking weirdo. Yeah.
Yeah, I showed up. I showed up because it was his kid playing, not because my kid was there. I was like, I have to go see
The
DeSantis
next generation.
Jr.
Your kid
DeSantis.
hates. Your kid
For 100
hates
years,
baseball.
he will rule.